Transcended as Lord Buggy from One Piece. Chapter 251, First Clash. Buggy faces Kaido and they stare at each other without saying anything. Everyone's attention is on these two, so every fight stops right now. The weaker guys gulp their saliva because of the high tension in the air. "You have taken care of my guys while I'm gone, Kaido," says Buggy while grinning. "Worororo, you were gone for too long so I get bored," says Kaido. "It's sure nice to get bored," says Buggy as he releases his sea haki. "It sure is," says Kaido while releasing his sea haki too. Their sea hakis clash in the air between them and creates strong dark lightning-like effects. The effects are stronger than when Kaido clashed against Cricket. The current clash is strong enough to knock out a lot of men on a Nagashima. Those who get knocked out are from Beast's Pirates, Orikai's group, and Odin's group. None of the clown pirates get knocked out, even the weakest member. Their willpowers are strong enough to stand against the sea haki clash. Well, Buggy has trained his crewmates' willpowers over these last few months. He doesn't want his crewmates to get defeated just by mere conqueror haki burst. Advanced sea haki is another thing, but the burst is something that they should be able to handle. To train them against it, Buggy has used his sea haki on them every day. They needed to brace themselves and firm their heart to defend themselves. At first, many of them get knocked out, but slowly the number is reduced until none get knocked out. This training actually doesn't give them resistance to sea haki, it toughens their willpower. When they saw their crewmates who didn't get knocked out, they get jealous and get more motivated. They do whatever they could to not get knocked out, and it worked. Now, the clowns' willpowers are strong enough to not get knocked out by a mere sea haki burst or clash. Their strong willpower also makes it hard for them to lose their morale. Although it doesn't make them able to use sea haki because not everyone can have it. Still, it makes Buggy wonders why there's no one else who trained their crews to resist sea haki like him. Sea haki users are very rare in the world, but they are common at a higher level. Almost all who stand at the top have sea haki, after all. It really confused Buggy because the training method is very easy. But maybe there are some things that he doesn't know. That, or maybe other people just don't care whether their crewmates can resist sea haki or not. Other strong crews also have too many members, after all. So it must be very difficult to train them all. But well, it doesn't matter for Buggy because they are his rivals, so it's good for him if they are weak. Kaido and his men don't realize that the clowns are not affected by the sea haki. They aren't really putting attention to something like this. But it is a big mistake because they also don't realize that none of the clowns has been defeated. The clowns' low number becomes an advantage at something like this. Well then, what are we waiting for? Asks Buggy while cocking his right fist and coating it with a haki. Kaido grins and coats his spiked metal club with a haki too. Then Buggy detaches his fist and sends a strong punch with it. Kaido also swings his metal club to counter Buggy's detached hand punch. Bam! Their attacks clash and a big shockwave is created by it. The shockwave is so strong that it pushes many people back. Sea haki clash also appears and knocks out more people. Buggy and Kaido then clash many more times at high speed. Their clashes are very strong too, that the things around them crack and get destroyed. Floor, pillars, walls, furniture, everything around them breaks apart. Both of them don't even use advanced haki yet, but their clashes are strong enough to cause a similar effect. It shows just how strong these two are. The people in the surroundings even need to back away because of their clashes. They keep clashing without evading anything, they just counter each other's attacks. It goes like that until Buggy suddenly evades an attack from above that Kaido made. He slides to the left and then jumps toward Kaido. Buggy detaches his fist but keeps it close to his arm. Then he punches at Kaido's lower jaw with his flying uppercut. Buggy doesn't use advanced A haki yet on his attack, but it can send Kaido flying high to the sky. Kaido crashes onto the high rooftop and destroys it. He moves past the rooftop, creating a big hole there. Then some moments later, Kaido returns at a very high speed. His metal club is ready to strike at Buggy, who waits below. Buggy can see a trail of dark lightning-like effect behind Kaido's metal club. So he knows that Kaido is very serious about this attack. Kaido uses advanced A.K.A. on this attack so it can crush him. But Buggy is very calm and just looks at Kaido, who descends like a lightning. Then when Kaido almost reaches him, Kaido swings his metal club at Buggy. The metal club moves fast toward Buggy's head, but he still doesn't move. A moment before the metal club touches him, just a few centimeters away from his head, Buggy finally makes his move. He just moves his body to the left a little because Kaido strikes from Buggy's left side. Kaido's metal club passes Buggy's head and body by a small margin. Buggy moves just enough to avoid the advanced haki that Kaido uses too. He can use such a simple movement because he has used his advanced O-haki and seen a glimpse of the future. Kaido's club that moved past Buggy then hits the floor. The impact of Kaido's strike is really no joke. He destroys the floor until it caves in a few meters deep and some meters wide. The shock also pushes everyone in the surrounding away and destroys the things around them. "You evaded it," says Kaido with a surprised tone. "It's not that hard, after all," says Buggy. Kaido then grins and says, "It seems this place is too small." "If you say so," says Buggy as he gets ready to fight again. "Let's change our location," says Kaido. After saying that, Kaido swings his club from the side horizontally. Buggy counters it with his fist, but suddenly he sees a flash from below. He suddenly gets hit by Kaido's tail that comes from below and hits his lower jaw. Buggy is sent flying up very fast toward Onigashima's rooftop. Then Kaido jumps up and transforms into his dragon form. He flies up to follow Buggy, leaving everyone else on the bottom floor with all the destruction they caused. Odin, who has just recovered from his tiredness and runs to them, is too late to join the battle. Kaido and Buggy have gone to the rooftop when he is running, so he needs to go up if he wants to join. But it seems he doesn't need to go there because he sees someone on the third floor. "Orokai," says Odin with a hateful tone. That's right, Odin sees Orokai on the third floor, hiding from the war. Now his target changes from Kaido to Orokai. He believes Buggy can take care of Kaido while he'll take care of Orokai and the gang. Odin rushes to the third floor, leaving the others on the bottom floor. Those on the bottom floor are still not resuming the war. They are still in a daze after seeing Buggy's clash against Kaido. But then, some people finally wake up, causing the others to wake up too. They all look at their enemies again and get ready to fight. Both sides have rested for a short time, so they are fully ready to go all out again. Chapter 252, The War. On the bottom floor of Onigashima, the war still rages on. Both sides are giving their all to defeat their enemies. They all go for the kill and no one shows mercy to their enemies. It's kill or gets killed in this war. The clowns also give their all and attack any enemy in their sight. But they don't just attack blindly, they attack strategically. They work together with their crewmates to increase their winning chance. The ones on the front will strike and hold their enemies in close combat. But they won't exert too much energy to avoid getting exhausted. They will try to save their energy but will still go for the kill if they have the chance. While the ones in the front hold their enemies, the ones in the back will provide support. They will shoot those who get held or those who try to disturb the ones who are fighting. Their guns have a very long range of attack and high accuracy, so they can shoot from afar. Over these last few months, the gunners trained their skills through the crew's continuous wars against Beast's pirates. Their skills have improved tremendously in these wars. They rarely miss their shots even in the chaos of war. It's not only their skills that have been improved, their guns also have been improved. The guns' shapes might be strange in this world because their designs come from Earth's modern world. The bullets are also different from the ones in this world too because they're pointy instead of round like balls. Ruff made these weapons based on Buggy's idea which he got from his old world. Although Buggy doesn't really know the weapons' mechanisms, Ruff could still make them. Ruff also kept improving the weapons until now, so they've become very strong. With such weapons and skills, the gunners have become forces to reckon with. Furthermore, most of them have O-Haki, making them more dangerous. A few of them have A-Haki, so they can also hit devil fruit users. The frontliners fully believe in the gunners' skills and just fight in the front without any hesitation. They aren't worried that they'll get shot by their crewmates. Something like that won't make them worry because the gunners will never shoot if they aren't sure. The clowns' combined attacks make the beasts' pirates and Urukai's men overwhelmed. They had never seen such a strategy since they become pirates. Furthermore, the clowns' weapons are just too good, including the frontliners' weapons. This strategy is actually normal, at least Buggy thinks so. Fighters in the front while rangers in the back is a normal strategy on Earth. At least that was what was shown in the games that he knew in his past life. It is an effective strategy, but Buggy is very confused as to why no one in this world uses it. They don't use the gunner's range advantage to shoot from afar. In the series, he always sees rangers attack in the front instead from the back. Well, maybe many of them actually attack from the back, but he didn't really put attention to them. However, he often saw that rangers runs to the front instead of staying in the back. Then they'll get defeated easily and die. Buggy thinks that gunners are underestimated and underdeveloped in this world. Well, it's a world where swords will win against guns, after all. It is such an unbelievable thing and will never happen on Earth. The sword users will die before they even get closer to the gunners in direct combat on Earth. But it is possible in this world because people's power growth can surpass any weapon here. If they are strong enough, they can even evade a gunshot at point blank. Hell, they can even block gunshots with their bodies without getting any injury. That's why gunners always need to upgrade their guns while improving their skills too. Buggy knows it very well, so he ordered Ruff to keep improving their cruise guns, including their ship's weapons. Just like how swords have their grades, guns also have theirs. There are no clear grades for guns, but each type of gun has different powers, so they must have their grades. Buggy is confident that their guns have high grades, although he doesn't know how high they are. Bullets also have grades based on their power and uses. Even a gun can create different effects and damage based on the bullets that the user uses. That's why Buggy asked Ruff to make some types of bullets with different purposes. Right now, the clown's gunners use bullets with the highest penetration power. These bullets can even penetrate weak A-Haki. They are the most suitable bullets to be used against beasts pirates who have many Zoan devil fruit users. Zoan users usually have tougher bodies than non-users. Normal bullets work on them, but the damages aren't lethal. These bullets will surely penetrate their bodies and give them lethal damage. Weak A-Haki users also get injured even though they've protected themselves with A-Haki. If their A-Haki isn't tough enough, then the bullets will pierce it. But the bullets can't pierce A-Haki at the clown's executives levels because they are too tough. So now the gunner's shots have killed many enemies. But the beast's pirates just have too many members. Not to mention Urukai's men also join this war, making the enemy's number increase a lot. The frontliners also have killed many enemies, but their number doesn't seem to reduce. Cricket, who watches from the side as Manhwa treats him, also realizes it. The clown's killing speed is fast, but the enemy's number is still high. Then he realizes that the samurais are having a hard time fighting their opponents. The samurais just rely on themselves to defeat their opponents. They aren't as strong as the clowns to begin with, and they don't have a good strategy too. They also prefer fighting alone because they are more used to it. We can't rely on the samurais to reduce the enemy's number faster. Sure, they are stronger than the enemies, but they are weaker than our men. We need to change our strategy for now, ponders Cricket. Why don't we use that now? Asks Manhwa while still treating Cricket. That, hey? Alright, says Cricket before he gathers his crew's attention. Listen, clowns. We'll use Plan B, bombardment, now. Samurais, stay back if you want to live. Shouts Cricket from the back. The clowns who hear it nod without hesitation, and the frontliners retreat. Seeing them retreating, the samurais also choose to retreat. They don't know what the clowns will do, but it is surely dangerous. The beasts pirates who don't care about the clown's strategy chase the ones who retreat. But they regret it immediately when the gunners shot them. These shots are different from before because the bullets create big explosions that engulf a lot of the beasts pirates. As if the exploding bullets aren't enough, the clown's frontliners throw some grenades at the enemies. Some gunners also change their guns into bazookas and hand cannons. The clangs of swords suddenly change into the booms of bombs. The clowns attack anywhere as long as there are enemy crowds there. They just spam their attacks without any care about their ammo. Their aim is to reduce the enemy's numbers so they can spend all their ammo. When their attacks finish, the enemy's number really reduces a lot. Now, there's only less than half of their initial number. Many of the survivors are also injured by the explosion, so it will be easier. The clowns grin while the others are shocked by such development. Such strong weapons will surely shock everyone, even Queen, who is also researching weapons. This war has come to the clown's favor in an instant. Chapter 253, Palu vs Queen. Queen, who sees the scale of explosions caused by the clown's weapons, is getting pissed. He is a scientist who researches weapons just like Ruff. He is pissed because someone from a small crew like the clowns can make such strong weapons. Queen is actually jealous because he keeps seeing the clowns' advanced weapons. Just from seeing the weapons, he knows that the scientist in the clowns is very talented and gets a lot of funding. Even Queen isn't sure that he can make all those weapons, especially the railgun. He just can't understand how that weapon works. Bam! Suddenly, Queen's Brachiosaurus's front left foot is being hit by a strong attack, making him fall. He is distracted by the weapons and forgets that he is fighting Palu currently. Palu isn't someone that he can underestimate like this. That previous attack is very strong because Palu used all his strength with Hashoken too. He knew that Queen is distracted and he used that chance well. So the damage on Queen's foot is very big, as it even twisted Queen's ankle. Arg! How can you attack a defenseless person? Asks Queen while whining. Why can't I? This is not a fair battle, this is a war of pirates. There is no such thing as fairness in the world of pirates. That's just the excuse for weaklings, says Palu before he rushes to strike Queen's long head. Queen clicks his tongue and suddenly he transforms into his hybrid form. His size reduces greatly so he can avoid Palu's attack. He stands while holding his twisted left wrist and looks at Palu angrily. The reason Queen changes his size isn't just to avoid Palu's attack. In his full Brachiosaurus form, his left front leg is twisted, making him unable to stand normally. So he transformed into his hybrid form because that front left leg is his left hand. He needs all four limbs to stand in Brachiosaurus form, but he just needs two in human and hybrid forms. At least now he can stand, although fighting with a twisted wrist will be a different matter. However, Queen has a solution to that problem. He calls his men to take something from his lab while he defends Palu's attacks using his right hand and tail. Queen is still far bigger and taller than Palu in his hybrid form, so he has a good range of motion to defend against Palu's attacks. But defending Palu's attacks with only one hand is difficult. His tail is strong, but he can't move it as nimble as his hands. Furthermore, Palu uses Hashoken, making his attacks stronger, so it's getting difficult for Queen to defend. Luckily for Queen, his men soon return carrying a big box. He immediately gets away from Palu and throws some beasts pirates in Palu's direction. These small fries are used to buy him some time because Palu never stops chasing him and just attacks relentlessly. Queen opens the box that his men carried and takes the content. He immediately puts the thing inside the box in his left hand because Palu has disposed of the small fries in a very short time. There's no time to check the thing, he just needs to use it now. Palu arrives in his position right when he finishes, surprising Queen. So he pushes the men who carried the box toward Palu as shields again while he jumps away. This guy really likes to sacrifice his men. Of course, these weaklings can't stop Palu, but they can give Queen a short time to prepare. So when Palu reaches his position again, Queen is ready to fight him. He blocks Palu's warhammer using his left hand and Palu is surprised to see the thing on Queen's left hand. "Yo, you have a nice thing there," says Palu while smirking. "Are you interested in this?" asks Queen while smirking too. The thing on Queen's left hand is a big metal gauntlet. But it has mechanisms attached to it, unlike normal gauntlets. He has installed weapons onto his gauntlet, making it far bigger than how his hands. The gauntlet is also made of good material because it can withstand Palu's strong attack. There's no crack or dent even though Queen doesn't use a haki. It also doesn't burden Queen's broken wrist because of its mechanisms. "You make it by yourself?" asks Palu. "Of course. It is still an experiment and you will be a good partner to test it," says Queen. "Well, I hope the result will be good because we can use it then. Ruff will be happy to dismantle and learn it," says Palu. "Ruff? Is he the one who made all your weapons?" asks Queen while gritting his teeth. No, he doesn't make weapons, he just researches them. Someone else produces the weapons," says Palu as he swings his warhammer at Queen from above. Queen blocks it with his metal arm as he says, "So he is the one. It seems I will have a good chat with him later," with a sinister tone. "Sure, when he takes all your research data, ha ha ha," says Palu while laughing and attacking Queen again. Their role seems to reverse somehow with Palu being the villain and Queen being the protagonist. Well, both of them are villains because they are pirates. "Laugh while you can," says Queen as he blocks Palu's attack again. Then, 4 short barrels come out of Queen's metal arm. He shoots 4 small rockets from the barrels and they fly toward Palu. But Palu just grins as he flaps his Birkin wings forward. These wings aren't just decorations, they can move, although they can't be used to fly. From his wings flap, Palu creates vibrations in the air. He is using Hashoken on his wings flap, which causes vibrations that spread everywhere in the air. This Hashoken isn't as strong as the one he uses on his hammer to attack, but it's enough to make the rockets explode in the air. However, the distance between Queen and Palu is too close. So the explosions engulf them both because the rockets explode between them. Queen has succeeded to attack Palu, but he also gets hit by his own attack. Those who watch it are dumbfounded and can't say anything. This is the first case of backfire in this war and it is actually done by an all-star, Queen. They all know it's not Queen's mistake, but it's still very funny that the clowns are laughing. None of the clowns are worried even though Palu is engulfed in the explosions. They know he can withstand explosions of this scale. The story will be different if the normal crew members are the ones who get hit though. Then just like what the clowns thought, Palu comes out of the explosions in one piece, and so is Queen. They just have some superficial burnt marks on their bodies. These marks aren't injuries because they've protected their bodies with a haki. Cough, damn man, how could you use weapons with high explosive powers in close combat like that? Are you an idiot? Asks Palu in disbelief. Shut up. You are the real idiot here. I won't get engulfed by the explosions if the rockets hit you, says Queen, who doesn't want to be blamed. Idiot. There's no way I would just stay silent when being shot with those rockets, says Palu. Both of them get angry at each other, then they start to clash again. They are still quite equal with no one gaining the advantage. It seems their battle will still go on for a longer time. Chapter 254, The Great King. While Palu is having an equal battle against Queen, Magnus is having a hard time fighting against King. King can fly freely in his pteranodon form, making it difficult for Magnus to hit him. Furthermore, King is very strong physically and can even control fire to some extent. Magnus can't move as nimble as King because of his size. His attacks often miss, and even if they hit, King can block them or counter them. King is obviously stronger than Magnus even when Magnus transforms into his 6-armed Azura form, and they both know that. But Magnus still fights King despite being at the losing end. He needs to keep King busy until Cricket recovers. Magnus knows that only Cricket can beat King other than Buggy. Palu might have a chance but he is busy fighting Queen and Enel is fighting Jack. King knows Magnus is weaker than Cricket, Palu, and Enel. But he still fights Magnus nonetheless because he knows that defeating this giant can lower the clown's morale, at least that's what he hopes will happen. Magnus attacks King with all his 6 arms and he doesn't use his axes. It is to increase his attack speed because his axes are heavy even for him. But King can still evade his attacks by flying around and getting out of Magnus' attack range. The continuous attacks start to tire Magnus. Even his haki energy also gets depleted because he needs to use it many times to defend against King's attacks. It's difficult for him to evade King's attacks because of his giant size. Boom! Suddenly, a projectile hits King and explodes on his body. But King comes out of the explosion unscathed. He and Magnus look at where the projectile came from and see Ruff there. "Keep him busy, big guy. I will assist you. It won't take long before our first mate recovers," says Ruff while raising his thumb up. Magnus smiles and says, "Copy that, smart guy." "Another nuisance," says King before he dives down at high speed to attack Ruff. But suddenly, Magnus sends a punch at King and succeeds to hit him. King gets flung to the wall and crashes onto it, making a big hole in it. But he is very tough that he can come out without meaningful injury. King laments to himself that he was being careless just because of Ruff's appearance. But Ruff's weapons are really worth him being wary. The previous explosion might not damage him much, but he doesn't know whether Ruff has more lethal weapons or not. Better be cautious than not. "But I guess I was being too cautious just now," says King before he flies again. King tries to attack Ruff but Magnus gets between them and stops him. He doesn't have another choice than evading Magnus' kick. King flies up but he is chased by a rocket launched by Ruff from below. He doesn't want to take it so he turns around and swipes his fiery left wing toward the rocket. A fire blade flies toward the rocket and hit it, making it explode before it reaches King. But King can't get relaxed just yet as Magnus' punch is coming his way. King agilely maneuvers midair to evade the punch and the next punch is sent by Magnus who has 6 arms. He uses the previous tactic to get away from Magnus' attack range but Ruff has waited for it and shoots another rocket at King. King uses his fire wing blade again but this rocket is different. It explodes like the previous rocket, but then a wide metal net appears from the explosion. The net was hidden inside the rocket that Ruff launched and get released when it explodes. The net is too close to King already, so he can't evade and get captured. His wings get trapped so he can't fly and fall to the ground. Magnus uses this chance to attack King again because he can't evade now. But then, Magnus' fist suddenly gets hit by a sharp flying slash attack. It cuts Magnus' skin but can't cut his tough Azura bones. Still, it has enough power to push him back and makes him fall on his back. Some people get crushed by Magnus' fall, mostly beasts, pirates and Orikai's men. The rest are samurais who can't move away. None of the clowns get crushed because they all know well not to fight too close to their executives' battles, especially Magnus' battle. In the air, King is falling in his normal form while holding his long katana. He cuts the metal net and created the slash attack that hit Magnus using his katana. King lands on the floor while looking at the falling Magnus, then at Ruff who stands not far from him. Ruff smiles nervously and asks, "Hey, how's your day?" King isn't interested in answering him and just slashes his katana vertically upward, creating a slash attack. Ruff jumps away and evades it narrowly while screaming scaredly. He rolls on the floor because of his sudden jump. Ruff immediately stands and runs away because he will get killed by King if he stays there. But King chases him at a higher speed, making Ruff screams as he keeps running with the big backpack on his back. Some items are falling from his backpack and scatter on the floor. King ignores them and keeps chasing Ruff, but that's another mistake made by him. The items suddenly explode as King gets between them. The explosions are big that it engulfs a wide area and also fling Ruff and some people who stand quite close. The explosion effects stay for a while before disappearing. Then King appears without any apparent injuries. But his body is covered by some strange substances of different colors like black, green, yellow, red, blue, and purple. These substances are sticky and have some more effects. The black one is the most sticky and it makes King unable to move. The green one is acidic and it corrodes King's clothes and skin. Then the yellow one is very smelly that those who stand nearby need to get away because of the smell. As for the red, blue, and purple, they are very poisonous. These three substances are made of different types and combinations of poison. Someone in Ruff's team who has researched many types of poisons has made these combinations that cause different effects. The poison substances are turning into gas and spread. These three types of poisons combined midair and spread around King. The clowns immediately retreat while taking the samurais with them. Their enemies also try to retreat, but the clowns and samurais attack them and throw them into the poisonous gas area. The high toxicity kills them upon contact because they are too weak. The stronger ones can defend it to some extent but they also suffer in the end and some die. The effect on the surrounding is already that scary, so it must be worse for King who stays in the middle. Well, it should be the case but it's not the case because King just stands there as if nothing happens. He suddenly makes the flame on his back bigger to cover his whole body. The flame burns the substance and also the poisonous gas in the air. The burnt gas creates another explosion in the area and kills some people. But it removes all the poisonous gas in the air. Damn, he doesn't hesitate even though his men are in the range, says Ruff in disbelief. There's no room for hesitation in the war. The weak will die, no matter who they are. Enemies, allies, or even yourself can die here, says King who suddenly appears in front of Ruff. Ruff is very surprised to see King suddenly appears in front of him even though their distance was quite far. He sees King's flame reduce but he doesn't have time to think about it because King's sword is moving toward him already. Ruff thinks his end has come but suddenly a hand wearing a metal gauntlet passes beside his left cheek and catches King's katana. King is surprised and so is Ruff who starts to smile brightly as he turns around. Then Ruff says happily, "Cricket." Chapter 255, Lightning vs T-Rex. As the war rages on, a battle on the side of the main group is also getting heated up. Enel is fighting the current Jack who wears a metal mask on his face. Jack is in his T-Rex form with his mask strangely becoming larger and covering his whole T-Rex face. "How strange, your mask can grow along with your face," says Enel as he holds his gold staff. "Why are you saying that even though your clothes also get your devil fruit abilities intangibility?" says Jack. "Well, I guess you're right, devil fruit is the strange thing here," says Enel as he spins his staff. Enel grins and hits a drum on his back, Kaitan. A giant lightning wolf comes out of the drum and rushes at Jack. Jack just looks at it as the wolf gets closer to him. Then when it gets very close, Jack suddenly opens his mouth and roars very strongly. The roar is so deafening that Enel needs to cover his ears. It also has strong power and destroys the lightning wolf instantly, surprising Enel. When Jack stops roaring, Enel has some blood dripping from his ears. Enel's ears are very sensitive because of his devil fruit. It amplifies his hearing which also affects his mantra, allowing him to hear people from a very far distance. It is very good power and also a disadvantage at the same time. Damn, that roar makes me very dizzy. The stronger I get, the stronger my hearing becomes. This level of sound won't be a problem in the past. I have learned to suppress it, but his roar is very powerful. Besides, the suppression only works when I use mantra. My strong hearing is a physical ability, so I can't suppress it like mantra, thinks Enel as he staggers a little. Jack sees Enel become unstable and runs very fast to him. When Enel realizes it, Jack's tail has arrived beside his face and hits him. He flings very fast and crashes onto the wall, destroying it quite well. So you are weak against loud sound, says Jack. So what? I bet it isn't just me who suffers from your roar. It must be a technique of yours that can amplify your roaring volume, says Enel as he looks at some people nearby who also get affected. Many people get affected, but they're either just getting dizzy or even faint. No one has their ears bleeding like Enel, meaning that he hears far better than others. He will keep getting hurt if Jack keeps using that. But Enel doesn't go unprepared. He knows it's one of his weaknesses, so he has prepared something in advance. What he prepared was actually a headphone which actually works. It can play music and songs stored using tone dials inside each head. Of course, the music and songs are played by Brooke's team and sometime with the whole crew. The music volume can also be adjusted. This headphone helps Enel block outside noise up to 50% and can also give him entertainment. He is actually playing the songs now with the lowest volume. But even this lowest volume is already loud enough for him. With the music on, the outside noise gets blocked even more that Enel can almost hear nothing aside from the music. He also can enjoy the music, so he always brings it since he gets it. This headphone is very useful in many ways for Enel. "What are you doing?" asks Jack as he sees Enel taps his left foot following on the beat. "I can't hear what you are saying, but I think you are asking about this thing. Then I'll tell you about it. After you died," says Enel before he flashes forward with lightning speed. Enel suddenly appears on Jack's face and places his right hand at the metal mask. "I'll test you with this. 100 million volt Vari." Enel shoots a strong lightning attack from his hand toward Jack. The attack is wide enough to engulf Jack and it is very powerful that the floor gets destroyed. But the destruction only happens around Jack, meaning Enel's control over his ability is very high. "I doubt it'll work, but how is it?" asks Enel before he suddenly flashes away. Enel is just right on time to evade a strong tail attack from Jack. Jack's T-Rex tail is very flexible and can even get longer a little. That's why he can attack Enel, who sits on his face using his tail. But Jack has anticipated it and rushes at Enel immediately after he finished his tail attack. He opens his mouth widely and jumps at Enel before trying to bite Enel. Of course, Enel can evade it even though he has just landed. It's just that he is very surprised by Jack's insane speed. Jack is very fast despite having the giant body of a T-Rex. But no matter how fast a T-Rex is, lightning is still faster. Probably, light is the only thing faster than lighting. "Max 200 million volt Vari!" shouts Enel as he shoots a stronger attack at Jack. "Arg!" screams Jack as the lightning strikes him. "Ha, what a monster!" comments Enel while smiling as he sees Jack still standing like nothing happened, even though his skin is charred and the ground below him is destroyed very badly. Jack is glaring at Enel as he says, "That's a very good massage. Hitting all my nerves while heating my body, making me very relaxed. The lightning power and heat that can cook your flesh is just a massage? You are really a monster," says Enel. Lightning isn't just fast, it's also strong and hot. That's why Enel's devil fruit is considered strong even among Logia type. If only the Enel in the canon broadens his horizon by going to the Blue Sea, he will be far stronger than that. Just like now when he is still 19Y.0, he is already as strong as he is in the canon at 37Y.0, or at least that's what Buggy believes in. All his experience since he joined the clowns have surpassed all those years he wasted for his ambition on Skypiea. In the canon, Enel has become the strongest on Skypiea, and he even has destroyed Birka. So no one can pose danger to him and it stops his growth. Probably that made him bored and decided to conquer an island and then built Arc Maxim to go to the Fairy Verth. Well, Buggy doesn't know the details, so Enel might be just an asshole in the series. It doesn't matter though, because now Enel has become his crewmate. He is still an asshole, but not the kind of asshole that should be eradicated. The fact that he can be like this means that Enel isn't evil from the beginning. He is just blinded by his ambition and dream to find Fairy Verth. As long as someone guides him and he has people to keep watch on him, Enel will change. Well, not anyone can handle the strong-willed Enel like Buggy. Even if they can, they might not be able to make Enel reach his full potential. Buggy can make Enel become this strong just in a short time, and Enel still has room to grow. Now, he can even match Jack, a veteran and one of the strongest members of Beast's Pirates. Jack isn't an easy opponent that will fall from his strongest lightning attack. So he will be a good stepping stone for Enel. Enel and Jack keep fighting using their own skills and abilities. But they still hide their trump cards because they are still trying to find their opponent's weakness. They don't want to use their trump card and risk getting defeated because they don't know their opponent's weakness. They fight while also watching the situation on the battlefield. Buggy still fights against Kaido on the bottom floor and they are amazed by that fight. But then they see Buggy gets shot to the rooftop by Kaido's attack. Jack grins while Enel doesn't have a change of expression. "It seems your captain will lose," says Jack. As if he was holding back before to not cause too many casualties on our side. He will be able to go all out where there's no disturbance. "That means, it's time for me to go all out too," says Enel as he gets into a fighting stance. Chapter 256, Avenger. It's not only the All-Stars that can fight well and give the clowns a hard time. The high-ranking executives are also strong and fight the clowns' executives well. Also, all high-ranking executives of Beast's Pirates are Zoan Devil Fruit users, so they are troublesome opponents. Smile hasn't been invented now, so all the Devil Fruit users in Beast's Pirates are natural ones. They all are also executives because Devil Fruit is hard to find, so only some people can get it. The troops are all non-Devil Fruit users before the invention of Smile. The clowns are in charge of fighting Beast's Pirates while the Red Scabbards fight Orikai's generals. So now, only the clowns' executives need to worry about fighting Devil Fruit users. Just like Mantis, who currently fights a 35Y. Woman with long green hair. You seem similar to someone but I don't remember who, says Mantis while facing the woman. Do you remember Doran? Asks the woman while gritting her teeth. Mantis tries to remember but, I can't remember him. Is he a merchant or something? The green-haired woman suddenly gets angry and shouts, he is the leader on Breeze Island that you destroyed. I am A.K.A., his little sister, and I will avenge his death. Mantis is taken aback and finally remembers Doran. Ah, he was the one that gets defeated by Magnus, hey? That guy sure was strong and Magnus has almost failed. So he is your brother, no wonder I thought I knew you. But well, if you want to avenge him, then you need to show me that you have the power to do so, old woman. A.K.A. gets more enraged after Mantis called him an old woman. Sure, Mantis is some years younger than her, so she is older. But that doesn't mean that she is old, and being called old is something that she really hates. I'll kill you, bitch! Shouts A.K.A. angrily. Hat, look at yourself before you say that, says Mantis as she sees A.K.A. transforms. A.K.A. transforms into a 10 meters red centipede with black legs. Well, it's not a centipede actually, but the ancestor of centipedes. A.K.A. ate an ancient Zoan devil fruit, insect fruit, model, Arthropleura. Damn, do all these executives ate ancient Zoan fruits? Curses Mantis as she looks at the gigantic creature. That's what ranking gave us. If we are strong enough, we can get strong devil fruit too. This devil fruit was a gift from my brother after he became an executive. So I will use his gift to slaughter you, says A.K.A. Ha, strong devil fruit, hey? Do you know my captain's devil fruit? He just can split himself into parts. People consider his fruit to be weak, but now, he can stand in front of a dragon, says Mantis. What do you want to say? Asks A.K.A. impatiently. Captain is someone who believes that there is no strong or weak devil fruit. They just have different uses and their growth depends on their users. Even Pirate King Roger wasn't a devil fruit user and he could stand above everyone in the world. So if you are weak, you will still be weak even with such strong-looking devil fruit, says Mantis while pointing her staff at A.K.A. A.K.A. gets angry because Mantis just said that she is weak. She knows she isn't the strongest in her crew, but she isn't weak. It's really infuriating to be called weak by a girl years younger than her who also doesn't have any devil fruit. Kayla is someone who believes that devil fruit makes the user stronger. You'll regret this, claims Kayla as she rushes at Mantis. Kayla attacks Mantis using her armored head and Mantis parries it to the right using her staff. But Kayla keeps moving and attacks Mantis using her numerous blade-like legs. Mantis can't afford to get hit by the sharp legs, so she defends using her staff. Thousands of blades, says Kayla as she keeps attacking Mantis with her sharp legs. She moves around Mantis, up and down to attack Mantis using her sharp blade-like legs. Mantis can't get out of her encirclement because she blocks all escape routes with her long and massive body. This technique is Kayla's signature attack that has killed many people. Too bad that Mantis isn't like many people with her strength and skills. She can defend against Kayla's attacks well despite the attacks coming from every direction. Mantis utilizes her staff handling skills and haki really well to protect herself. But she can't stay defensive for too long because it will tire her. She needs to get out of Kayla's entrapment as fast as she can. So she needs to attack and break Kayla's attacks flow. Her back and legs seem very tough, but her belly seems softer. I need to aim that, thinks Mantis. Mantis immediately crouches to evade the legs that move beside her. The legs that attack her are the ones that move above ground because the ground is used for a foothold. So the legs that step on the ground can't attack and Mantis uses that gap. After she crouched, Mantis covers her body with a haki to protect herself from Kayla's legs while she attacks. Then she swings her staff upward at a high speed while jumping a little. The staff moves past Kayla's legs and hits her belly. Some legs hit Mantis as she moves, but her haki protects her well. Arg! Screams Kayla in pain as she gets flung upwards quite high. Mantis uses this chance when Kayla can't get away midair. She jumps and prepares her staff on her right side while covering it with haki. Then she swings her staff at Kayla as strong as she can. But Kayla sees her coming, so she moves to protect herself. She coils her body like a millipede, making her armor on the back covers her whole body. It makes Mantis's attack hit her armor and flings her to the wall because Mantis hits from the side. Mantis lands and looks at the destroyed hole before she gets into a stance. She knows that Kayla won't get defeated just by that, and she is right. Kayla comes out from the destroyed wall and runs with her numerous legs at a high speed. Die, you damn bitch! Shouts Kayla as she tries to headbutt Mantis. Sorry, but I don't plan to die now. So you can do it yourself, says Mantis as she thrust her metal staff at Kayla's armored head. Boom! The clash creates a booming sound and a strong shockwave. They get into a stalemate for a moment before they get pushed back at the same time. Mantis slides a few meters back while Kayla's Arthropleura's front body raises and arches upwards. What a tough carapace, says Mantis as she looks at Kayla's head that doesn't get damaged. TCH, how could that small body has that much strength? Ponders Kayla in frustration. Mantis hears it and smirks, this is the result of training. Human's body is stronger than you thought. Humph, why bother training so hard if you can get the same result with less training if you have devil fruit ability? Such a waste of time, says Kayla as she strikes again. Sigh, whatever, it's hard to talk with Stonehead, says Mantis as she jumps to evade Kayla's strike. As Mantis jumps, Kayla suddenly arches her rear body upwards. She strikes Mantis using her rear body and slams Mantis to a pillar, destroying it. She smiles smugly, but then her smile stiffens when Mantis comes out of the rebels unscathed. Mantis brushes off the dust on her clothes and says, well, I shouldn't play around anymore. I need to cook for everyone because they'll be hungry after fighting. Those guys' appetites are not easy to satiate. Chapter 257, Team Match. Brooke, duck! Shouts Jude from behind Brooke. He does as she says, and then a sharp arc blade of ash passes above him. The sharp ash blade flies toward a woman who wears a full set of gold armor and wields a pair of gold lances. It almost hits her, but someone suddenly appears and blocks it. The one who blocks it is a big and tall man with a full set of silver armor that has the same design as the gold armor. He wields a big silver shield and sword in his left and right hand. He can swing them around easily despite their size, so he is strong. TCH, why did a pair of knights appear in the Battle of Pirates? Asks Jude pistily. Jude-san, Dion-san has told us about them. They are Beast's pirates executives, the twin knights. So they are pirates despite being knights like that, says Brooke. I know, it just doesn't feel right because they don't feel like pirates. Usually, pirates don't like to spend money on armor like this, after all, says Jude. Well, we still need to defeat them nonetheless. This battle will also be a good experience for when we fight armored opponents, says Brooke. Yeah, it sure sounds good when you say it like that, says Jude before they start attacking. Brooke attacks the big man who holds a shield, who is the tanker on the enemy's side. He attacks the man using his sword, but the man keeps defending using the large shield. The man is also agile and fast at moving his shield despite its size and weight. Double ash fangs, says Jude so suddenly. While Brooke keeps the man occupied, Jude attacks using her ash. She makes two sharp ash spikes that move past beside Brooke on both sides. Her target is the woman in gold behind, and now the man can't do anything because Brooke keeps attacking him. But it's not like he needs to help the woman, which is his older sister. She is not a weak woman that needs protection, she is strong, after all. She can protect herself and doesn't really need her brother's protection. The woman sees Jude's ash spikes come and she ducks down to evade them. But then Jude controls the sharp tip to move back toward the woman. It surprises the woman, but she still can react to it and jumps away. Jude's double ash fangs still chase her like snakes with sharp pointy heads. Now the woman knows she can't keep evading, so she holds her lances tightly before thrusting them toward the spikes. The woman strikes the ash spikes consecutively and Jude also does the same. Both of them can exchange many blows just in a few seconds. But nothing lasts forever, and so is their exchange of attacks. Jude's ash spikes get destroyed, but the woman also gets pushed back. The same thing happens to Brooke and the man, who push each other back. But the man's shield is now frozen because of Brooke's ability to summon cold. Sis, this is not good. We can't keep fighting like this. They have more power and stamina than us. I know your hands are hurt now after defending that attack. But they are still in good condition even now, says the silver man, Billy. I know that, Billy, you don't need to tell me every single thing. It's time to use our ability, says Millie, the gold woman. Billy grins and says, finally. After saying that, Billy's body suddenly gets even bigger and taller than he already is. His armor's parts get separated by his sudden growth and brown fur appears in the gaps of his armor parts. He has transformed into his hybrid brown bear form. The same thing also happens to Millie, but she doesn't get bigger. She just gets a little taller and grows a long yellow tail with black dots. The fur on the armor gaps is also yellow with black dots. Two black lines on her face shows that she transforms into her hybrid cheetah form. Bear fruit, model, brown bear, and cat fruit, model, cheetah. Hat, interesting. I thought you have ancient Zoan like the other executives, says Jude. Do you think ancient Zoan fruits are easy to find? They are very rare and very expensive. Besides, having ancient Zoan doesn't guarantee our strength. In the end, devil fruits are just weapons. How to use them is up to the users, says Millie. Jude grins and says, exactly. You will be good members of our crew with such thinking because everyone in our crew also thinks like that. Too bad that we are enemies now. They stop their chat and start to fight again. Brooke and Billy rush toward each other and Jude makes a big ash snake to attack Millie, who hasn't moved behind. But suddenly, Billy jumps and hits the ash snake with his big shield. As he blocks the ash snake, Millie suddenly runs very fast. Her cheetah power makes her can run at a very high speed. Jude and Brooke can't even follow her running speed. They only realize her when Brooke's body gets split in half. Millie attacked the backbones on his stomach with her lance and they got separated in a joint. Then she immediately rushes at Jude, who is still surprised by what happened. Millie thrust her lances at Jude's body and successfully hits Jude. She moves past her and grins before her grin stiffens. She has just realized that she doesn't feel like she has just stabbed a human's body. "Ash?" asks Millie as she looks at the ash that scatters on the floor. Suddenly, the scattered ash shot at her like bullets. She reacts in an instant and runs away from her position. Just some seconds late and she will get pierced by those ash bullets. Millie then looks at Jude's initial position and she can only see a big lump of ash there. The ash then moves and forms a human figure. It finally shaped into Jude, who doesn't have any injury on her body. Jude transformed her whole body into ash when she saw Millie running toward her after splitting Brooke. Her ohaki isn't as good as Buggy, so she couldn't just transform some parts of her body and risk being hit. "Brooke, how long will you stay like that? We are still fighting right now," says Jude. Millie frowns as she asks, "Hey? What are you?" Before her eyes widen. "Yo ho ho ho, I know that very well, Jude-san. I just wanted to lay down a bit," says Brooke as his upper body gets attached to his lower body again. Millie and Billy widen their eyes seeing Brooke recovers. But they immediately calm down again when they think of devil fruit. Everything is possible with devil fruit, after all. It's the most mysterious power in the world. Both sides resume their battle again and get more cautious with each other. This is a team battle, so they work together with their teammate. The two teams aren't using their full power now. They try to assess their opponent's power first. The twins' transformations have changed many factors in this battle, after all. On the twins' side, their teamwork is superb and their roles are clear. Billy is a defender that will attack sometime and Millie is their main attacker. They fight really well with clear roles and they understand each other very well, so they never make mistakes in their cooperation. Jude and Brooke also have good teamwork, but their roles aren't very clear. Both of them can defend and attack, although they are more used to attacking. They often switch roles as the defender and attacker without any clear pattern. So their battle is like a strong and solid team vs an unpredictable team. They all are using their devil fruit abilities, but they still hide many things. The abilities that they've shown are just the tips of the icebergs. Then after fighting like that for some minutes, it's finally the time to get more serious. They know their opponents are hiding their power, but they still get the gist of each other's power. Now is the time to get serious and finish this. Chapter 258, Fake. On the second floor, Odin runs around but can't find Orakai. So he goes up but still can't find any trace of Orakai. Odin goes to the upper floors to find Orakai and finally finds him on the 5th floor. Well, at least that's what he thought, because the one there isn't Orakai but someone else, an old woman, Kurozumi Higurashi. The old woman has clone fruit that allows her to change her appearance into someone else. "Nikyakyakyo, are you looking for Lord Orakai, Odin?" "Too bad, he isn't here," says Higurashi. "Higurashi? Damn, where is Orakai?" asks Odin angrily. "Who knows? Maybe he is busy destroying Kuri now," Nikyakyakyo, laughs Higurashi sinisterly. Odin widens his eyes hearing that, because that means Orakai is attacking Kuri now. It makes Odin angry and he rushes to attack Higurashi while shouting angrily. He jumps and then swings his swords at Higurashi. Clang! But Odin's sword suddenly hits a greenish transparent barrier. "Semi-maru," says Odin in surprise when he sees an old man sitting on the back. "Nikyakyakyo, you won't have any chance, Odin. Do it, Semi-maru," orders Higurashi. Suddenly, the barrier transforms into a big ball that entraps Odin inside it. The two Kurozumis plan to make Odin unable to move by trapping him inside a barrier. "Let me go, you two!" shouts Odin as he tries to attack the barrier using his sword, but no scratch is formed. "Nikyakyakyo, It's futile, Odin, you will just stay there and wait for everything you've fought for to get destroyed, says Higurashi. Damn! I won't forgive you, says Odin angrily. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion happens at Odin's location and engulfs him. But when the dust disappears, the barrier and Odin can be seen to be fine. What happened? Asks Higurashi in confusion. Mr. Odin, please calm down. You can get out of this predicament easily if you are calm. Your judgment has become dull because you don't think calmly, says Della, who is standing near the stairs from below with her secretary suit. Della is holding a rifle which she used to shoot an explosive bullet just now. She wanted to test the barrier's toughness, but it was a lot tougher than she thought. The explosive bullet couldn't even scratch it even though it has high destructive power. Renov.com. Della-chan. Why are you here? Asks Odin. Vice Captain ordered me to see what you're up to when he saw you ran here. I never thought that you would get caught by enemies, says Della. Haha, sorry about this. Wait. It's not the time to do this, Kuri is in danger. Orakai is attacking Kuri, says Odin. Please rest assured. We have left some troops there in case the enemies come there. So there shouldn't be any problem, says Della. Ah, that's right, says Odin as he remembers that they have left a lot of men to protect Kuri. Nikyakyakyo, do you think that will be enough? Lord Orakai has brought many men to attack your territory. There are more than 5,000 people in our troop there. I doubt you have more men stationed there, says Higurashi. 5,000. Damn, we only have 200 men there, says Odin while gritting his teeth. Higurashi and Semimaru laugh, while Odin has a grim expression. Nikyakyakyo, that's it, Odin. Fall into despair, says Higurashi sinisterly. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, a few explosions happen again and now they engulf Higurashi. Della has had enough of this useless conversation and decides to end it. So she shoots the one who caused it, the old woman Higurashi. After the explosion subsides, Higurashi's body can be seen lying on the floor. She is unconscious now after taking a few rounds of explosions. She isn't a combatant, after all, so she is weak, and these explosions are enough to defeat her. Sigh, this old hag has gotten into my nerves. She should have just shut the hell up, says Della very pissedly. Della-chan? Asks Odin unsurely. It is his first time seeing Della behave like this. She always has this image of being a calm and professional person, so this is very unexpected. Well, Della wasn't like this before she joined the clowns. But her crewmates' behaviors made her become like this. They couldn't be handled with kindness every time and she needed to be strict and even merciless on many occasions. Della learned all of these from Mantis, who is feared by anyone in the crew including Buggy. Now Della can make everyone in the crew behave correctly by herself, except for the executives. The executives are still too much for her, but there is Mantis to handle them, so it's fine. Still, her method to make the crew obedient by being harsh gets embedded in her heart. Now she will become like this every time she is pissed. She often tries to hold it, but there is a limit to her patience and it makes her burst like now. Motherfucker just can't shut her damn mouth, says Della with a very pissed face. Della-chan, aren't you getting angry too fast? Asks Odin while still inside the barrier ball. Hey! Asks Della intimidatingly. And no, it's okay, says Odin scaredly. Phew, now it's just that geezer, right? Asks Della while looking at Semimaru. The geezer gets nervous, but he still keeps his calm face. He suddenly plays his lute and the barrier that traps Odin suddenly rolls toward Della. Arg, I'm spinning! Yells Odin as he rolls along with the barrier ball. Boom boom boom! Della shoots explosive bullets at the barrier ball but still can't stop it. TCH, so troublesome! Says Della as he runs down the stairs to the lower floor. Semimaru stops the barrier ball right in front of the stairs leading down. He can't see the lower floor, so he can't control the barrier ball to chase Della. To defeat Semimaru, Della needs to come up again. So she will need to go through the stairs again. He just needs to prevent that from happening, so he uses the barrier ball to block the entrance. Semimaru then changes the barrier's shape from a ball to a square to fit the entrance. Della won't be able to pass through it, so she needs to take a detour for other entrances located far away. Of course, Odin is still inside the barrier, dizzy from the roll before. Semimaru is just about to get up to check on Higurashi, but suddenly, boom boom boom. The floor below and around him suddenly explode and collapse. The explosions aren't big, but the floor is still collapsing and he is engulfed in it. Those explosions also make the surrounding area collapse, including the entrance where Odin is. They also destroyed the lower floor, the fourth floor. Odin, Higurashi, and Semimaru then fall to the third floor together. The barrier that traps Odin disappears as the explosions happen. So now Odin needs to protect himself without the barrier. But it's easy for Odin to do it. He just needs to cover his body with a haki. The rebels from the fourth and fifth floors fall and gather on the third floor. After some moments, someone comes out from the rebels. It's Odin. Something like this won't injure him too much even if he doesn't use haki. Cough cough, what happened? Why do the floors suddenly collapse? Asks Odin while looking up at the big holes. It seems you are fine, hey? Asks Della as she approaches Odin from afar. Hey? Della-chan, was this your doing? Asks Odin. Yes, I put explosives below the location where that old man sits. Although it seems I overdid it a little, says Della. Della suddenly throws some grenades into the rebels and creates big explosions again. Odin runs while yelling at her to stop. Now they've died for sure, says Della while looking at two charred corpses. Are they Higurashi and Semimaru? Asks Odin. Yes, they haven't died, so I needed to kill them because Captain gave a direct order to kill these two if we met them. Their abilities are too troublesome. Now, Lord Odin, what's your next move? Asks Della. Odin thinks for a while before answering, I will return to Kuri. Chapter 259, Rooftop Battle. On the rooftop, Buggy is looking at the dragon Kaido who moves around in the sky. He holds his twin kopis swords tightly while waiting for Kaido to make a move. Worororo, you are quite good, brat. But that won't be enough to defeat me. You alone aren't enough, says Kaido. You think so? Why don't you try me, Big Eel? Asks Buggy while smirking. As you wish. Bolo breath. Says Kaido as he shoots a massive fire breath from his mouth. Buggy grins as he holds Pollux tighter and flows his haki into it. Then Buggy swings Pollux diagonally from above, creating a big slash attack aimed at the breath's left side. The slash attack hits the fire breath and surprisingly it redirects the breath, making it goes to the sea. What? Says Kaido in surprise. You think I've shown my full power? How naive, Kaido-chan, says Buggy while smirking. It seems I underestimated you too much before. Well, doesn't matter, that level of power still won't be enough to defeat me, says Kaido. Really? I'm doomed then, says Buggy with a mocking tone. Don't be too arrogant, brat. K-fu. Shouts Kaido as he shoots multiple sharp wind blades toward Buggy. Buggy just grins and stands while holding his twin kopis swords. Kaido doesn't know what Buggy intends to do and keeps shooting his wind blades. But then he widens his eyes a little as Buggy breaks apart his wind blades with the swings of the twin kopis swords. I can just let these blades cut me and I won't receive any damage. But that will make the rooftop collapse and I won't have any foothold. This rooftop is tough, but I doubt it will be fine if it receives these blades, thinks Buggy as he grins. Buggy keeps breaking the wind blades apart by himself. He detached his hands to defend against the wind blades at the distance. His O-haki is being used at its max to detect all the incoming wind blades. Is this all you've got, little Kaido? What a disappointment, says Buggy. You damn brat really know how to mock someone, says Kaido before he dives at Buggy. Buggy just grins and waits while sheathing his swords. Then when Kaido gets right in front of him, Buggy sends a punch to Kaido's dragon face using his right hand. He can use his sword but he feels it will be more satisfying if he uses his fist instead. Kaido gets pushed to the side and so is Buggy, who gets pushed by the recoil. The dragon's scales are too hard and Kaido is strong, so his punch doesn't affect Kaido too much. Still, he pushes Kaido with just a punch, so his strength is sufficient to fight Kaido. I haven't even used my advanced armament and conqueror haki. But I've managed to push Kaido in his dragon form. It seems I won't lose in a battle of strength against this beast, thinks Buggy excitedly. Kaido hasn't become an emperor yet because now the ones who are considered as emperors of the sea are just Whitebeard and Big Mom. The four emperors system hasn't been established yet. But Kaido already has the qualification to be one. He can fight Odin on equal footing, showing his immense power. Odin was a division captain in Whitebeard Pirates and also the main member of Roger Pirates before the Great Age of Pirates. Now Odin has become stronger and Kaido, who can match him, must be very strong. Buggy knows that the current Kaido isn't as strong as the Kaido in the series that Luffy fight. After 20 years, he must have grown considerably stronger and had much more experience. He is also still 59 in the series, meaning that he is still in his prime. But that doesn't mean that the current Kaido is weak. He is strong and can destroy an island with one attack of his dragon breath. It's just that he will be stronger after 20 years, but Buggy doesn't know how much stronger Kaido will be. Before his transmigration to this world, Buggy has read the manga where Kaido and Big Mom clash against Luffy, Zoro, Law, Kid, and Killer. The five of them fight two emperors together, so it's 2 or 3 of them against one. But now, Buggy is facing Kaido alone without anyone helping him. Kaido sends a claw attack at Buggy while moving at a very high speed. Buggy jumps and evades the claws while swinging his swords right after unsheathing them. He creates a cross-slash attack and hits Kaido's dragon body. As I thought, it doesn't even scratch him. Only attacks infused with advanced armament and conqueror haki or non-physical attacks can break through those tough dragon scales. But I don't want to be too hasty. I am not stupid enough to go all out from the start and waste my energy. He isn't someone that can be defeated just by that. I will see how he fights first and take every opportunity to win, thinks Buggy as he evades another bolo breath. Buggy evades some more of Kaido's claw attacks while thinking, I am not Luffy, so I can't rely on the protagonist's plot armor and luck to survive any situation. The reason I can survive until now, even though I almost died many times, is because of my own strength. I always train and do everything I could to gain more power. Never in my life will I rely on luck and fate like a protagonist. Buggy ends that thought as he pushes Kaido's dragon jaw from below using his strong uppercut. It is still not an attack infused with advanced haki, but it's enough to push Kaido away. Furthermore, thin cracks appear on the scales that Buggy punched. They crack. Even if it's thin, I can crack them using my physical power. I crack the scales that have protected Kaido from many kinds of power with my own physical power. This is amazing, thinks Buggy excitedly. That is the result of Buggy's effort to gain strength for a few years. He always improves himself every day through many ways. Now, his years of struggle have been paid a little. He hurts me. Just a mere punch can hurt and even crack my scales. This brat isn't ordinary. But, thinks Kaido, something like this won't be enough to defeat me. You alone aren't enough, you need Odin if you really want to win. Too bad that he won't come here, says Kaido as he lands on the rooftop. What do you mean? Asks Buggy. Kaido smirks and says, A.K.A and his men are attacking Kuri as we speak now. Odin must have been aware of it because A.K.A's men that stay here should have told him. He will surely run back to Kuri with all he has. But when he arrives in Kuri, it will be too late. Kaido grins seeing Buggy look down, but then he gets surprised when he sees Buggy's smirk that turns into a giggle. "What are you laughing at?" asks Kaido. "Well, do you think I won't predict something like this to happen?" asks Buggy back. "So you've left people there, huh? But will that be enough? Orokai has many people under him and some of my men also join them. I know most of your troops are here, so maybe there are only some left in Kuri," says Kaido. "Ha ha ha, I don't know that you care about numbers that much, Kaido. You of all people should know that number doesn't matter in front of overwhelming strength," says Buggy. "Do you mean you have someone that can wipe out Orokai's force there?" asks Kaido as he transforms into his hybrid form. "Didn't you say it yourself?" "He is on his way there," says Buggy. "Odin? Humph, it will be too late when he arrives," says Kaido. "That's right, he will be late. But what if some people can hold those thousands of men who attack Kuri? I'm sure the story will be different," says Buggy while grinning. Buggy sees Kaido frowns and says, "You aren't the only one who has planted spies, little Kaido." Chapter 260, Attack on Kuri. Just like what Kaido and Higurashi said, the situation in Kuri isn't that good. Orokai's army has arrived on Kuri's border and now the 200 men that Odin left are facing them. Compared to the 5,000 men in Orokai's group, these 200 people seem to have no chance of winning. However, the 200 men have a strong samurai as their leader. He is none other than the daimyo of Ringo, Shimotsuki Ushimaru, the descendant of Shimotsuki Ryama who slain a dragon in the past and owned the black sword, Shusui. Yasui is also in Kuri, but he isn't much of a fighter so he doesn't join the battle and stays behind to protect the civilians. Ushimaru is stronger and more suitable to lead a battle to defend Kuri. Some daimyos who follow Odin have joined the war. Their people also have evacuated to Kuri so they need to defend Kuri at all costs. Although leaving only 200 men to defend Kuri is not enough, they don't have another choice because their total number is far lower than their enemies. "Orokai, I thought you are in Onigashima now," says Ushimaru. "Gufahaha, why should I be there when Kaido is present? He alone is enough to destroy everything you brought there," brags Orokai. "If that's enough, then I don't see any reason for you to come here," says Ushimaru. "Reason? Gufufu, I just want to clean up everything so we don't need to do it after we win this war," says Orokai. The samurais behind Ushimaru clench their fists but Ushimaru stays calm. "Then, let's see who will do the clean up first," says Ushimaru while unsheathing his katana. Following Ushimaru, the 200 samurais behind him also unsheath their katana. Of course, the 5,000 men on Orokai's side also prepare their weapons. There aren't only samurais but also ninjas on Orokai's side so their weapons vary. "Gufahaha, don't worry, Ushimaru. You won't get killed in this war. I will personally set an execution for you in the flower capital along with Odin, so be grateful for that," says Orokai. "That execution, you can reserve it for yourself," says Ushimaru while pointing his katana at Orokai with an intimidating gaze. Orokai is taken aback and gets frightened so he takes a step back, falling on his butt. "Lord Orokai, please don't worry about his threat, he is trying to make you nervous," says Fukuro Kyuju, the head of Onue Banju Ninja who always stays beside Orokai. "Why you right, he is trying to mess with me. Damn, how dare he use petty tricks on me. I won't forgive him. I will prepare the worst punishment for him later," says Orokai angrily. "I understand, my lord. Now, please give us your command," says Fukuro Kyuju. "All right. Then, attack!" shouts Orokai. Boom boom boom. Some big explosions happen on the battlefield but they aren't on the Kuri's side. The explosions happen on Orokai's side, inside their formations. No one anticipated this and they all are surprised, be it from Kuri or Orokai's side. Orokai's men are very confused now and they all become scattered because of the explosions. The samurais on Kuri's side are just as flustered and don't know what to do. They are just watching as Orikai's army formation breaks apart as everyone scatters. What happen? Asks Orikai panicky. I don't know, my lord. But we will protect you, so please calm down, says Fukuro Kyujo as some of his men encircle him and Orikai to protect them. Master Fukuro Kyujo, it seems there are some people on our side who betray us. They are attacking our men from inside the formation, says someone who comes to report what happened. What? How many? Asks Fukuro Kyujo. Just 7 people, sir, says the man. 7 people. Who are they? Asks Orikai angrily. They are. The man can't finish his words because suddenly his neck gets cut and his head falls to the ground. It surprises Orikai and the ninjas guarding him, so they get more defensive. They all look at the one who cut the man's neck, which is a young man with rainbow hair who holds a ninjato, Dion. Phew, I can finally stop with this facade. I really miss my original face, you know, says Dion while looking at his face's reflection in a small mirror. Who are you? Asks Orikai. You don't recognize me? How sad, we have just met and talked an hour ago, you know, says Dion as he transforms into the ninja's face that he used as a disguise while he infiltrated Orikai's side. Everyone on Orikai's side is very surprised by this, especially Fukuro Kyujo. He never thought that he would get fooled by a spy and get his group infiltrated. Onue Banchu is the best ninja group in this country, after all, so they have a high pride to keep their information safe. But none of that mattered for Dion, and he could easily enter the group using his ability. Even his teammates could infiltrate Orikai's side in lower ranks. Fooling Onue Banchu ninjas weren't as difficult as they thought. Yo, you can transform your appearance? No way. That ability is Higarashi's, so no one else can have it as long as Higurashi is still alive, says Orikai. Oh, did you mistake my ability to be the same as clone fruit? Too bad that they are different kinds of abilities. I won't tell you though, says Dion while smirking and taunting the Onue Banchu ninjas who guard Orikai with his finger. The ninjas are angry, but they don't move because Fukuro Kyujo hasn't given any command. Then finally, he gives them the command to attack Dion and kill him. Fukuro Kyujo knows that Dion is dangerous and needs to be killed immediately. Whoa, easy guys. We were comrades, right? Asks Dion lightly while evading the 5 ninjas' pincer attacks. 5 ninjas are attacking him from all sides while the other 4 stay around Orikai to guard him. The 5 ninjas are attacking Dion at the same time and simultaneously. But he can evade all their attacks with precise movements. Dion hasn't attacked his opponents at all and just keeps on evading. He hasn't done anything except for gathering information for days, so he wants to flex his body. Evading the 5 ninjas' attacks is a very good warm-up for him. My body still feels the same as before, so it's good. But I'm not too happy about this because the others must have been improving since we arrived here. My job was just to collect information, but it was very busy, so I don't have time to train. Sigh, I'm afraid that even Ruff has surpassed me now, thinks Dion as he evades the attacks. The 5 ninjas are attacking with all they have, but Dion evades them easily. He often sparred against Enel, the fastest man on the crew. These 5 guys are very slow compared to Enel, who can move as fast as lightning. Even the fatty Manba can move faster than you guys. With this slow speed, you dare call yourself ninjas? So laughable that it's pathetic, making me unable to laugh, says Dion while smirking. The 5 get angered and Dion just smirks satisfiedly. Then the 5 try to attack him again, but suddenly they fall after their feet get hit by something, making them fall. As they fall, their attacks miss and hit each other instead of Dion, who still can dodge amidst the chaos. Are you all right? Maybe you haven't eaten yet, so you are tired, says Dion mockingly. Everyone gets angry, but then they get very surprised when they see a long green scaly tail on Dion's back. Yo, you, who are you? Asks Orikai. Dion just grins and says, me? I am the clown pirate's best spy, Rainbow Hair Bunglan Dion. Chapter 261, Battles on War. After knowing that A.K.A is attacking Kuri, Odin rushes to the port. But on the way, he remembers that he can't sail by himself on the sea. He needs a navigator, so he tries to find Jude while Della is chasing him. He sees Jude and Brooke are in the middle of a fight against the Twin Knight. Odin barges in and hits the bear and cheetah Twin Knight away. His entry surprises the ones who are fighting, but he doesn't have time to explain everything, so he quickly asks Jude. Jude-chan, help me return to Kuri. A.K.A is attacking Kuri right now, says Odin. What? But I can't leave Brooke to fight by himself against those two, says Jude while pointing at the twins who look fine after getting hit by Odin. Ha ha ha, it will be useless even if you return now. Kuri must have been destroyed by now, says the bearman. Yet, A.K.A has some interesting guys on his side. Also, Queen lent him some weapons to destroy Kuri, says the cheetah woman. Tisk, it seems we need to go now. Brooke, can I leave them to you? Asks Jude. Yes, don't worry, and help Mr. Odin, says Brooke. Brooke is right, just go, says Manhwa, who walks calmly toward them. Manhwa, says Jude in surprise. I will help Brooke, so you just go back to Kuri with Odin and Della. Dion must have made his move, but it will be difficult for him and his team to defend against A.K.A.'s group. He will be able to stall some time though, so it isn't over yet, says Manhwa. I see, then we need to go now, says Jude. Who's Dion? Asks Odin confusedly. Our crewmate who infiltrated A.K.A.'s side. He didn't report anything about A.K.A.'s attack on Kuri though, so there must be some situations. But he and his team should be able to hold against A.K.A.'s group. There are also many samurais that stay guard, right? They must have been holding A.K.A.'s group now, so we still have time. Let's go, says Jude before she runs to the port. Odin and Della follow Jude to the port while Manhwa and Brooke hold the Twin Knight. Manhwa now takes the defensive role while Brooke becomes the attacker. With Manhwa's build and strength, he is more suitable to face the bearman instead of the cheetah woman, after all. You won't go anywhere. Let's do it, Brooke, says Manhwa. Yes, says Brooke before he suddenly plays his guitar that was nowhere to be seen before. While the two of them hold the Twin Knight, Odin, Jude, and Della keep running to the port. Some enemies try to stop them, but Odin easily pushes them away with his sword strikes. They won't die because Odin just pushes them to get out of his way. The three finally arrive at the port and immediately get on Black Pearl. Jude and Della immediately turn their ship's engine on without unfurling the sail. It will be faster to use the engine than the wind power. As they leave Onigashima, the three look at Onigashima's rooftop because they hear loud sounds from there. They see Kaido in dragon form shooting giant wind blades. They know that Buggy is facing Kaido now, but they can only put their faith in Buggy. Captain will be fine. He is the most working hard person on our crew. I've always seen Captain's strength improve every single day since I joined the crew. Cricket even said once to me that Captain can defeat everyone in the crew even if we attack him together, says Jude. Odin smiles and says, I never worried about him. I know his strength very well after fighting him many times in these last few days. Buggyjiro is very strong, and if we fight all out, then he has a high winning chance against me. His growth since we part ways has really surprised me. He might even surpass Roger or Whitey-chan in a few years. Whitey-chan? Asks Jude confusedly. I think it's Shirahige, says Della. Oh, well, of course, he will. Captain will surely be the strongest in the world, everyone in the crew believes it, says Jude confidently. Your crew is really good, says Odin while smiling and looking at Onigashima's rooftop. The three then see the dragon Kaido land on the rooftop and disappear. They know that Kaido has transformed into a smaller form to fight Buggy at one-on-one more seriously. The dragon form is too big and inefficient against one opponent. They stop looking at the rooftop and focus on going back to Kuri. Their priority is to reach Kuri as fast as possible to stop Urukai's army. They can leave the war on Onigashima to their comrades that they believe. The war on Onigashima has turned in their favor since the clowns bombard the enemies using their explosive bullets and grenades. They've reduced the enemy's number a lot because many have been killed and gravely injured by the explosions. Right now, the clowns and Kojiki's samurais are having fierce battles against Beast's pirates and Urukai's men who are here. They have the upper hand, but it doesn't mean the battles are easy even though the enemy's number has been reduced because the ones who survived the explosions are the stronger ones. Bastia, the owl Zoan user who leads the clown's front line, is giving commands to his comrades while fighting a bat Zoan user. They fight in the air while flying and Bastia is having a hard time. He needs to keep watching the battlefield situation while fighting. His fight becomes harder because the bat Zoan user has a troublesome ability. The bat can create a supersonic sound that disrupts his concentration and even injure him from the inside. If his body is not tough enough, then he would have died now. Bang! Suddenly, the Batman gets shot in the stomach and creates an opening. Bastia doesn't waste his chance and attacks even though blood still comes out of his ears, eyes, nose, and mouth because his insides are injured quite badly. He grabs the Batman's head and left shoulder using his sharp claws. Then he dives fast to the floor and slams the Batman. He hasn't finished yet and he increases his grip strength, making his sharp claws pierce the Batman's head. Huffed, he finally died, says Bastia as he sees the Batman returns to his human form. Bastia looks back at Dini the sniper who shot the Batman's stomach and raises his thumb. Dini also raises her thumb and then continues to attack the enemies. She is leading the sniper group to assist their comrades on the front line. Dini's sniper group stays rather far from the battlefield and at a rather high ground. They are on a side of the third floor that has almost collapsed. It is near the entrance that the clowns have destroyed when they have just arrived at the port. The snipers can have good views of the battlefield from the third floor. They can see the frontliners who fight head-on against the enemies using melee weapons. They also can see the gunners who wield rifles move on the flanks. Danny, Dini's male twin sibling, is leading the gunners to attack from the flanks. They use semi-automatic rifles that can shoot many bullets in a few seconds. The gunners move on the flanks and target the enemies that are on the sides. Their target is to block the enemy's movement and reach the enemy's back line. The gunners' number isn't that high, but they are very effective in their attack and have killed or injured many enemies. Their rifles are very deadly and most enemies can't defend against their attacks. Cricket, who watches their men dominating the war as he fights King, is very satisfied. Things look very good on our side. It's just a matter of time for you to get defeated. Why are you so smug just because you defeat the weaklings? As long as Master Kaido is not defeated, you won't have a chance of winning, says King. So it's just that. Then we will win for sure because Captain will win, says Cricket as he jumps to attack King. Chapter 262, Battle of Second. Cricket and King exchange their attacks again after a short break while they spectated the war. King is fighting Cricket using his sword that is cladded in a fire. To face that fire-cladded sword, Cricket constantly uses his Hashoken through his gauntlets. Each of their clashes causes a strong impact that shakes their surrounding. They keep countering each other's attacks using their own attacks. No one dodges or gets defensive. They just go all out with their attacks. This battle goes on for a few minutes until suddenly King's attack passes through. His sword slashes Cricket's body and blood spurts from the diagonal wound. But King is frowning because he feels something isn't right. He finally realizes that his attack was too shallow, but he realizes it late. Cricket has already gotten in front of him with a punch ready. He doesn't have time to react and Cricket's punch hits his face very strongly. Bam! Vibration effects appear on Cricket's fist that hits King's face. King flings back and crashes onto a thick pillar, destroying it. Cricket staggers a bit and looks at the long wound on his torso caused by King's sword. It is a shallow wound, but it still hurts. The fire on his sword burnt my skin so blood doesn't come out anymore, so it's good. It still feels hot though, thinks Cricket. Cricket stops thinking about his wound and looks at King, who walks out of the rebels. Half of the mask on King's face is ripped because of Cricket's previous attack. Blood trickles from King's mouth, indicating that Cricket's attack has dealt good damage to his face. They don't say anything and just stare at each other for a moment before suddenly they rush at each other, then clash again. They exchange blows for some time before it stops because Cricket grabs and holds King's sword with his left hand. Cricket pulls the sword and gets closer to King with a right punch ready. He punches at King, but it gets blocked by King's haki-coated left arm. Unlike before, King doesn't get flung, although he still gets pushed a little. But Cricket hasn't finished his attack yet and still has a move. He suddenly grabs King's left arm that blocked his punch before. Then he pulls King's left arm like when he pulls the sword while grinning. Cricket coats his forehead with a haki before he jumps up to the front. He hits King's lower jaw using his haki-coated forehead. His pulls on King's arm and his jump increase his attack power along with his Hashoken. Ugh! Grunts King as his jaw gets hit. It hasn't finished yet for King because now Cricket also grabs his right arm after releasing his sword. Cricket pulls both of his arms down while rotating backward. Then Cricket sends a kick with two legs while pulling his arms down. King's neck arches backward because of it, but Cricket still hasn't finished. He suddenly pinches King's head between his feet before he spins his body to the side. His spins make King's body also spin, and then Cricket flings him onto the wall again. As I thought, fighting using this kind of martial art is more satisfying. Hashoken is good, but this kind of martial art with flow movements just feels so good. I guess I'll use it more from now on, says Cricket while smiling. Cricket suddenly flinches and drops himself backward. He is right on time to avoid an object that flies past above him. If he doesn't drop backward, his body will get hit by that fast-flying object. The flying object hits some beasts, pirates and samurais who are fighting behind Cricket. Their bodies get pierced, so the object must be very sharp. Cricket looks at it carefully and it suddenly flies back to where it came from. To think you can detach your head and shoot it like a projectile. What a strange ability for a Zoan user, says Cricket as he looks at King in Pteranodon form. The object that almost hit Cricket was King's Pteranodon head. He has a long and sharp beak, so it could pierce through humans' bodies just like how it pierced the beasts, pirates and samurais. It was also very fast that no one else except Cricket could evade it. Zoan Devil Fruit's abilities aren't just limited to transformations into animals. There is much more to it than just that. Zoan can also get utilized in various ways like Paramecia or Logia. You aren't a Devil Fruit user, so you won't know, says King. Yeah, I don't know how it feels. But at least I can tell my crewmates about it and help them improve. We have some Zoan users, you know, says Cricket. Then you will be disappointed because you won't be able to tell them. None of you will leave this place alive, says King. Cricket just smirks and says, be careful with your words, man. It might bite you in the end. King just scoffs and flies at a very high speed toward Cricket. He rotates himself while covering his whole body in the fire. Then he attacks Cricket, but Cricket dodges. King can move around like that and keeps pursuing Cricket, who keeps dodging. How long will you keep dodging? Asks King with a mocking tone. Until you're tired, says Cricket while smirking. King clicks his tongue because Cricket doesn't get provoked by that. But Cricket knows that he can't keep dodging if he wants to win. King is strong and has a lot of stamina, so he won't get tired soon. Cricket then puts some distance between them and King chases him. Cricket prepares his punch and King, who sees it, increases his attack power. Then when King gets very close, Cricket sends his punch toward King. But the clash of their attacks doesn't happen as King thought. In the last moment before the collision, Cricket jumps up and dodges King's attack. King looks up with a shocked gaze as he sees Cricket grins widely. Bam! Cricket punches King from above as strong as he can using Hashoken. It hits King's back ribs and some of them crack because of the strong attack. King crashes to the ground while coughing up some blood. King's body is very tough, especially because of his Lunarian inheritance. But Hashokan's vibration can cause internal damage, and it gets even stronger when combined with Cricket's strong base attack. Still, it's not enough to defeat King, or he won't be the number 2 in Beast's Pirates. King immediately rolls away to dodge another punch sent by Cricket. He stands and looks at Cricket with a very serious expression now. King has underestimated Cricket a lot since the beginning. He thought it will be easy to defeat Cricket, but now it is him who almost lose. Now he knows that he needs to think of Cricket as his equal or even stronger so that he can fight with all his power. He looks for his katana, but it has fallen off when Cricket flung him onto the wall. So he can only use his fists and kicks now. King ignites the flame to cover his whole body now to increase his attack power, even though it will tire him out. "Oh? Aren't you fired up now?" "Literally fired up," says Cricket. "I deem it necessary in order to defeat you," says King. Cricket grins and cracks his neck. "What an honor." "It won't be the same now," says King before they rush at each other to fight again. Chapter 263, Children Fight. While the war rages on and many people died, a little boy and a little girl are sneaking into the rooms of Onigashima. They are Alan and Elan, the 2 little siblings of the clown pirates. The 2 are sneaking into the rooms and stealing valuable items. Buggy has assigned them to do this job before the war started. He told them to do this because they kept asking him to let them join the war. Fighting in the war is still too dangerous for them, so he ordered them to steal instead. The Beast's pirates must have many valuables, so this job is also important. But Buggy told them to prioritize unique items like seastone, documents, weapons, or research journals. Things like gold or treasures can be taken after the war, but those unique items need to be taken soon. When the Beast's pirates get cornered and almost lose, they might try to destroy all those things. They might also have secret weapons that they can use as a last resort. It's better to remove them all while the war still goes on. So far, Alan and Elan have collected many documents but still haven't found any weapon or research documents. Onigashima is too big and has many rooms. Their little feet can't move fast enough to cover all the rooms at once. As they move around the rooms, they find a door leading to an underground room. Both of them look at each other and nod before they enter it. They know that whatever is hidden here must be very valuable. But when they get inside the underground room, they don't find any valuable. Instead, they see 2 kids around their age. One is a boy with a big and tall body with a metal jaw mask and horns on the sides of his head, while the other one is a girl with horns on her forehead. The girl is locked up inside a cage and has a handcuff on her hands, while the boy is guarding on the outside. Both of them look at Alan and Elan, who have just entered, and the big boy suddenly takes out a pair of sickle-like blades. "Big bro, are they the ones that Captain told us?" asks Elan. "Yeah, I think they are. Little Jack the fisherman boy and Kaido's daughter Yamato," says Alan. "What should we do?" asks Elan. "Well, Captain told us to be wary of them, but one of them is being caged up for an unknown reason. We don't need to mind Yamato for now and just need to think about little Jack. You go to take cover while I will fight against him. This is a chance to test my new power," says Alan excitedly. "Are you sure? Won't it be dangerous?" asks Elan worriedly. "We are pirates, danger is a part of our everyday life. Don't worry and just get away from here. I will defeat him and become stronger. Captain told us to not fight, but I couldn't back off now. He is younger than me, so there's no way I will just leave without a fight. Also, it doesn't seem like he'll let us go without a fight," says Alan. Elan thinks for a moment before saying, "All right, be careful, big brother." Alan nods and Elan goes to the side, close to the wall. "Are you a member of Clown Pirates?" asks little Jack. "Do you ever see me in Beast's Pirates before?" "Obviously, I am a member of Clown Pirates, idiot," says Alan. Yamato laughs while little Jack gets angry because of Alan's provocation. He doesn't want to say anything again and just rushes at Alan. Little Jack swings his blade in his right hand at Alan horizontally. Alan ducks and evades the blade before he jumps to the left to evade Little Jack's other blade attack. Then Alan sends a left foot kick covered in his acid power at Little Jack's back. It hits and Little Jack gets flung away with his clothes melting because of the acid. The acid didn't touch Little Jack's skin though, so he is still fine enough. His fishman body makes him far stronger and tougher than normal humans, so Alan's kick didn't affect him too much. It still makes him mad though, because Alan could kick him while he failed to hit Alan. Little Jack rushes at Alan again and starts to attack with his blades. Alan is very nimble and he can keep evading Little Jack's attacks. But he can't keep evading, so he thinks of a strategy for the counterattack. Alan suddenly moves forward while Little Jack is attacking him. He then grabs Little Jack's hands that hold the blades and covers them with his acid. The acid burns Little Jack's hands and Little Jack screams in pain. Little Jack releases his blades and tries to headbutt Alan. But Alan ducks and evades his headbutt. Alan's grip gets weakened though, so Little Jack can release his hands and get away from Alan. "Are you a bull? Damn, trying to headbutt me with those horns on your head," says Alan pissedly. "Stop talking or I'll kill you," says Jack very pissedly. "Oh, scary. Why don't you try then?" asks Alan to provoke Little Jack. "Arg, I'll really kill you," shouts Jack before his body suddenly starts to transform. Alan and Elin watch seriously as Little Jack's body transforms. Little Jack's limbs start to become thick legs with brown fur appearing all over his body. Then two big and long tusks appear beside his mouth and his nose grows into a long trunk. "A mammoth," says Alan in surprise. "Why are you so surprised, big brother? Mr. Dion has informed us about this, you know," says Elin. "Eh? Really? I don't remember," says Alan. Elin can only sigh and tells Alan to just focus on his battle now. Little Jack has transformed into a mammoth, so he is big. It's not the size of a full-grown mammoth but a juvenile. Still, it's big enough and Alan is very small compared to it. Little Jack suddenly raises his trunk and slams it onto the ground in Alan's direction. The slam destroys the ground and the impact keeps moving toward Alan. So Alan doesn't have any choice than jumping to the side to evade it. "Motherfucker, what are you doing? Are you trying to make this underground room collapse?" asks Alan angrily. "That's right," says Little Jack. "Eh? You are? What? Are you stupid? It will kill us all including you," says Alan with a dumbfounded expression. "I won't die," says Little Jack before he uses the same attack again. Alan jumps away again and curses Little Jack loudly. If this underground room collapse, surely Jack will have more survival chance in his mammoth form than the others. Alan himself isn't too worried about himself, but he is worried about his sister. "I need to take this guy outside," thinks Alan before he rushes at Little Jack. Alan covers his right hand with his acid and creates a green acid ball. He throws the acid ball at Little Jack's left eye, but Little Jack blocks it using his trunk. It makes his trunk gets hit by the acid though, and a strong burning sensation is felt on Little Jack's trunk. Little Jack feels that burning sensation again, but now it's on the right side of his body. Alan is running on his right while putting acid on the right side of Little Jack's body. It melts Little Jack's thick mammoth hair, making the skin visible, and gets burnt too. Now Little Jack is very angry and he chases after Alan, who runs toward the stairs to get out. Little Jack follows Alan and he even shrinks his body size a little to pass the door. Then they finally get out of the underground room and Alan stops running now. Alan puts up his fists and grins, "Now we don't need to worry about anything. Come to Papa, little guy." Chapter 264, Fatty and Skelly. The team match Manhwa and Brook vs the Twin Knights starts to get interesting. Manhwa is focusing on defense while Brook is on offense. Even though Manhwa isn't used to defending, he is quite good at it. Manhwa just uses a spear, but he can hold against his opponent's shield and sword. He blocks all the shield attacks and evades the sword attacks. Well, to call it blocking is quite strange because all the shield attacks that he received seemed to get absorbed as no impact was created by their clashes. Damn, what happened? My shield attacks aren't working and it doesn't even push him. It's as if I'm attacking a soft sponge, says Billy the Bearman. It must be his skill or maybe a devil fruit ability. Anyway, we just need to keep attacking them and find a way to win, says Millie, the cheetah woman. Alright, that's the best plan for now, says Billy as he rushes at Manba. Manba blocks Billy's shield with his spear again and says, I heard you want to find a way to defeat us. Well, I hope you'll succeed before you get defeated yourself. TCH, don't get too full of yourself, shouts Billy while swinging his sword at Manba. Manba dodges the sword and coats his arms with A.K.A. Then he holds his spear beside him, ready to thrust it at Billy. I hope you're sturdy enough to try my weapon's new power. Impact, says Manba as he thrust his spear at Billy. Billy blocks the spear with his shield that has been covered by A.K.A. Boom! The clash of Manba's spear and Billy's shield surprisingly makes a big explosion. Of course, the explosion is going toward Billy's side and engulfs him. Well, to call it an explosion is not right because it's actually an impact. The impact dials work really well, says Manba as he looks at his spear. That's right, there are some impact dials installed in Manba's spear. There are also some axe dials that can absorb sharp attacks. Ruff was the one who made this concept and Gil created the weapon. The dials were the ones causing Billy's attack to get nullified. Manba has stored a lot of impact energy from Billy's attacks and releases it at once. Ruff has made it so that the impact will be released from the tip of the spear with some mechanisms. Billy! Shouts Millie as she quickly withdraws from her fight against Brook to check on her twin brother. Billy is lying on the floor without his armor and shield that get destroyed by Manba's attack. But he is still pretty much intact because he protected his body with haki at the right time. His Bear Devil Fruit ability also make him a lot tougher and helped him defend against Manba's attack. Shit, what kind of power was that, says Billy as he stands up slowly because his whole body hurts. Even if he could defend against Manba's attack, the strong impact still damaged his internal organs. If not for his shield, armor, A.K.A. and Bear Devil Fruit ability, his body will be broken apart. That's just how strong the impact energy that Manba has accumulated. Hey, Brook, what do you think about that? Asks Manba. Yo ho ho ho, I think it was very strong. As expected of Manba-san, says Brook. That was actually not my power but his power. The impact dial absorbed the power of his attacks and release it all at once. You can say he is doing this to himself, says Manba. Yo ho! That is truly a magnificent weapon. It doesn't even get a scratch, says Brook while looking at the spear. Yet, Gil must have made it using high-quality materials. But Brook, you need to get serious too. It will be troublesome if we drag this battle for too long, says Manba. I understand, I will get very serious now. I was still hesitating because my opponent is a lady, but just like what Captain always said, not using all your power just because your opponent is a woman is just a form of disrespect toward them, says Brook as he walks forward. The twin knights have stood up and are ready to fight again. Manba and Brook also have gotten ready to continue the battle. Both of them are determined to finish this battle in this round and the twins think so too. After a short silence, both parties rush at each other to clash. Billy only has his sword now, so he will focus on attacking just like the other three. So now the four of them are focusing on offense. Billy gets in front of his sister and swings his big sword vertically to the floor. His attack creates a big slash attack that cleaves the floor and keeps extending toward Manba and Brook. He tries to attack them from afar and damage or at least split them. But he doesn't realize something. Manba has axe dials on his spear. So Manba blocks the incoming slash attack while Brook keeps moving forward from the side. The slash attack gets absorbed by Manba's spear, making Billy widens his eyes in disbelief. But his shock almost cost him his life because Brook has arrived in front of him. Brook slashes his sword at Billy and it will cut his neck if not for Mill who blocks it with her lances. Billy comes out of his stupor and punches Brook but it gets blocked by Brook's sword. Brook still gets pushed back though because Billy's power is high. He can't even take a short rest because Mill chases him and attacks him using her lances. Brook does his best to block and evades but Millie is very fast so he still gets hit. He is saved when Manba recreates Billy's slash attack to attack Millie. She retreats and Brook now has time to catch a breath. The battle really won't be easy just because they are more determined to win. Brook, use your power. I will hold them, says Manba. Brook gets silent for a moment before he says, I understand. Leave it to me. Manba grins and runs to attack the twins by himself. He is very fast even though he is fat and he can reach the twins' position in a short time. The twins attack Manba at the same time but none of their attacks land on him. How could he be so agile with that body? I am very proud of my speed after I get the power of a cheetah. But this guy can dodge all my fast attacks easily even though Billy also helps me. Is he also have a speed type devil fruit power, thinks Millie in disbelief. I don't know what you really think but I think I understand. If you think I am a devil fruit user then you are wrong because I am not, says Manba while evading. Millie widens her eyes before she shouts, no way. That kind of movement isn't possible without devil fruit abilities. Manba grins and says, well, it's up to you to believe it or not. I'm just telling you the truth. Even if I look like this, I am very confident in my agility and my observation haki, you know. Also, I don't think you have the time to worry about me. After Manba said that, he jumps to the side and the twins can see Brook has gotten closer with a strong freezing aura around him. He holds his sword on his left side, still sheathes in its scabbard. Brook pulls the sword a little and says, phrased arms, orchestra. He pulls the sword really fast and swings it in a difficult motion. When he finishes, a G-clef shape appears from his sword trajectory. It moves toward the twins and hit them at the same time before freezing their bodies. But it's still not enough to defeat them and someone has anticipated it. Manba runs from the side and moves past their front while swinging his spear horizontally. He cuts their torso and blood spurts from their bodies but it freezes immediately because of Brook's freezing aura attack. The twins lost consciousness as their front bodies freeze completely after the freezing aura spread. Brook and Manba's combined attacks have defeated the twins without much trouble. Chapter 265, Kuri's War. Dion and his team are wreaking havoc in Orikai's army's formation. The samurais that are led by Ushimura take advantage of the situation and also attack the army. Now the army's formation has been broken apart so their strategy is useless. While that happens, Dion is fighting against the elite ninjas of Onue Banshu. He is in his hybrid chameleon form and he fights them really well. They surround him but they can't gain an advantage at all. In his hybrid form, Dion can see almost 360 degrees with his chameleon eyes. Combined with his O-Haki, he can see his surroundings perfectly. At a close range, Dion's senses are almost invincible because of those. He uses his tail and hands to attack his opponents that come from every direction. His tail is also long enough to hit someone quite far and it's flexible enough to grab and throw them. It's like he has a very good additional limb on his body. Dion also uses his tongue to hit his opponents by shooting it at a very high speed. He also uses his camouflaging ability to disappear from his opponent's sights many times. It really gives them trouble because he can't be seen at all. His mastery over his camouflaging ability is very high so no one can see him without O-Haki or a special method. The ninjas are quite smart to find a method after some of them get defeated by Dion. They spread flour around them so that Dion's body will be covered in it. He might be invisible but his body doesn't really disappear. The flour sticks onto him and makes him visible again. Now they can finally see him and attack him. But it doesn't mean they can defeat him just with that. In the end, Dion defeats the elites even though he also receives some injuries. They aren't called elites for nothing. Their ninjutsus which come from training and devil fruit abilities are quite troublesome to face. Now the only one who protects Orokai is Fukuro Kyuja because the other men under Orokai are busy fighting against the samurais on Odin's side. Dion just needs to attack Fukuro Kyuja, but he is quite far now because those elites have driven him far from Orokai with their battle, and Orokai also retreat while that happened. Tisk, it won't be that easy, hey? I think I need to retreat first and tend my wounds. It's not ideal to fight Fukuro Kyuja with these wounds. Also, the samurais are getting overwhelmed by the enemy's number. We have reduced their number with our attack, but there are still too many of them, says Dion before he gives a signal to his team by shooting a blue flare into the sky. His team understand it immediately and retreat to aid Odin's samurais. They will stay in a defensive position and save their energy. So they just play a supportive role and aid Odin's samurais led by Ushimaru. Dion goes to Ushimaru and explains his identity with some proof that Ushimaru will understand easily, like his bounty poster. He then explains his plan in this war because the enemy's number is too high. So we will be the main attackers while you'll support us from behind. Asks Ushimaru. Correct, we need to save our energy, and my team is specialized in a supportive role in a war. Also, Dion can't finish his words because his denden mushi rang off. Puru puru puru. Yet? Dion is here, says Dion to the caller. Asks Jude through the denden mushi. Yet, it has gone for some minutes now. How do you know about this war? I don't remember telling it to you because I've just found it out too, says Dion. Some people from Orokai's side who are on a Nagashima told us. You need to hold them for some more minutes, alright? I am going there right now with Odin, says Jude. Oh ho? That's good then. Alright, we will do our best, says Dion before closing the call. Who is that? Asks Ushimaru. My cruise navigator. Old man, I have a piece of bad and good news. The bad news is we need to fight them by ourselves for some more minutes, which I don't know how long. The good news is Odin has come here, so we just need to hold them off, says Dion. What? Master Odin is coming here? If he comes here then we won't lose. But how about Kaido? Asks Ushimaru. Don't worry about Kaido, my captain will handle him. If captain can't defeat Kaido alone, then no one else can, says Dion while smirking. You believe your captain so much, aren't you? Asks Ushimaru while smirking. That's for sure. No one in our crew will ever doubt him. Isn't it the same with you, how you guys believe in Odin? Asks Dion back. You've got a point, says Ushimaru while smirking. Then, let's do our best until Odin arrives, says Dion. Ushimaru agrees and the both of them rush to the front line. Dion can't stay in the rear and just give support like his teammates. His battle power is too great to be wasted as support, so he needs to fight in the front. Both Dion and Ushimaru are fighting back to back while being surrounded by enemies. Dion uses his hand-to-hand combat and his devil fruit abilities like before. Ushimaru uses his katana just like other samurais, but he is very flexible and uses his fist, kicks, and even headbutt too. Is it fine for a samurai to use his fist and kick in a fight, old man? Asks Dion while grinning as he hits the enemies. Everything is fine in a war, lad. You need to use anything at your disposal to win. Well, except for dirty tricks that I'll never use. But anything else is fine as long as it gives us victory and keeps our lives. Honor can only be enjoyed if we are alive, says Ushimaru while grinning and attacking some enemies. Ha ha ha, you sure are an interesting old samurai, I like you. It's too bad that you won't use dirty tricks though, because I quite like using dirty tricks, says Dion while grinning widely. Dion suddenly throws sand onto an enemy's eyes and attacks him when he got distracted. Someone tries to sneak up to Dion from behind, but suddenly he froze up with a pained expression. His mouth starts to foam and his eyes roll backward. Everyone looks below the man and sees Dion's tail is right below the man's crotch. He slapped the man's sausage and eggs using his tail. Now everyone understands why the man's face is full of agony even when he faints. Dion grins evilly and says, "Why do you guys stay silent? You are the next targets, you know." They all suddenly shiver very hard and take a step back while holding their precious little men down there. But Dion takes a step forward as they step back. He keeps following them with an evil grin while swinging his tail. Dion laughs evilly and says, "This ultimate technique was taught to me by Captain. Very effective against men and very helpful in reducing population. Ultimate technique, family destroyer." Dion suddenly jumps forward and the men scream like girls as they scatter in fear. He chases them with an evil face and keeps swinging his tail toward their lower bodies. Some men get caught and have their hope to continue their family trees being cut off. The other men who see it get more frightened and run away frantically. Dion chases them while still aiming at that part and make them run for their life. Their escape from Dion breaks their formation even further. What an evil technique! Truly befitting of a cruel pirate. "I'm glad they aren't our enemies," says Ushamaru. Boom! A booming sound comes from behind Odin's men's side. They all look at it and both sides have opposite reactions, with Orikai's army getting afraid. Well, they sure will, because they all see someone there. It's Odin. Chapter 266, Rushing In. Odin finally arrives on Kuri and he is not late like some stupid heroes. They have some casualties but they haven't lost the war, so he is not late. He looks at the situation for a moment before he rushes to join the war. Jude and Della, who also come with Odin, don't join the war directly. Odin has asked them to protect the civilians instead of fighting on the front line. He is worried that Orikai might use dirty tricks like using hostages, like what happened 5 years ago. When Odin joins the war, the samurai's morale increases a lot while the enemy's morale drop. The war starts to get on Odin's side favor even though the enemy's number is still in the thousands. Just one man can change the situation on the battlefield this much. "You must be Dion, Della-chan and Jude-chan have told me about you," says Odin as he fights alongside Dion and Ushamaru in the most front. "Yeah, sorry for the late introduction. I have been busy with the task that Captain gave me and need to stay hidden the whole time," says Dion while punching someone's stomach. "It's okay, you have been helpful in this whole war by gathering information. Buggy Gyro's crew is really full of talented people," says Odin. "Thanks for the compliment, but I don't think it's a good time to chat. Why don't we attack their heads now when you're here? We are outnumbered by a lot, so a prolonged war is not good for us," says Dion. "He is right, our men have gotten tired after defending against so many people," says Ushamaru. "All right, let's go straight to their leaders," says Odin. The three of them run toward Orikai's location, attacking anyone who blocks their path. With their power, breaking through so many people who try to stop them is not too hard. No one can stop them from getting closer to Orikai. Orikai, who sees it, starts to panic because he never thought that Odin will come here. He doesn't know how Odin can return here from Onigashima. His attack on Kuri is quite fast, so Odin shouldn't have time to return in time. It was because of that chameleon bastard and his comrades. If they didn't disturb us, then we would have conquered Kuri by now. They were the ones who caused my plan to fail, says Orikai angrily. I agree with you, their damage to our force is very big. Those explosions were very strong and have taken out a lot of our men, says Fukuro Kyuju, who still stands beside Orikai. Fukuro Kyuju, don't talk so calmly as if nothing is wrong. It was your fault that they could infiltrate our group, so you need to take responsibility, says Orikai. Understood, says Fukuro Kyuju before he claps his hands. Suddenly, 5 shadows run past them and move toward Odin, Dion, and Ushamaru. These 5 are the current best ninjas in Onue Banchu except for Fukuro Kyuju. They move very fast toward Odin and Seo, then attack the 3. The 3 of them realize the 5 before they get attacked and move to defend themselves. Dion and Ushamaru takes 2 people each while one slips to attack Odin. Odin wants to counter the attack, but suddenly a kunoichi moves past him and blocks the attack. Who are you? Asks Odin in surprise. My name is Shinobu, Lord Odin. I wish to join your side, so please leave this guy to me, says the kunoichi, shinobu. What? You want to join our side now that Odin is here and will win? Asks Ushimaru scornfully. No, it's not like that. I always wanted to join your side but never get the chance to do it. Even in this war, I haven't fought against your men and just stay near your camp to protect the people. I only came here after 2 women arrived there and started to protect the people, says Shinobu. There's no way I'll believe you, says Ushimaru. Don't worry, Mr. Ushimaru, I know her. She has helped my team a lot when we infiltrated Orikai's group. One of my teammates was discovered by her but she didn't report it to Fukuro Kyuju. Instead, she helped us gather information and made our job easier, says Dion. Your team? That means you are the team leader that they always talked about? I've never seen you in person so I don't know how you look. Even with my skills, I couldn't find you at all like how I found your teammates, says Shinobu. Don't lump me with those guys. I have done this longer than them and I won't be the team leader if I am not better than them. Enough chit-chat, we still have a war to win, says Dion. Dion is right, we need to focus on the war. You can check on her later after we win, Ushimaru, says Odin. Sigh, understood. Then please leave these guys to us. You can go for their leader's head, says Ushimaru. Odin nods and moves toward Orikai again. The 5 ninjas try to stop him but they get stopped by Dion, Ushimaru, and Shinobu again. Don't be too hasty, why don't we play first, says Dion while smirking. The 3 vs 5 battle then starts with Dion and Ushimaru fighting 2 people each while Shinobu fights 1. Dion and Ushimaru are stronger than Shinobu so they take 2 people each. The battles are ninja vs ninja, ninjas vs samurai, and ninjas vs pirate. If the other clown pirates executives are here, they will surely bet on the battles. They've done it many times when their fellow executives or crewmates have interesting battles. These battles will be interesting enough for them to watch so they'll make bets. The battles are quite difficult for the 3. Dion and Ushimaru are tired and have some injuries after fighting many people and now they fight 2 people each. Shinobu's opponent is also skillful enough to match her. Dion's opponents are using short swords and sickles. He fights them barehanded so he utilizes his A.K.A to face their sharp weapons. They are not that powerful individually compared to Dion but their teamwork is superb. Their attack combinations are very troublesome and give Dion a hard time. It's really hard for him to land any fatal attack on his opponents. Both of them make up for each other's weaknesses be it in defense or offense. But even their superb teamwork is not good enough to overwhelm Dion. He has more experience fighting against stronger opponents or fighting multiple people at once. In his journey as a pirate, Dion has fought against many types of people, unlike these 2 who are cooped up in their country with less variety of fighters. Dion focuses on evading and parrying their attacks instead of blocking to save his energy. He also uses small attacks while looking for openings to land critical attacks. But it's not easy and he needs to be very patient. Then suddenly, an explosion near their location distracts his opponents. Dion doesn't miss this chance and immediately attacks with his haki-coated tail. He pierces one of his opponent's stomach from the back with his pointy tail. It surprises the other one and Dion sees it as a good chance. He launches his long and sticky tongue to grab the man's neck. Then Dion pulls him and grabs his face before piercing him with a haki-coated tail like the other one. Dion hasn't finished though. He throws the 2 of them toward Ushimaru's opponents to distract them. It succeeds and Ushimaru cuts down the 4 of them including the 2 that Dion threw. The defeat of these 4 also distracts Shinobu's opponent. Shinobu then touches her opponent and uses her devil fruit ability. The man suddenly transforms into an old man at a visible speed and he becomes unable to fight. Dion and Ushimaru takes a step back while looking at Shinobu with cold sweat. Then Dion says, "That's a scary ability." Ushimaru nods and says, "Agree. Her lover will surely die early." Chapter 267, No Chance. While Dion, Ushimaru, and Shinobu fight the ninjas, Odin has reached Urukai's location. Some people tried to stop him, but of course, no one has the capability to do so. He finally arrives in front of the trembling Urukai, who is very scared of him. But before Odin can make his move, 3 people suddenly block his path. They are Fukurokujo and 2 other men. The 2 men are a Yakuza leader under Urukai and a high-ranking official sent by Kaido to assist Urukai. These 3 didn't make any move before, even though their side was at disadvantage. They were still sure that they could win with their number. None of them care how many people will die as long as they win, after all. But now, the situation changes drastically after Odin joined the war. They wanted to tire Odin out by letting him fight many people first. But he has arrived here in a short time, so they don't have any choice but to confront him. Move. I will consider imprisoning you if you move. But if you decide to fight, then you will die, says Odin. I never thought that Kojiki Odin will use threatening words like that, so unlike you, says the Yakuza. Living as prisoners and living in shame are worse than death. Besides, the victor isn't guaranteed yet, says Fukurokujo. Odin just looks at them while remembering what Buggy told him. The threat that Odin used just now was actually taught by Buggy. Buggy just shared some good lines with Odin and told him to use them in suitable situations. Your lines aren't working, Buggy-jiro, mumbles Odin. What are you mumbling about? Asks the pirate. Nothing, I'm just wondering why you guys are not attacking me? I guess you are afraid of me, says Odin while smirking. The 3 get pissed, but they can't refute that because it is true. They know Odin's strength and none of them have the confidence to win against him. But with the 3 of them banding together, they think that they have a chance to win. Still, they know that it won't be easy to fight Odin even for the 3 of them. They are prepared to lose 2 of them in this fight and the one alive gets gravely injured. Well, they even prepared to die together with Odin in this fight. It's not like they have strong loyalty that makes them ready to sacrifice themselves. It's just that they need to fight and win if they want to live. Losing this war means death, so they can't not fight. The 3 of them immediately attack Odin at the same time. They need to take the initiative and keep attacking without letting Odin attack. That is the only method that they can think of to win against Odin. Fukurokujo uses a long straight one-bladed sword and his long earlobes to attack Odin from the front. The Yakuza boss is using a naginata and attacking Odin from the left. The beast pirate guy wields a big morning star mace and attacks Odin from the right. They put all their strength into their first combined attack. But they are still underestimating Odin even though they are prepared to die. Other people will get overwhelmed by their attack but not Odin. Odin withdraws his swords and blocks Fukurokujo's sword and the Yakuza's naginata. Then he dodges Fukurokujo's earlobes attack while kicking the pirate's morning star mace. After that, Odin swings his swords forward and pushes the 2 sharp weapon users. Odin then rushes to attack the Yakuza boss after the 3 get separated. He swings aim no habakiri from above and the Yakuza boss blocks it with his haki-coated naginata. But the naginata cracks before it gets cut by Odin's attack. Aim no habakiri cuts through the naginata and slashes the man's body. As if he's cutting a butter, Odin's sword cuts the guy's body very deeply. He is using advanced A haki that increases his attack power. The Yakuza boss dies instantly because the wound that Odin inflicts is very deep that it almost cuts his body in half. If Odin used more power, then he will really get cut in half by aim no habakiri. The others who look at it are utterly speechless and they are stopped in their track. They try to attack Odin while the Yakuza boss holds him, but they never thought that he would win instantly. They know Odin is strong but not to this extent. None of them know about advanced haki, after all, so this is very shocking to them. Now their confidence in defeating Odin even by a small margin has disappeared. They realize that they are just small rabbits facing a lion. They flinch when Odin turns around and look at them with an intimidating gaze. Both Fukurokujo and the beast's pirate guy know that they will die if they fight Odin. But it's not like they can run away either because it will also result in death. If I will die either way, I will at least wound him even if it's just a scratch, says the pirate. Calm down, we might still have a chance. We just need to go all out to increase our chance. The two of us need to attack him together with all our might. I'm sure you still have your trump cards and so do I. We need to use them all now or we won't have any chance at all, says Fukuro Kyuju. You're right. It's all or nothing, says the pirate before he starts to transform. The pirate's body starts to get bigger and black scales start to appear on his body. His body also grows longer and his legs disappear while his arms are still there. He transforms into a gigantic black snake that towers over everything around them. An ancient snake, ponders Odin. As expected of one of Beast's pirates' main officers, Nake. So this is the ancient snake, Titanoboa, comments Fukuro Kyuju while grinning. The two's confidence returned after Nake transformed into a Titanoboa. His size is gigantic that he should be able to eat a giant whole. Just his sheer size is enough to make people tremble in fear. Ha, so you have this kind of power but didn't use it earlier. It seems you were still underestimating me before, both you and Fukuro Kyuju, says Odin as he glances at Fukuro Kyuju. Fukuro Kyuju and Nake aren't saying anything and just rush to attack Odin. Odin grins widely and swings his swords in a diagonal cross. He creates a big cross-slash attack that flies toward the giant snake. The slash attack flies very fast and Nake can't completely evade it. He still gets cut on his back by Odin's attack even though he has tried to evade and covers his back with a haki. His tough scales and a haki aren't tough enough to block Odin's advanced haki attack. But he's still alive and moves to attack Odin along with Fukuro Kyuju. The long earlobed man reaches Odin and attacks with his sword. Odin blocks it with a sword and tries to stab with the other sword but Fukuro Kyuju turns into a log. As expected of Reizo's rival, but it's not enough, says Odin as he swings his sword to the ground behind him. Blood suddenly splattered and then Fukuro Kyuju appears with deep wounds on his body. Odin jumps to avoid an attack from the giant snake. Then as he falls down, Odin slashes the giant snake's neck and decapitates it easily, making Nake returns to his original form. He killed the snake easily and now he is pointing his sword at the injured Fukuro Kyuju. The wound on Fukuro Kyuju's body is also deep enough to incapacitate him. Odin has defeated the three enemies easily using his advanced haki. Chapter 268, Hard to Break. Mantis's battle against Kayla who has transformed into her Arthropleura form is still going on. Both of them still can't inflict significant injury to their opponents. Mantis can evade Kayla's attacks while Kayla's carapaces are too hard for Mantis to break. They keep attacking each other while trying to find a way to win. Kayla is confident that she can defeat Mantis instantly as long as she can hit Mantis. But Mantis is just too fast and agile for her as she is too slow. Damn, this gigantic body becomes a very big disadvantage against someone as fast as her, thinks Kayla. Kayla suddenly stops her attack and moves back a little. It makes Mantis confused but then Mantis realizes Kayla's intention. Kayla's body suddenly shrinks and becomes quite small. Kayla transforms into her hybrid form which looks like the combination of an Arthropleura and a human. She is like a lamia but with the lower body of an Arthropleura instead of a snake. But because she is smaller and shorter than her full Arthropleura form, she has fewer legs too. Her upper human body also has carapaces that cover her whole body including her face. She looks like she is wearing a mask made of steel. Her arms are also shaped like Arthropleura's legs without any finger. Wow, this look suits you more than your human form, says Mantis sarcastically. TCH, that's why I don't like this form. But with this, you won't have any chance to win anymore, says Kayla. I wonder about that. Your carapaces should be less sturdy than before now because they're thinner. It will be easier for me to break them, says Mantis. Humph, in your dream, says Kayla before she rushes at Mantis. Kayla reaches Mantis's location very fast and it surprises Mantis. She swings her blade-like right arm at Mantis at high speed. Mantis barely blocks it with her staff and gets flung far enough to the back. That attack isn't just fast but also strong, although not as strong as Kayla's attack when she was in her full Arthroplura form. But it is still strong, and now Kayla's speed increases tremendously because her body is lighter and she has a high strength to move fast. Mantis hasn't regained her balance yet when Kayla attacks again. She can't face Kayla's attack, so Mantis rolls back using the remaining force when she gets flung just now. Then she quickly gets away because Kayla is still chasing her. She also stands immediately to face Kayla's attack. Kayla keeps chasing Mantis while swinging her blade-like arms continuously. Mantis tries to block and evade Kayla's attack, but she still gets slashed a few times. Mantis succeeds to avoid fatal attacks, but it will be bad if she keeps getting hit. Kayla doesn't give Mantis any chance to attack and keeps chasing her when she gets away. It makes Mantis doesn't have time to catch a breath. Magnus, who helps their men fight the enemy's men, sees Mantis having a hard time. He is full of injuries after fighting King, but he still can defeat the enemy's cannon fodders easily. Seeing Mantis having a hard time, Magnus decides to help her. That doesn't look good. I need to help her without meddling too much in her fight. She won't like it if I take over her fight, after all, says Magnus while looking at Mantis's fight. He catches 6 enemies with his left hand and throws them at Kayla. The 6 guys fly toward Kayla as if they are some small sticks. They hit Kayla and stop her pace, making Mantis has time to catch a breath. Damn it, what the heck? Curses Kayla after the thrown men hit her. Mantis is surprised, but then she sees Magnus gives her a thumb up. She smiles and gives him a thumb up too to show her gratitude. They might fight one-on-one, but this is still a war and they need to help each other. Kayla doesn't get disturbed for long though, and she rushes at Mantis again. But the short break gives Mantis time to prepare herself to face Kayla now. She waits for Kayla to reach her after she gets ready. Mantis now can see Kayla's attack clearly and she acts accordingly. Now Mantis can block and evade Kayla's attack easier than before. The short break has broken Kayla's attack pace and now her attacks aren't too difficult to defend as before. But it also doesn't mean that it's easy for Mantis to attack Kayla. It's hard enough for her to defend against Kayla's fast attacks, so she doesn't get any chance to attack. So she keeps blocking and evading while looking for an opening to strike. Ha ha ha, what's this? You still keep defending now? Where's your big mouth from earlier? Asks Kayla to mock Mantis. When did I have a big mouth? Isn't it you who have a big mouth before? It's almost 1 meter too, so it's not just big, it's huge, says Mantis calmly. Damn, you idiot. I don't mean the real mouth, says Kayla angrily. I know, I just mess with you, says Mantis while grinning. Kayla gets pissed and starts to attack Mantis faster. But because she is angry, her attacks become simpler and easier to read. So Mantis can see her attacks easily and defend against Kayla's attacks better than before. Mantis then sees a chance when Kayla uses her blade-like arms for a pincer attack. Mantis crouches to avoid it, then immediately swings her staff at Kayla's stomach. It hits Kayla and the impact is quite big. Kayla's upper human body gets flung back, but her lower Arthroplura's legs are holding onto the ground so she doesn't fall back. She immediately moves her upper body forward and swings her blade-like arms to attack Mantis from above. But a big attack like that is easy to predict and evade. Mantis jumps back a little and she can avoid it easily. She then jumps forward after Kayla's blade-like arms hit the floor. While grinning, Mantis swings her staff from her left side toward Kayla's head. Surprisingly, Kayla evades it narrowly by lowering her body. Then Kayla immediately spins her upper body to attack Mantis, who is still above her. But instead of hitting Mantis, Kayla gets her upper body gets slammed to the floor. Mantis acrobatically flips midair and kicks Kayla with both of her feet. She coated her feet with a haki and kicked as strong as she can to break Kayla's carapaces. Mantis lands on Kayla's body, then she feels Kayla shakes. Kayla is about to move and Mantis knows that. She also knows that this is her chance while looking at Kayla's armored back. Doesn't want to waste a chance, Mantis raises one leg and stomps it to Kayla's back. Kayla grunts painfully but Mantis keeps stomping her very fast. Now is her chance to pay back all Kayla's attacks before. The relentless stompings make Kayla very pissed and she stands up again. She tries to shake Mantis so that Mantis will fall. But Mantis jumps to Kayla's arthroplural lower body's back. Mantis immediately runs on Kayla's lower body's back toward Kayla's upper human body. She prepares her staff on his left while she runs. Then when she reached Kayla's upper body, Mantis swings her haki-coated staff strongly toward Kayla's back. Nothing happens and Kayla starts to laugh. But then her laughter stops when the carapaces on her back start to crack and even break. She looks at Mantis with a puzzled but shocked expression because Mantis has arrived in front of them. Kayla is back to her sense when Mantis hits her stomach with staff again. Just like before, Kayla is sent fling back but now Mantis chases her upper body. Mantis keeps hitting Kayla's stomach while at it. Then when Kayla finally can stop Mantis's attack, her front carapaces have been broken too. They are weaker than the carapaces on her back, so it's easier for Mantis to break. Now with her carapaces broken, Kayla starts to sense a crisis. She starts to attack Mantis again but now Mantis has anticipated this. So Mantis keeps attacking the parts that aren't covered by carapaces. The damage to Kayla's body is big and then suddenly Mantis's staff pierces through Kayla's upper body. Chapter 269, Pushing Hard. Kayla coughs up blood after Mantis pierced her stomach. She is confused why Mantis's staff can pierce her body. A staff isn't a sharp weapon and she is sure both tips of Mantis's staff were blunt. Mantis smirks as she says, "You must be confused, right?" Then Mantis pulls out her staff and now Kayla can see why Mantis could stab her stomach. One tip of Mantis's staff is actually pointy sharp so it could pierce Kayla's stomach. But it still makes Kayla confused because previously the staff is blunt. Mantis doesn't want to explain how it could change though. This staff has been modified by rough and both blunt tips can change into pointy sharp tips. This feature will be useful for some situations, now is the example. Still, one piercing through her stomach isn't enough to defeat Kayla. So Mantis attacks again by thrusting her staff at Kayla's stomach. But Kayla evades it and attacks Mantis using her blade-like arms. Mantis evades Kayla's attack by crouching then she thrusts her staff at Kayla's jaw. Her attack hits Kayla but it doesn't give much damage. Well, it's not her main attack and she didn't put much power on it. Suddenly, Kayla coughs up blood again because Mantis punches her stomach. After the carapace on her stomach breaks, it becomes Kayla's weak spot. Mantis exploits that so she punches with all her strength. It isn't the end yet and Mantis sends a barrage of punches at Kayla's stomach. She doesn't give Kayla a chance to strike back and keeps punching. The excruciating pain makes Kayla's consciousness slowly fade out. And no, I can't lose, I need to avenge my brother. But it's so painful. How can this woman has this kind of strength without any devil fruit, ponders Kayla as her sight becomes blurry. Kayla finally loses consciousness after receiving Mantis's punches for a minute. She transforms back into her human form after she fainted. Mantis pants as she looks at the unconscious Kayla. Mantis falls on her butt as she pants hard, "Damn, that was close. I almost run out of energy because I kept evading her attacks when she was in her full beast form." She decides to rest while looking around the battlefield. Their alliance is having the upper hand and dominates the war. They have a smaller number but they are pushing the enemies back because they are stronger. Well, they have Magnus, Ruff, the 9 Red Scabbards, Hyagoro, his 4 Yakuza leaders, and other daimyos who support Odin. These guys are too strong for the enemies and the clowns have great teamwork supported by great weapons. They will win, it's just a matter of time. What about the other battles? Ponders Mantis as she looks at the other battles. She sees Brook and Magnus have won and now they are moving to help the alliance. They have rested after their battle against the twins so now they can join the war. With Manhwa joining the battle, they will be able to reduce their casualties. Some people on their side have died in this war, it's an unavoidable thing in a war. The clowns also have some casualties even though they are strong and have great teamwork. 3 pirates have died and 5 are gravely injured. Their casualties are lower than Odin's men, but it doesn't make anyone in the clown pirates happy. They are prepared to lose some people and all of them are ready to die in this war. Joining this war is their choice and they are ready for everything. But they can't afford to show weakness in this war. So they ignore their sadness and keep fighting because they don't want to lose another friend. They also need to keep fighting to avenge their fallen comrades. Listen. Those who are injured and have difficulties moving need to retreat now. I will treat you immediately. Don't lose your lives, we have enough casualties. Team Manhwa, pull back and focus on treating our comrades so they can fight again, shouts Manhwa as he arrives on the main battlefield. The alliance members smile brightly when they hear that. Manhwa's words have assured them because now they have people watching their backs. Their injuries have slowed them down and reduced their strength, after all. Brook also joins the war and fights on the front line alongside his crewmates. He uses his speed and freezing power to defeat a lot of people in a short time. It reduces his comrades' burden, but then Brook realizes that it's not too effective. They still have some stamina, but their mental states aren't that good after such a long war. Currently, what they need is moral support and I know how to do it, says Brook as he takes out his guitar. Brook retreats and starts to play his guitar at a high volume. Everyone in the alliance suddenly feels energized as they hear Brook's music. Their physical and mental tiredness suddenly disappears and they feel that they get stronger now. The music that Brook plays is affecting their souls, which boosts their morale. With higher morale, their minds become clearer, and it affects their physics too. They feel energized because their spirits get lifted after their morale is raised. This kind of support is more beneficial for them instead of Brook joining the attack. Even if Brook can defeat a lot of enemies alone, his comrades will still have a hard time because they are tired both physically and mentally. That will increase the chance of them getting injured or killed. Now they all can fight a lot better than before, even though not at the scale of when they were still fresh and full of energy. But now with their morale being higher than their enemies, their already high chance of winning has become even higher. They keep pushing their enemies with their newly found energy. Those who are badly injured retreat and get treated by Manhwa's team. The medics work fast and the ones who have been treated join the war again because they've felt better. They haven't fully healed, but they have gotten better. Having their wounds closed by bandages and their bleeding stopped is plenty enough for them. With their bleeding stopped, they won't get weakened again because of blood loss. The alliance members keep pushing forward with the 9 red scabbards and Magnus leading them. Magnus leads the clown to block their enemy's retreat route by going to their back line. The 9 red scabbards lead the samurais to attack from the front and flank. Now the enemies are pinched while the alliance keeps attacking them. As they get surrounded, the enemy's number reduces at a fast rate. Their morale has dropped after they saw the alliance members get energized and keep coming back after getting treated. They've already gotten pushed before, so now they can't even fight back. They get defeated a lot easier than before. Furthermore, seeing the alliance members getting treated while their injuries get worsened makes them lose their spirit. Then after some time, the enemies who can still fight have been reduced to less than 50 while the alliance still has thousands of people who can still fight. The leaders also still can fight, which makes it impossible for the enemies to win. In that situation, their choice is simple: they need to surrender. All of the enemies who can still fight drop their weapons and they drop to their knees. They raise their hands up, signaling that they have surrendered. So the main war has been won by the alliance. Chapter 270, Enel's Battle. While the war still rages on, Enel's fight also still goes on. His opponent is really tough and gives him a hard time. Enel has attacked the current Jack many times using his lightning, but they give little to no effect to Jack. But Jack's attacks are also useless on Enel because he is too fast. Enel always succeeds to evade Jack's attack. Even Jack's ear-deafening roar attacks are useless now after Enel wore a headphone that blocks sound. This can't keep going on like this. I will be the one to run out of stamina first. It seems I need to use physical attacks instead of lightning attacks. I don't know how he withstands my lightning attacks, but if this goes on I will lose, thinks Enel. Enel decides to use physical attacks now and just uses his lightning for support. He holds his gold staff and coats it using his A.K.A. Gold isn't a tough metal, so it will break or bend if he doesn't coat it with haki. Jack sees Enel gets into a fighting stance while holding his blackened staff. Then suddenly Enel disappears from his spot and appears right in front of Jack's face. He swings his sword from his right side horizontally. Bam! It hits Jack's T-Rex face, which is covered by a metal mask. Jack's face flings to the side and he falls before sliding to the floor. That shows that Enel's attack is very strong, that it can make Jack in his T-Rex form fall with one hit. A dent appears on Jack's metal mask and a little blood drips from the mask. Enel grins because his attack worked, although it only caused slight damage to Jack. But this is better compared to his lightning attacks that didn't really work. You changed your strategy, hey? I thought you will keep your pride and keep attacking me with your lightning, says Jack as he gets up. I may be like this, but I'm not stupid enough to keep using something that didn't work. Besides, this is not the only time my lightning didn't work, says Enel as he gets into a stance again. The first time Enel realized that his lightning isn't invincible was when he fought Buggy for the first time and lost. Then, his loss against Cricket and Palu after he joined the crew further convinced him that his lightning won't always win. That's why Enel trained his close combat to face situations where his lightning doesn't work. His devil fruit power isn't weak, but there are people strong enough to resist it. To fight against this kind of people, Enel chooses to use physical attacks like now. Enel uses his lightning to enhance his speed and strength. Then he attacks Jack using his haki-coated gold staff. He has trained his staff wielding for a long time now with Mantis's guidance, and he is very skillful with it. His fight with Jack continues and Enel starts to overwhelm Jack with his speed. Jack hasn't hit Enel even once in their battle, but he also didn't get damaged by Enel's lightning. However, now Enel can injure him while he still can't hit Enel. So Jack immediately transforms into his hybrid T-Rex form. With a smaller body, he can move faster than before. It's not as fast as Enel, but he can evade Enel's attacks or respond to them by using his O-Haki. I didn't use this form before because my resistance to his lightning will reduce. But now he isn't using his lightning to attack, so I can use this. I need to finish this fast before he realizes it, thinks Jack. They keep engaging in close combat and now Jack can hit Enel. He uses the moment when Enel attacks him to make a counterattack. This is the only way because he can't match Enel's speed, so he can't chase Enel. But it's enough because Jack's attacks are stronger and his body is tougher. He can inflict higher damage to Enel while Enel's attacks do less damage to him. But Enel hits him more because Enel is faster, so Enel has a higher hit rate. So now their damage is pretty much equal. But the difference in stamina becomes apparent soon. Jack still has a lot of stamina while Enel is getting tired because he keeps moving around at high speed while attacking Jack. Jack doesn't move around fast because he just waits for Enel to attack and launches counterattacks. It is quite effective and he will win if this goes on like this. Enel needs to find a way to defeat Jack before he runs out of stamina. What's wrong? You need to rest? I can lend you a bed in our prison, says Jack, mocking Enel. You can sleep there if you want. Well, that won't happen though because you will sleep forever under the ground if I win, says Enel. You sure can joke even in that bad shape. It's not funny though, says Jack. Of course, it's not. Something serious is never funny, says Enel. Humph, talking to you is just a waste of time, says Jack. Then why don't you attack me and silence me, says Enel while smirking. Jack gets silent and Enel smirks. Ha, you can't even initiate an attack and just wait for me. What a loser. Jack gets angry and immediately rushes at Enel as fast as he can. Enel smirks and uses the heat of his lightning to transform his gold staff into a spear. He throws it at Jack as he flows his lightning on it. The gold spear moves very fast and it reaches Jack in an instant. But Jack has a very good reflex and he can move aside at the last moment. The spear still grazes his left cheek though, and it's quite deep that his teeth also get scratched. Jack is startled by it, but he gets even more surprised when Enel suddenly appears beside him. Enel is holding his gold spear and swings it at Jack's back. It's too fast that Jack doesn't have the time to react. Enel's attack hits Jack's neck's left side and flings him quite far until he crashes onto a pile of rebels. Jack ends up buried in the rubbles of the walls that the clowns destroyed when they bombarded this place. Enel is grinning now because his surprise attack worked. Previously, he moved very fast through the lightning trail left by his spear. He cladded his spear with lightning so that it would leave a trail for him to move. I've just come up with it, but it actually works. It might not work for the second time as a surprise attack against the same opponent, but it'll still work for fast attacks, says Enel as he looks at Jack, who comes out of the rubble. Blood is dripping from Jack's mouth, but none comes out of his cheek that got slashed. Instead of blood, a burnt mark can be seen on the wound. Another burnt mark also can be seen on Jack's neck where Enel's staff previously hit him. Enel's spear was still hot after he changed the staff into a spear. So the heat burnt Jack's wound and closed it before it bleeds. The burnt mark on Jack's neck was also caused by Enel's hot spear. Now Enel realizes that heat can deal considerable damage to Jack's tough T-Rex scales. He grins excitedly because now he has a higher chance to defeat Jack before he runs out of stamina. His lightning's heat is more useful than he thought. Enel immediately heats his spear and attacks Jack again. He attacks more fiercely and overwhelms Jack, who is very wary of his hot weapon. The flustered Jack can't fight as well as before, so Enel's attacks hit him more. But then Jack suddenly grabs Enel's hot spear and punches Enel, making Enel releases his weapon. Jack grins and throws Enel's weapon very far. However, Enel suddenly flashes in front of him and grabs his head instead of the spear. Enel releases his lightning at full power to Jack's body. He also maximizes the heat of his lightning. Jack screams in agony while Enel keeps releasing his lightning until he runs out of energy to use it. Both of them fall to the floor and no one can move. Enel lifts his head a little and sees Jack's body is charred. No life also can be felt from Jack, so Enel knows he has killed Jack. His lightning broke Jack's cells and the heat cooked Jack alive. Enel doesn't feel guilty whatsoever. He is happy instead that he has won and stays alive before he faints of exhaustion. Chapter 271, The Kids Again. Just like the adults, the kids also have a fierce fight. Alan and Little Jack are still going at it on the first floor after Alan lured Little Jack out of the basement. With more space, Alan can move far easier than before. He can avoid Little Jack's mammoth attack easily and attack Little Jack after that. The mammoth's thick fur and skin are nothing against Alan's acid power. His acid melts Little Jack's fur and burns the thick skin. Little Jack still can't use any form of haki now, so he can't protect himself from Alan's acid. Well, he is 8Y.0 now, so being unable to use haki is normal. He will be a monster if he can use it at his current age. After he keeps getting damaged, Little Jack finally decides to transform. His big mammoth body is a disadvantage because it makes him become an easy target. So he gets smaller by transforming into his hybrid form. The injuries that he received from Alan moved their positions accordingly. But because his body is getting smaller, the injuries also get smaller. It doesn't make him feel better though, because the burnt from acid is very painful. Little Jack holds his sickle-like blades and attacks Alan. But Alan just smirks and moves agilely to avoid Little Jack's attacks. Alan doesn't lose his ground even against Little Jack's hybrid form. But slowly, Little Jack's attacks become fiercer and stronger. He is driven by his rage that keeps increasing because Alan keeps dodging his attacks and countering them. It makes Little Jack angry and his attacks become more violent. His attacks get stronger, but they also become more predictable. I can play with him for a while. It is a rare chance for me to fight a devil fruit user, after all, thinks Alan. Alan keeps dodging Little Jack's attacks. He also uses a different kind of acid under his feet now. This acid is very slippery and allows him to slide on the floor very fast. It is not a strong acid but it has good use. He also uses the slippery acid to parry Little Jack's attack. The sharp blades are useless against his slippery hands. Furthermore, the acid slowly corrodes Little Jack's blades. Even if it's weak, acid still can corrode steel. I can't use haki yet, but if I can make any attack slip like this then there won't be a problem even if I can't use haki, thinks Alan while smirking smugly. Alan and Little Jack keep fighting fiercely. If outsiders sees it, they will think that Little Jack is dominating the fight because Alan keeps dodging. But actually, Alan is playing with Jack to hone his skills. The level difference between these two is very clear. Alan is stronger than Little Jack and has more battle experience. He is just using Little Jack as a training partner to hone his fighting skills and Devil Fruit's usage. Alan has just gotten his Devil Fruit a few months ago. He still hasn't fully understood his Devil Fruit and has only found a few usages. But these usages are very compatible with his fighting style that he has trained since he joined the crew. The problem is he doesn't have many chances to use it in real battles. Buggy and the executives rarely send Alan and Elin to battle tough opponents. So they have low experience against strong opponents like Little Jack. Even if Little Jack is just 8Y.0 now, he is stronger than most adults. He is stronger than most opponents that Alan has faced so far. That's why Alan wants to use this chance to hone his skills. Different from Alan, Elin doesn't like fighting that much. She'll still fight if needed but she won't take the initiative. Just like now after Alan and Little Jack left the basement. She is left alone with a little girl that gets confined in a prison. Elin chooses to not attack her and talks to her instead. Besides, the little girl is in the prison of Beast's pirates, so she shouldn't have a good relationship with them. Hi, I'm Elin. What's your name? Asks Elin shyly. Yamato, says the little girl while looking down. So, Yamato, why did you get imprisoned here? Asks Elin. My father put me in here after I told him that I want to be like Odin, says Yamato. Odin? Why would you want to be like him? Asks Elin curiously. Because Odin is the one who has made my father afraid. It was my first time seeing my father so flustered and prepare for a war thoroughly. Usually, he will just think of war as a game but he takes this war very seriously. Then I heard that my father is very wary of Odin. A man who can make my father wary, I really want to be like him, says Yamato with sparkling eyes. Who is your father? Asks Elin. Kaido, says Yamato nonchalantly. Elin has a horror face and screams in her heart. She never thought that Yamato is Kaido's daughter. Of course, he will put you here if you say you like his enemy more than him, thinks Elin. Elin wants to leave Yamato because it will be bad to interact with Kaido's daughter. She doesn't want to fight so it's better to just leave. But then she sees a handcuff on Yamato's hands which looks somewhat familiar. Hey, what is that handcuff? Asks Elin. Eubo.com. Oh, this? My father put it on me, saying that they will explode if I leave Wano without his permission. I'm sure he just wants to scare me using this. But even if he doesn't do it, I still won't leave Wano because I want to become a samurai, says Yamato. Elin is speechless but then she says, I think that handcuff is real. I haven't seen the handcuff type, but I've seen the collar type. The world nobles use it on their slaves and I've seen it once on Sabayati. They look similar to your handcuff except that they are collars, says Elin. Yamato gets scared but she still doubts it because she still believes that her father won't kill her. He might beat her sometime but not to the point that she will die. So she thinks that Kaido won't kill her, his daughter. Elin also believes that Kaido won't do it no matter how cruel he is. Yamato is still his daughter, after all, and he won't kill his daughter. Both of them just don't know how cruel that bastard can be. Kaido's daughter, hey? I feel like I've forgotten something. Well, I'll just ask Alan later, thinks Elin. Elin is still wary of Yamato, who is Kaido's daughter. But it has been a long time since she talks with a girl her age, so she encourages herself to talk with Yamato. She tries to talk about girly stuff, but Yamato doesn't understand it. Yamato just talks about samurai this, samurai that, pirate this, pirate that, fighting this, fighting that, and things that she saw on Wano. From this alone, Elin knows that Yamato never knows about the outside world. Why are you crying? Asks Yamato flusteredly when she sees Elin sobs. Sobs, how could you never know about the outside world even though you are Kaido's daughter? What a pitiful soul. Captain always said that great pirates always seek adventure. So he should take you on an adventure. He should have taken his daughter to explore the world. But he confines you here instead. Kaido, that bastard, I won't forgive him, says Elin while wiping her tears. Elin suddenly grabs the flustered Yamato's hands. Don't worry, Yamato-chan, I will ask Captain to take you out of here. We will explore the world together and I will turn you into a fine girl. Yamato is stunned to see Elin being so serious. She doesn't know why Elin suddenly said that and she doesn't understand it. But she knows that she can't reject Elin, whose eyes are very firm and serious. So Yamato can only say, why yeah, thank you. Chapter 272, Fetus. Paulu's fight against Queen also still goes on intensely. They keep exchanging blows after blows that shook the battlefield. None of them hold back their power and send devastating moves one after another. A normal person will die just from the impact of their clashes. Paulu keeps using his Hashoken while Queen uses his mechanical gauntlet's power combined with his devil fruit power. Queen's weaponized arm is really troublesome, but Paulu can handle it. Paulu's warhammer is heavy, but he swings it as if it's a stick. He can block and parry Queen's attacks while also attacking Queen with fast and heavy attacks. Queen could suppress Paulu in the beginning, but the opposite happened when Queen runs out of ammo in his mechanical gauntlet. Ha ha ha, what's wrong, Fetus? Your attacks got weaker, shouts Paulu excitedly. Damn you, Sky Dweller! I will rip your wings and pluck your feathers! Curses Queen. Sky Dweller? I am of Birkin lineage, but I've lived on Blue Sea since I was a baby, you know. So I am a land dweller, says Paulu while smirking. That's not what I... Damn, whatever, I'll just waste my energy, says Queen. TCH, he realizes, says Paulu in a low but not really low voice. Queen, who hears it, has a big tick mark on his head and attacks Paulu angrily again. Paulu smirks because this fat guy is really easy to be riled up. Well, maybe it's just that their compatibility is very bad. Paulu is happy that Queen is angry because it will make Queen's attack simpler. But he regrets it soon because Queen still can fight well and is not consumed by rage. It's like Queen has been able to control his anger and use it in a battle. Now Queen's attack has become stronger and faster while still maintaining his battle skills. The situation changes in Queen's favor in an instant and Paulu gets pushed back. Paulu has gained a slight advantage, but it gets turned over in an instant. Queen attacks relentlessly as Paulu tries to defend his barrage of attacks. He pushes Paulu back without giving him any chance to strike back. His Brachiosaurus devil fruit enhances his strength to a high degree, so it really gives Paulu a hard time. It's not only Queen's strength that becomes a problem. His mechanical gauntlet has troublesome features as well. It can spew fire and creates shock every once in a while. They still can be used after Queen ran out of ammo. Those features are quite sloppy and weak, but they still cause great damage when combined with Queen's power and skills. Even Paulu's Hashoken isn't enough to block every attack completely. Paulu can block and parry many times, but he also gets hit many times. He also can hit Queen, but he got hit more than he hit. Even worse, Queen has high defense because of the Brachiosaurus's scales, so Paulu's attacks didn't deal much damage. On another hand, Queen's attacks deal a lot of damage to Paulu. Bruises can be seen almost everywhere on Paulu's body after minutes of battle. But instead of losing hope, Paulu grins from ear to ear because he enjoys this battle even more. What a madman, to get excited after getting beaten up, says Queen with a surprised expression. Ha, it's been a long time since I got beaten up this badly. This means that I am not strong enough, and I always know that. But I can feel it, the possibility of surpassing my limit and getting stronger. Sparring with Captain or Cricket wasn't enough, so I guessed that I need a real battle, and I'm correct, says Palu excitedly. Ha ha ha, is that why you're getting excited? Well, everyone will be happy if they find out they can progress again after being stagnant. But, anyone can only enjoy the reward if they are alive. Will you still be alive after this though? Asks Queen while smirking. Let's find out, says Palu before he strikes. Palu swings his warhammer down, but Queen evades it. It hits the floor and destroys it, creating a crater and cracks that spread everywhere. Queen moves forward to attack Palu before he can move again, but then Palu smirks and swings his warhammer up. Bam! Palu almost hits Queen's crotch, but Queen guards it on time using his arm. However, Palu's attack hasn't ended because suddenly Queen's bloated stomach gets kicked. The kick is so strong that it flings Queen's big body quite far. Queen stops his body from getting pushed too far by stomping the floor and sliding on it. He looks at Palu, who has arrived in front of him. Palu's warhammer moves horizontally toward Queen's right chest. Queen blocks it using his haki-coated arm, but then he grunts in pain as he gets flung to the side. Palu used Hashoken imbued with haki, and it breached Queen's haki defense. His attack was stronger than Queen's haki, so it damaged Queen. Besides, Palu has finally found a way to make his Hashoken's vibration stronger. Vibration is formless, so it can pass haki, if it's strong enough, of course. However, his Hashoken wasn't strong enough to do it before. As he fights against Queen, his Hashoken also improves a lot. Now his Hashoken's vibration can pass Queen's haki and shakes Queen's insides. His Hashoken shakes and cracks Queen's bones while ripping the muscle. FREWBNV. Of course, the cracks and rips are small, but they'll accumulate as Palu keeps attacking. He aims for Queen's vital spots, but it's not easy as Queen keeps blocking his attacks. However, that's not a big problem for Palu because Queen keeps blocking his attacks with both arms. Palu just keeps attacking even though Queen keeps blocking him. Slowly, the damage to Queen's arms increased. The cracks on Queen's bones and rips on Queen's muscles keep accumulating. It won't take long for Palu to break Queen's arms. But Queen doesn't just defend, he also keeps attacking Palu with strong attacks. Both of them are accumulating damages from each other. It's just a matter of time before they collapse from their injuries. The first one to collapse and show weakness will lose. So they need to keep attacking and make their opponent collapse while keeping their adrenaline high by attacking. Minutes pass by and Palu's footing suddenly staggers. Queen sees his chance and sends a strong punch at Palu's head. But he misses because Palu falls to the floor first. Queen smirks because he thinks Palu doesn't have any power left. Too bad though, he is very wrong. Palu falls intentionally and then he swings his warhammer from below toward Queen's right arm that doesn't wear the mechanical gauntlet. The warhammer hits Queen's arm strongly and shatters his bones and muscles. Queen screams in pain, but Palu hasn't stopped yet. As Queen holds his right arm using his left arm, Palu strikes his left arm as well, shattering it just like his right arm. Now, both of Queen's arms are broken and useless. But he hasn't been defeated yet, so Palu sends other attacks while Queen is still in pain. Palu swings his warhammer as he lays on the floor because he is too tired to stand. He makes sure to hold Queen's foot with his left hand as he swings his warhammer using his right hand. If Queen gets away, then he won't be able to attack again because he can't stand. So he holds Queen's foot tightly as he beats the crap out of the fat guy. Palu strikes Queen's defenseless body. Queen can't defend Palu's attacks after his arms get shattered. He can't even use haki because the pain of his broken arms disturbs his concentration, and after some rounds of beating, Queen finally goes down. Chapter 273, Last Combo. As Elin talks with Yamato, Alan suddenly comes down while dragging the defeated little Jack by the hair. Yamato is very surprised to see little Jack's miserable condition. There are burn marks all over his body that are caused by Alan's acid, so they are quite different from burn marks by fire. "Are you okay, Alan?" asks Elin. "Yeah, I'm fine, just some minor injuries." He isn't that good at battle even though he is strong. "Who is she?" asks Alan as he points at Yamato. "Ah, she is Yamato, Kaido's daughter," says Elin casually. "What?" shouts Alan in surprise. Alan never thought that they would find Kaido's daughter here. He gets wary and pulls Elin away from Yamato's cage. But then Elin stops him and explains Yamato's situation to him. She even asks him to release Yamato from the cage. "It is a sad story, but I can't make that decision. It is a very important matter, after all. We need to ask the executives about this," says Alan. "Then, do we need to wait until they finish their battles?" asks Elin. "Of course. I've watched their battles just now. Some of them should have finished already, so I will ask someone," says Alan. "What? Did the All-Stars and other executives have been defeated?" asks Yamato with a surprised tone. "I don't know the details, that's why I will check it now. But when I saw the situation before, our troops have won, so our executives would win soon," says Alan. Yamato gets more surprised to hear that the Beast's pirates' men have lost. She doesn't know the details of this war, but at least she knows that the Clowns and Kojiki Group alliance has a smaller number. But they still won, which means that they are stronger than Beast's pirates and Orikai's group. Alan then leaves the basement while dragging little Jack again. He can't let this little beast here with Elin, so he brings little Jack out. After reaching the first floor, Alan drags and throws little Jack amongst the defeated Beast's pirates. "Oh, Alan, did you beat up this kid?" asks a clown pirate. "Yeah, he is an enemy." "Anyway, have the executives finished their battles?" asks Alan while looking around. "Yeah, only Vice Captain who hasn't finished yet. Currently, we are gathering sea stone chains and handcuffs to restrict the defeated enemies. The medical team also treats the injured ones." "Ah, that's right, where's Elin?" asks the man. "She is doing a job. If the executives have finished their battles, then I need to talk with Miss Mantis." "Where is she?" asks Alan. The man points at Mantis, who is getting treated by Manhwa now. Alan thanks the man before he goes to Mantis to ask for advice regarding Yamato. As he walks toward Mantis, he sees everyone is looking in the same direction, so he also looks there. They all are looking at Cricket's battle against King that hasn't finished. Both of them exchange devastating blows after blows that shake Onigashima. Everyone there is impressed by the two's power. Cricket attacks King using his martial arts combined with Hashoken. He counters King's flame and prevents it from touching him using the vibration and shockwave of his attacks. His haki also prevents King's flame from burning him. King also sends powerful attacks on Cricket. He uses his sword, punches, kicks, and even his beak attacks. In hybrid form, his beak isn't as long as in his full form, but it is still long and sharp enough to attack Cricket. Currently, King's body is fully covered in fire, so his attacks are also covered in fire. Covering his whole body with fire consumes a lot of energy. But King knows he needs to use this to win against Cricket. He will lose if he fights half-heartedly against someone like Cricket. King can see that Cricket is improving at a fast rate in their battle. If he doesn't defeat Cricket soon, then he will be the one who loses. The other Beast's pirates have been defeated, including Queen and Jack. He is the only one remaining on their side on this site. Other than him, only Kaido still fights on Onigashima, so he needs to win. But that won't be easy because Cricket starts to push him back. His flame's power has started to get weakened while Cricket's attacks get stronger. Cricket's techniques also get better and King gets hit more than before. King decides to change his strategy. He jumps away from Cricket and diminishes his flame. It surprises Cricket because King has never done this in their battle before, so he doesn't know why King did this and what the effects are. Suddenly, King becomes a lot faster than before, and he suddenly appears in front of Cricket. He kicks Cricket's stomach very hard that it flings Cricket far to the back. Cricket barely covered his stomach with haki, but the damage he got is still big. He got faster after removing his flame. Hey? I don't know the connection between fire and speed or strength, but I guess it's his race's trait. Damn, I've just gotten used to his strength, and now he abandons it for speed, says Cricket as he stands up. King makes another move and he gets beside Cricket in a short time. He attacks Cricket using a fast barrage of punches. Cricket does his best to avoid the punches by utilizing his observation haki to the limit and covers his body with armament haki. Cricket can avoid some, but the other punches hit him. His armament haki blocks the punches that hit him, but he can't keep defending like this. He needs to win, so he needs to attack, not just defend. But King's attacks are too fast, so Cricket needs to find an opening. He waits patiently while dodging and blocking King's attacks. King ridicules him for staying defensive, but Cricket doesn't mind it and keeps waiting for an opening. Soon, he finally sees an opening when King uses a big move to make a stronger punch. Cricket dives in and gets closer to King, surprising the latter. King looks at Cricket, who gets into a boxing stance and then sends a punch. Bam! Cricket punches King's right side using his left hand. He punches King's liver, making King feels an agonizing pain. King has covered his body with armament haki, but Cricket uses the advanced haki that he has just learned in this battle. His advanced armament haki is still weak compared to Buggy and Odin. But it is enough to break through King's armament haki and hits the inside. He also hits King's vital spot, so the damage is high enough. This is not the end though, because Cricket crouches a little as King lowered his body because of the pain. Cricket then jumps and punches King's lower jaw as strongly as he can. He lands a clean hit and King spat some blood from his mouth. The requirement has been met. Captain taught me this combo move and this is the first time I use it in a real battle. This combo seems promising. Now, let's end this, King. Magung Aoki Ippo special combo, last move, Dempsey roll. Says Cricket excitedly as he swings his upper body to the side like an infinite symbol. Cricket moves forward as he does that and then he starts to punch King. This move is meant to punch the opponent's head. But because King is a lot taller than Cricket, he has no choice but to punch King's torso. Bam bam bam. As he makes a rolling motion with his body, Cricket punches King's liver from the right and left. The rolling momentum makes his punches stronger. His advanced armament haki also makes his punches more devastating even though it's still weak. King can't do anything because of the excruciating pain. Cricket's advanced haki punches have ripped his liver and other inside organs. The pain makes his consciousness fades away and soon he passes out after apologizing to Kaido. Chapter 274, Buggy vs Kaido. Just like the intense battles on the first floor, the battle on the rooftop is also intense. No, it's actually far more intense than the ones below. Buggy's and Kaido's battle is very destructive that it will blow everyone else if they fight on the first floor. Buggy uses his Devil Fruit and his sword's Devil Fruits to face Kaido. He uses all his Devil Fruit techniques against Kaido. Kaido is still faster and stronger than him, but the damage he received is minimal because Buggy always split his body to the cellular level to reduce the impact. After he gets hit, Buggy will always attack Kaido using his detached arms. He also evades Kaido's attacks many times using his advanced O-Haki to take a glimpse into the future. This is his best weapon against Kaido's ridiculous speed and strength in hybrid form. Kaido uses advanced armament and Conqueror Haki. But Buggy uses his advanced observation haki to handle Kaido's attacks. It's a good thing that Kaido can't use advanced observation haki so Buggy can have an advantage at something. Buggy refrains himself from using advanced armament and Conqueror haki because it's draining his haki energy too much. Kaido has more energy than him, so he will run out of haki first if he keeps using it. He will only use his advanced armament and Conqueror when he's sure he'll hit Kaido's vital spots. Buggy has used it a few times and has dealt significant damage to Kaido. But Kaido also dealt significant damage to him because it's almost impossible to avoid everything even with his level of observation haki. Well, not using advanced armament and conqueror haki is not a big problem for Buggy. His other attacks are actually strong enough to damage Kaido's tough scales and armament haki. By using Pollux's pressure power and Hashoken on top of Castor's hard power, Buggy can hurt Kaido. The damage without advanced armament and conqueror haki is small, but it is still damage nonetheless. Besides, those attacks without advanced haki have increased his abilities. His techniques improved, his power increased, and his battle skills also improved. A battle against a strong foe is always the best way to get stronger. But the risk is also great because it always leads to death. In their ruthless world, death is a normal risk that everyone always faces. Buggy and Kaido keep exchanging blows after blows. They flash around all over the place as they fight. Normal people won't be able to follow their speed and they'll just look like flashes of light. Kaido's spiky metal club vs Buggy's twin short swords. Their weapons are different but the damage they caused is similar. Both of them are getting excited about this battle. They are actually similar in this aspect, battle junkies who get excited when facing strong opponents. Worororo, what's wrong, brat? Your attacks are getting weaker, says Kaido while grinning widely. Isn't it you who get slower and weaker? Maybe your senses have been damaged too that you can't feel the pain caused by KY attacks, says Buggy while smirking. Ha, you still have a long way to go if you want to bluff in front of me, says Kaido while swinging his metal club from above. Buggy slides on the floor and passes between Kaido's legs. He turns around while jumping and then attacks Kaido's back using Castor and Hashoken. But Kaido blocks it using his haki-coated tail. Then is it okay if I bluff behind you? Asks Buggy while smirking. Kaido also smirks as he says, Worora, you damn brat. Kaido swipes his tail strongly but Buggy sees it coming so he jumps back on his own. Buggy then suddenly drops himself to the back and he is right on time to avoid a horizontal club attack. He stops his fall using his hands and then he sends a kick with both his feet while pushing himself with his hands. His attack hits Kaido's stomach and sends Kaido flying quite far. Kaido makes a flame cloud to stop his flight, then he makes more flame clouds to run towards Buggy at a very high speed. In a short time, Kaido reaches Buggy's position and sends another horizontal club attack. Buggy crouches to evade it but then Kaido turns his body using his attack's momentum. Kaido uses his tail to attack Buggy as he spins from the momentum. Without much time to avoid the tail attack, Buggy raises his swords. His swords have already been coated with haki and their abilities are active. Buggy uses them to block Kaido's tail attack and they've reduced its power. But he still gets flung quite far because of the impact. To stop his flight, Buggy detaches his feet and throws them to the floor. His feet are sliding on the floor and breaking it to reduce his speed. He finally stops after sliding quite far. Buggy grins as he wipes the blood that comes out of his mouth. He has blocked Kaido's attack but he still gets significant damage. If he took that head on, then he will really be in big trouble. As he runs back to attack Kaido, Buggy sends some slashing attacks using Castor. He can't create a powerful attack with high pressure without Pollux. But he doesn't need it now because he just wants to make Kaido moves forward. Just like what Buggy thinks, Kaido is rushing toward him while destroying his slash attacks. Both of them get closer and closer until they finally face each other again. They jump toward each other while preparing their attacks. Kaido raises his metal club above his head while Buggy holds his swords on his right side. When they get right in front of each other, they swing their weapons at each other. Their weapons clash and create a very big impact. A shockwave is made by their clash and the floor below them cracks. Luckily, the floor is thick and strong enough to withstand it. But it's still damaged and they might fall if they stand there on the cracked floor. They push each other back quite far and Buggy looks at his swords after he landed. They are fine and he doesn't get significant damage either in that last confrontation. He has used his sword's devil fruit abilities again to push Kaido back. No scratch at all. Hitetsu really did a good job at strengthening my babies, says Buggy. They could be strengthened to the grade of 21 great grade swords because they've changed after having devil fruit power. Now they are tougher, sharper, and more durable than before. Well, the strengthening is also possible because the Kopis swords are top ranks among 50 skillful grade swords. The swordsmith that made them is just not skillful enough, so some touches by Hitetsu have strengthened the swords. Their upgrade isn't just an assumption either. They have really gotten stronger, and Buggy proved it by cutting some spikes of Kaido's metal club. The metal club that Kaido uses is a strong weapon that can even withstand Big Mom's attack, so it's not easy to damage it. Furthermore, Buggy has also cut Kaido's tough scales using his swords. When Buggy attacked, Kaido always used his haki on his weapon and body to block. But Buggy still can damage them even though he didn't use advanced haki. Buggy just used his strength and his sword's devil fruit abilities most of the time. Even so, he still can cut the spikes and Kaido's scales that get protected by haki. It shows that Buggy's attack power is just that great. Those feats make Buggy smirk as he looks at Kaido. Is this all you've got, Kaido? Rocks didn't teach you well. Kaido grits his teeth and says, "Don't be arrogant just because of this, brat. I will show you your place." Chapter 275, Severing. Buggy and Kaido continue to clash as they injure each other. They destroy their surroundings with their powerful clashes. If this goes on, the rooftop will be destroyed before they finish their battle. Both of them know this too, and none of them want that to happen. Their motives are different though. Buggy doesn't want the rooftop to fall over his crewmates, while Kaido doesn't want to destroy his base. Suddenly, Kaido flashes toward Buggy and evades his attack. Then Kaido's left hand suddenly becomes bigger and he grabs Buggy. Kaido transforms into his full Azure Dragon form while holding Buggy with his left hand. Buggy can't release himself and Kaido takes him to the sky. Kaido flies away from Onigashima toward Wano's mainland. Now Buggy knows that Kaido wants to fight elsewhere, but he also knows that it will be bad if they fight near a town. Luckily, Kaido flies toward Uden where the land is barren because of the mines and factories. But Buggy doesn't want to take any risk if Kaido keeps moving toward a town. So he splits his body at the cellular level to escape from Kaido's grasp. After he gets freed, Buggy immediately flows his haki energy into Pollux to activate its devil fruit ability. Buggy also uses his advanced haki on Pollux to increase its attack power. Then Buggy swings Pollux as strong as he can toward Kaido's left arm that held him before. Swish! Buggy's attack hits Kaido's left arm at a very close range because he is still very close after he gets freed. The combination of his power, Pollux's pressure devil fruit power, his swordsmanship, and his advanced armament and conqueror haki hits Kaido's left arm. His fast attack doesn't give Kaido any chance to defend. As if cutting a jelly, Buggy's attack cuts Kaido's left arm cleanly. It keeps moving and hits Kaido's chest, but Kaido, who gets his left arm severed, has covered his chest with advanced haki. Arg! Kaido screams in pain because of his severed arm. Buggy laughs like a maniac as he falls to the ground. He knows that if he didn't free himself, then Kaido would throw him from a high altitude. It's better to attack Kaido before he falls, and it went better than he thought. However, the recoil of his attack makes his fall becomes faster. So Buggy uses his devil fruit ability to reduce his falling speed. He splits his lower body into some parts so they can land one by one. He uses his levitation ability after his feet land to reduce his falling speed. It works quite well and his falling speed decreases. But he is still quite fast, so his fall still creates a rather big impact that makes a big dent on the ground. Damn! The recoil is stronger than I thought. Well, it was my strongest attack so far, so this kind of effect is still predictable. As I thought of me, says Buggy smugly as his legs tremble because of the impact of his landing. Something suddenly falls near Buggy, it's Kaido's severed arm. Then the gigantic dragon arm suddenly disappears and becomes a normal arm because it has separated from Kaido. Buggy smirks as he looks up to the sky, but then his face stiffens. "What a crazy bastard," says Buggy while looking at Kaido. Kaido creates a small fireball with his mouth and burns his wound to stop the bleeding. It's quite extreme, but it's the only way to stop his bleeding in this situation. If he doesn't do it, then he will lose too much blood from his wound. Buggy will also do the same thing in Kaido's situation. Stopping the massive bleeding is the most important thing to do, because if he keeps losing blood, then he will die of blood loss instead of dying at his opponent's hands. Kaido looks at Buggy angrily and he suddenly shoots a massive fire breath at Buggy. It's a very strong breath attack, stronger than any of Kaido's previous breath attacks. He uses a lot of energy in this attack. Kaido just wants to kill Buggy now without any care about the damage to the land. Buggy has a grim expression and he prepares his attack again. He makes the same attack that he used to sever Kaido's left arm. But now, he also uses his other sword, Caster, to create a cross-slash attack. Their all-out attacks clash, creating a very strong shockwave. They get into a stalemate for a moment. But then Buggy's cross-slash attack cuts Kaido's bolo breath into 4 parts that spread in 4 different directions. 2 of the split breath hit the barren land, 1 hits the sea, and the other 1 hits a factory. Even after getting split into 4 parts, the power of the attack is still very strong. The 4 explosions caused by the split breath are massive and engulf a wide area around them. "Damn, if that hits me then I would get evaporated instantly, maybe," says Buggy. "Worororo, not bad, brat," says Kaido while laughing, but it's very clear that he is very enraged right now. "Hat, should I cut another arm, gigantic eel?" asks Buggy mockingly. Kaido doesn't answer and suddenly transforms into his hybrid form. He makes a flame cloud to jump down and he even uses his tail to whip the air, making his jump even faster. In an instant, Kaido has landed on the ground. Buggy barely avoids it, thanks to his future sight. He might be mincemeat if he gets crushed by Kaido's body. But it doesn't mean he is safe already because Kaido jumps toward him again. Unlike before, Buggy can't evade Kaido's attack because they are too close. Kaido grabs his neck and slams him onto the ground before dragging him on the ground as Kaido runs at a very high speed. Buggy protects his body with his armament haki, but he still gets hurt. Kaido then stops and throws Buggy onto a tall mountain. Buggy crashes onto the mountain and destroys a big part of it. He gets buried by the destroyed boulders as dust is scattered everywhere. Kaido knows it won't kill Buggy, so he transforms into his full Azure Dragon form again and shoots another bolo breath. He is truly enraged by Buggy's attack that severed his arm. He never gets wounded since he has his devil fruit, yet a 19Y.0 red-nosed kid managed to cut his left arm. Kaido's bolo breath hits the mountain and pierces through it, creating a massive hole in the mountain. Luckily, it didn't hit any town, so no citizens died. Those who see it are also glad that they aren't hit by that attack. Oden can also see it from Kuri and he knows that Buggy is fighting Kaido on Uden now. He, his men, and Buggy's crewmates that have won the war in Kuri hope that Buggy will be fine and win. Orokai and his men that have been tied up think differently though. Gufahahaha, whoever it is that fights against Kaido will surely die now. There's no way anyone will survive an attack that can even destroy a mountain like that. Soon, Kaido will come here and kill you all too, gahohoho, says Orokai arrogantly despite his bloody appearance after getting beaten up by Jude. Jude gets pissed by Orokai's blabbers and beats him up again. She has full faith in Buggy and believes he will not get defeated by Kaido. So she is really pissed by Orokai's remark and beats him up for looking down on her captain. Just mind your own business and think of how you will spend your last day, you stinky old man, says Jude angrily. She said that, but deep down in her heart, Jude is worried about Buggy. The other crewmates are also worried, but they all still believe that Buggy won't die. He will return to them victoriously as usual and they'll hold a big party again after this war ends. On Uden, Kaido is looking at the hole that he created. He searches Buggy using his eyes and his observation haki too. But even after searching for a minute, he can't find Buggy. Kaido grins smugly, humph, he finally die. Chapter 276, Defeated? Unable to find Buggy, Kaido transforms back to his normal form. He looks at his severed left arm and grits his teeth in frustration. On his chest, a big cutting wound can also be seen. It's the wound caused by the same attack that severed his arm. But those two aren't the only wounds that Kaido received in his battle against Buggy. There are some bruises and small cut wounds all over his body. This is his first time getting so many injuries from a single battle. It really hurts his big pride. But in the end, he wins this battle, and Buggy is nowhere to be seen. Kaido concluded that Buggy has been pulverized into nothing by his breath attack. Now, he just needs to end this war by defeating his remaining enemies. Kaido transforms into his full dragon form again and gets ready to fly. But right before he takes off, he feels something moving at high speed toward the destroyed mountain. He looks back and gets surprised to see a big horizontal slash attack moving toward him. Instinctively, Kaido lowers his body to avoid the slash attack. He knows whose attack it is and looks in the direction where the attack came from in disbelief. What he sees there is none other than the one who cut his arm, Buggy. Buggy is standing quite far from Kaido's current position. A big burnt mark can be seen on both of Buggy's forearms. Traces of blood can also be seen below his mouth, indicating he has serious internal injuries. No way! How could you? Kaido is at loss for words. A moment ago when Kaido shot his bolo breath, Buggy, who was buried by boulders, sensed the incoming attack. He immediately used Pollux' pressure power to create a pressure shield around him along with Castor's hardening power to reinforce it. He got pushed back by the breath's power and got flung as the mountain got destroyed. His hardened pressure shield defended the breath, but it couldn't last long. It got destroyed in a short time, so Buggy could only defend himself using haki to cover his whole body. He crossed his arms in front of him to protect his body. But even with haki, Kaido's bolo breath managed to burn his forearms. The crash onto the mountain when Kaido threw him and the force of bolo breath also caused significant internal injuries to his body. Buggy got flung far away from the mountain, but he didn't lose consciousness. He knew he needed to return immediately or Kaido would target his crewmates and allies. But with his injured body, Buggy can't run fast enough to Kaido's location. So he thought of a way and found a method to move very fast. Buggy used Pollux's pressure power to shoot himself at Kaido's location. It worked well, even though it puts a lot of strain on his body when he moves at a very high speed. But at least, he could stop Kaido from targeting the others. He attacked Kaido as soon as he arrived, so their battle will continue. The problem is now he can't move as he pleases because of all his internal injuries caused by Kaido and himself. Kaido realizes that Buggy is in a very bad condition, so he laughs, "Worororo, not bad, brat. But what will you do now with that tattered body of yours? You won't be able to defeat me with that condition." Buggy doesn't say anything and just looks at Kaido seriously. He doesn't want to waste his remaining energy even by talking. Standing straight is difficult enough for him now, so he needs to save his energy. Kaido just smirks and transforms into his hybrid form. He is also tired from their battle, honestly, but compared to Buggy, he is still in good condition. Except for his severed arm, the other injuries are insignificant to him. After transforming, Kaido immediately rushes toward Buggy's position and attacks him. Buggy swings Castor at Kaido, but Kaido flicks his left hand with the long tail. Then Kaido punches Buggy's body strongly with his right hand. The punch flings Buggy back and he tries to stabilize himself so he can land on his feet. If he falls, it will be difficult for Buggy to stand again. But Kaido doesn't have any intention to let Buggy land. Kaido chases Buggy and attacks him again before he can land. A barrage of attacks keeps coming toward Buggy. He doesn't even have any chance to catch a breath properly because of the rain of attacks. Punches, tail attacks, kicks, elbows, knees, and even headbutts. Kaido uses all his bare-hand fighting skills on Buggy continuously. He slams Buggy to the ground and keeps his barrage of attacks. Buggy can only defend himself by crossing his haki-covered arms. His haki energy is low, so he can't cover his whole body with haki. He can only rely on his tough physique to endure Kaido's attacks while looking for an opening to attack. But Kaido doesn't make any opening because he keeps attacking Buggy. He is very impressed though, because Buggy is still looking at him with a gaze full of life. It impresses him but also angered him because it feels like Buggy will be able to defeat him. What's with your gaze? Do you think you can defeat me with that gaze? Don't push your luck too much, brat. Just die, says Kaido as he keeps attacking Buggy. Kaido's attacks make the ground around them get destroyed. Buggy also keeps getting pushed down as the ground below him keeps getting destroyed too. But he still holds on without saying anything. Buggy suddenly releases a strong Conqueror Haki, stronger than any sea Haki burst that he has released since he awakened it. It doesn't scare Kaido though, because Kaido is also a Conqueror Haki user. However, it's enough to stop Kaido for a moment, giving Buggy a chance to attack. Without waiting, Buggy stabs Kaido's chest with his advanced Haki-covered swords. He pierces Kaido's chest and pushes Kaido high to the sky by detaching his hands. Then he controls his hands to push and slam Kaido to the ground. Kaido coughs some blood and more blood comes out of his chest as Buggy pulls the swords out. Buggy then recalls his hands and uses them to push himself up so he can stand again. He walks toward Kaido slowly, still with his serious and lively eyes. Blood trickles from the injuries on Buggy's body caused by Kaido's rampage. His body hurt and he feels as if he'll die, but Buggy ignores that feeling and just walks toward Kaido. The bones of his right arm are broken, so he can't lift his right arm. His left arm's bones are fractured too, but they haven't broken. So he still can use it even though it's difficult. That's why he detached his hands to attack Kaido, because it's easier to control them in that state. But even holding his swords has become difficult for him now. He keeps walking toward Kaido as he reattaches his hands. Controlling detached hands need energy and concentration, which he lacks now with his current condition. Kaido has stood up too and he rushes at Buggy again, even with stab wounds on his chest. He punches Buggy's body again, flinging Buggy to a big boulder, and destroying it. But Buggy stands up again and now he just stands there while looking at Kaido. The enraged Kaido now doesn't run but walks instead. He stomps the ground with strong force as he walks toward Buggy. Not long after that, he arrives in front of Buggy and looks down on Buggy because he is taller. They don't do or say anything for a moment and just look at each other. Kaido then cocks his right hand and opens his palms, showing his sharp draconic claws. He covers his hand with advanced haki, ready to rip Buggy's body with this attack. Buggy just closes his eyes and shapes his left hand like a spear pointing down. Then when Kaido sends his attack, Buggy swings his spear-shaped right hand up. Kaido then widens his eyes as he sees his attack misses and he moves past Buggy as if Buggy moves through his body. Chapter 277, Awakening. The surprised Kaido suddenly falls to the ground after he moves past Buggy. He doesn't know what happened and tries to get up, but he can't. He just falls again, so he turns around, but then a strange thing happens. Kaido's left body and right body face each other after he turns his body. He assesses the situation and finally he realizes what happened. His body has been split in half vertically, but there's no wound and blood on where his body gets split. What did you do to me? Asks Kaido with a shaky voice. His haughty and prideful tone has disappeared and there's only disbelief and a little fear in his voice. Buggy doesn't reply and just looks at his left hand that he swung just now. He looks serious as he clenches and opens his palm. But then his serious face turns into an excited expression and his lips curl up into a wide grin. So this is Devil Fruit Awakening, what a great sensation, says Buggy excitedly. Kaido's eyes shake when he hears that. He knows that strong Devil Fruit users can awaken their Devil Fruit abilities in a difficult battle after they reach their Devil Fruit's maximum potential before awakening. But it is quite unbelievable that his opponent's devil fruit awakens when fighting him. What makes him even more shocked is the fact that Buggy's devil fruit ability before awakening is not that good. Buggy can utilize his devil fruit well before its awakening, but just being able to split his body is not a powerful ability in Kaido's eyes. But the weak ability turns out to be very absurd as it can split other people's bodies without wounding them. Kaido looks at Buggy, who just stays silent, pondering something. He thinks that it's his chance while Buggy gets distracted by the awakening. Kaido tries to feel his tail, and after he gets the control, he uses it to stab Buggy from behind. However, as his tail touches Buggy's back, it gets split into many small cubes. He sees Buggy smirk while looking back at him. Buggy knew he would attack, so Buggy has prepared for it. But Kaido is surprised that Buggy can master his awakening ability to this extent already right in a short time. Usually, a new awakened Paramecia user could only use their new awakened ability using their hands or at most feet, not just upon contact, on the back nonetheless. Buggy turns around and raises his left hand, which is still functional as his right hand is broken. He swings it horizontally in the direction of Kaido's neck. There is a distance between him and Kaido's neck, so he doesn't touch it, but Kaido's neck gets cut, separating the head and body. Then Buggy raises his left palm, and the two parts of Kaido's head that have been split in half and get separated from the body float. Buggy moves the fingers on his left hand slightly, and Kaido's separated head is combined again into a normal head, without body, of course. Whistle dang, I can control the objects that have been split by my ability. It's similar to open fruit, but I don't need to make room. There must be limitations like range, but I don't know the limit yet. There should be some other things too, but I will try to find the limits after this war. For now, let's play, says Buggy while grinning. Are you Joy Boy? The one who can defeat me is just Joy Boy. Impossible, Joy Boy shouldn't be someone like you, says Kaido in disbelief. Joy Boy? The one mentioned in Fishman Island's poneglyph? Asks Buggy confusedly. Buggy thinks for a while before he smirks mischievously. Yeah, I am Joy Boy, you bastard. What will you do about it? Buggy's careless remarks make Kaido angry because Kaido is sure that Buggy isn't Joy Boy. Buggy couldn't care less about Kaido's opinion about him being Joy Boy. Honestly, he knows who has the highest possibility to be Joy Boy, but he just can't let go of the chance to mess with Kaido. He puts Kaido's head on the ground, ignoring Kaido's angry yells. Then Buggy detached his left wrist and touches Kaido's left body parts that has been separated from the right parts. When he touches it and uses his devil fruit ability, Kaido's left body parts get split into some cubes. After that, he moves his detached hand to Kaido's right body parts. He straightened his palm and fingers, then swings it a few times like a sword at Kaido's right body parts. Different from before, Kaido's right body parts get cut following the swings of Buggy's hand. So touch or punch make the target get split into cubes, while swinging my hand like a sword will cut the target like a sword cut too, says Buggy while still grinning widely. Buggy reattaches his left hand and then raises it in front of him. Kaido's body, which has been split into many parts except the head, float in front of Buggy. Buggy plays with his fingers and the split body parts fly around, making Kaido even more furious. It's not the end yet though, because Buggy starts to attach the body parts randomly. When he finishes, Kaido's body parts turn into a big ball that floats in the air. It makes Kaido truly enraged because it's clear that Buggy is humiliating him, not just defeating him. Kaido tries to break the ball by deactivating his devil fruit transformation, but his body still looks like a ball, just a little smaller. Transforming into his full dragon form also just makes the ball a lot bigger. All his struggles are futile and he can't even move his body properly because the body parts of the same organs are all over the place. Buggy has chopped Kaido's body finely so the same organ parts are located randomly in the ball, making it impossible for Kaido to move. Buggy laughs satisfiedly like a maniac as he sees Kaido's fruitless struggle. He feels a big sense of accomplishment as he looks at Kaido's miserable self. The man who will be known as the strongest creature is being played by his fingers. Well, Kaido, just be a good boy and stay there, says Buggy as he attaches Kaido's head to a boulder and throws Kaido's body away from the head. Kaido still yells and curses at Buggy, but none of his words enters Buggy's brain. Buggy's body suddenly sways back and forth before he falls to the front. His energy has been fully depleted now and he can't even keep his consciousness, so he passes out. Some time later, Oden, Jude, Dion, and Ushamaru arrive at Buggy's battle location. They see the destruction around them caused by the two monsters' battle. If the two fight near a town, then it will be destroyed and everyone there will die. Luckily that doesn't happen, so they are very relieved as they look for Buggy and Kaido. They find the two of them easily, but they are very shocked when they see Kaido's condition. His head is severed and sticking on a boulder while a ball that looks like his body is rolling around far from his head. They know the ball is Kaido's body because they can see some body parts that stand out like feet or fingers. The most shocking thing is that Kaido is still alive even though his head is separated from his body and he is looking at Oden silently right now. The group then sees Buggy lying unconsciously on the ground. Jude and Dion immediately run to Buggy and check his condition. There are many scary injuries, especially the burn on his hands, the broken right arm, and damaged internal organs. But Buggy is still alive and his life isn't threatened now. He will be fine if he gets treated soon, so they need to call Manhwa. But they can't do it now because they don't know if the war on Onigashima has finished or not. Then suddenly, Dion's Denden Mushi rang off. Chapter 278, Post-Battle. Dion's Denden Mushi suddenly rang off, so he picks it up. It is Brook who calls him to inform him that the war on Onigashima has finished. They've defeated all enemies on Onigashima, so they can go back now. You've finished them all? That's good, then you need to return ASAP, we need Manhwa now, says Dion. Oh no, has someone been injured badly? Asks Brook worriedly. Yeah, it's Captain. He defeated Kaido but his condition is worse than the one that he defeated, says Dion. Then we will go back now. Ah, says Brook before he realizes something. What is it? Asks Dion. Reincarnation. The Black Pearl isn't here, says Brook. Ah, says Dion back. They've just remembered that the Black Pearl was used by Jude, Della, and Oden to return from Onigashima. There are still the ships that the samurai used, but they aren't as fast as the Black Pearl. Well, it's better than nothing. Tell Manhwa to return now, his team can stay behind to treat the others. But he needs to return because I don't think anyone else can treat Captain's injuries. There are also some badly injured people here, so we need his help, says Dion. I understand, says Brook before closing the call. Dion and Jude then take Buggy back to Kuri while Oden and Ushamaru stay behind. They still have some business with the chopped Kaido. The clowns don't have anything to do with it, so they leave. What do you think they'll do to Kaido? Asks Jude while running. Dion, who runs with Buggy on his back, ponders for a moment before replying, beat him up, I guess. Isn't that obvious? Asks Jude while looking at Dion as if he is an idiot. Then why did you ask if the answer is obvious? Sigh, women are difficult, says Dion in his heart. He doesn't say it out loud because he will just get hit by Jude if he says that. So he just stays silent and keeps running while being careful to not shake Buggy too much. Just like what Dion thought, Oden is beating up Kaido. He punches Kaido's head a few times with advanced haki-coated fists. Oden doesn't use his sword at all because he just wants to vent his anger at Kaido for making his people suffer for years. Ushamaru just watches it without saying anything because he knows what Oden feels. So he lets Oden does it and decides to look around instead. He is looking at Kaido's body, which has been transformed into a ball by Buggy, curiously. Is this also a part of his ability? I don't know how he did it, but it's very impressive. Can Kaido's body return to normal, I wonder? Ponders Ushamaru as he inspects Kaido's body ball from all angles. Buggy has combined the body parts perfectly, so there's no gap at all. Ushimura tries to move the parts but he can't. He also tries to stab and cut Kaido's body but none of his attacks work because Kaido's body is too tough. So Kaido's power doesn't get affected by this. But Kaido can't do anything too when his body parts are separated and placed randomly like this. Also, it seems that only Buggy Gyro-kun can reform his body to its original appearance. But I doubt that will ever happen, so Kaido has been done for, says Ushimura while smirking. Meanwhile, Dion, Jude, and Buggy have arrived on Kuri. They go to the camp and Dion immediately puts Buggy on a comfortable bed inside a tent. Dion and Jude don't do anything to Buggy and just wait for Manhwa to arrive because they're worried that they'll worsen Buggy's condition by doing something. Buggy's injuries are mostly internal, so only professional doctors can handle them. Even the medical personnel there aren't skillful enough to treat Buggy's internal injuries. They can only treat his external injuries like wounds and burnt skin. After that, they can only wait for Manhwa to come and treat Buggy. While they wait, Odom and Ushimura return from Muden. They bring Kaido with them, still with his head attached to a rock and his body formed as a ball. Odin had destroyed the boulders, so now Kaido's head only gets attached to a rock. Ushimura carried Kaido's body ball as it is because he couldn't do anything to it. They place Kaido near the tied-up Orokai, making him tremble in fear and disbelief. Orokai never thought that Kaido would get defeated. He is the reason why Orokai can do anything he wants on Wano. Now with Kaido's defeat, Orokai has lost all his hope to continue his ambition. The samurais tie Kaido's body with sea stone chains. Even though he can't move or attack with his current condition, his presence is still dangerous enough. The people are still wary of him, after all, so the sea stone chains also reassure them. After they feel safe, the people suddenly become beasts. They start throwing pebbles at Kaido and Orokai while yelling angrily. They've suffered a lot and even lost their loved ones because of these two bastards. Kaido doesn't have much reaction because the pebbles don't really hurt him. Even if they shoot bullets at him, he won't get damaged, so pebbles are nothing. But Orokai isn't as tough as Kaido without his devil fruit ability, so the pebbles hurt him a lot. The clowns watch this show while waiting for Manhwa to come. They need to wait for almost half an hour before Manhwa arrives because the ship that he uses is slow. He comes with Mantis, her team, and some samurais. Mantis and her team return with Manhwa because she wants to prepare food for everyone. They all must have been hungry after fighting for a long time. So she needs to return first and cook a lot of food before the others return. Manhwa immediately goes to check Buggy's condition. His expression turns graver and graver as he checks Buggy's injuries. It's not visible from the outside, but his internal organs are in a mess and a lot of his bones are fractured or broken. How could he defeat Kaido in such a condition? I would have died many times if I was in his condition while fighting, says Manhwa with a worried but amazed tone. That is not important right now. You need to treat him immediately, says Jude. I can't, it's better to wait for Captain to regain his consciousness. It will be easier to operate him if he splits his body. That way, we can reduce the risk of the operation and we don't need to open his skin. Besides, says Manhwa before he stabs a medical knife at Buggy's left leg. The others are surprised by Manhwa's sudden action. But they get even more surprised when Manhwa pulls the knife out. There's no wound whatsoever on the place that he stabbed. I don't know what happened, but his devil fruit is still active even when he is unconscious. For your information, I used armament haki just now, but I still couldn't open his skin. This can only mean that his devil fruit ability has improved tremendously, says Manhwa. Now that I think about it, Captain must have chopped Kaido's body using his ability. That's why Kaido is still alive even after being chopped and turned into a ball like that. Then, there's only one answer, devil fruit awakening, says Dion. Yeah, that's the only possible answer. We have seen Captain's ability for a long time, but this is on a whole new level. So awakening is the only possibility, says Manhwa. Jude smiles and says, he always talked about awakening and now he finally gets it. It's a good thing, but it's saddening that he needs to be like this to awaken his devil fruit. They all wait for Buggy to wake up and he awakes 3 hours later. Effective immediately, Manhwa starts to operate Buggy after explaining the situation. The war has ended but they still have problems to solve. Chapter 279, Post-War. Buggy's surgery goes really well because it becomes a lot easier with Buggy's ability. Manhwa doesn't need to open Buggy's body to operate on him. He can split his body and Manhwa just needs to do the surgical procedures on the chopped body parts. The surgery only takes a little less than an hour even though there are many procedures and Manhwa does it alone. Surgery isn't Manhwa's specialty so it usually takes him a rather long time. Cricket and the others haven't even returned from Onigashima. In the meantime, Dion and Jude go to Onigashima using the Black Pearl together with some people who are healthy enough to help. There aren't enough ships to take everyone back. They also need to take the defeated enemies as prisoners so they need more ships and people. In this war, the clowns lost 6 people, 11 are gravely injured with 4 of them losing a limb or 2. But Manhwa has treated them before he returned to Kuri so their lives aren't in danger. Ruff also promised to make prosthetic limbs for them using the data he gets from Queen's research. Making prosthetic organs isn't Ruff's specialty and he never made it before. He is specialized in making weapons so the data from Queen is very valuable for him. Now he should be able to make robotic body parts to help his comrades. With this, the clowns can also recruit their ex-crewmates who left the crew after losing their arms or legs. Those guys still want to sail but they can't fight well with their condition. They will die easily like that so they retired from the crew. While the clowns lost 6 people, the samurais lost more people. More than 500 people died and more than 2,000 are gravely injured. Those numbers are actually lower than their expectation because they all were ready to get annihilated against the enemy's massive number. The clown's help and the Red Scabbard's strength were big factors in their high survival rate. Luckily, none of the Red Scabbards died in this war. They didn't fight against enemies at Beast's Pirates executives level so they have it easier than the clown's executives. However, Inuarashi and Ashura lost one of their arms while the others also get big wounds on their bodies. Even though they didn't fight foes that were too strong, they were still fighting against thousands of people. Manhwa's medical team is working hard to treat the injured ones now. They prioritize the ones with grave injuries but only treat them enough to prevent them from dying. This is necessary because they need to treat a lot of people with limited personnel. As for the ones with light injuries or those who aren't in life-threatening situations, the medical team doesn't treat them yet. They were just told to wash and disinfect their wounds for now. As fighters who often get injured, they are used to treat flesh wounds, so there is no problem. Sometime later, the Black Pearl arrives and they start to make a move. They take the injured people, the deceased ones, and the captured enemies to the ship. The clowns also didn't forget to loot the base. They will leave some men to loot this place while the others return to Kuri. The Black Pearl will return later to take the loot. As pirates, they just can't leave empty-handed after winning a war against another crew. Yamato is also brought to Kuri after Alan and Elin talked to Mantis. She decided to free Yamato first and asked Buggy about her later. Yamato is Kaido's daughter so Mantis can't just decide anything on her own. Not only Yamato, but they also bring little Jack back to Kuri. But they tied him using sea stone chains and even tied his mouth because he kept trying to attack them while threatening them. They were very disturbed by him so they do what was necessary. King, Queen, and the other captured enemies are also tied up using sea stone chains or handcuffs. There are a lot of sea stone items on Wano and Beast's pirates have many in their possession. But now those items are used on them instead of their enemies. As for the dead enemies including Jack, they all are placed on a bad-shaped ship. Then they burn the ship before releasing it to the sea like Vikings' funeral. It's not that they want to copy that, they just want to remove the dead bodies immediately, and this is the fastest and easiest way. "How's Captain?" asks Cricket on their way to Kuri while having his injuries treated by a nurse from Manhwa's team. He has many injuries but Manhwa said his life isn't in danger. You know him the best, so you should know just how resilient he is, says Dion. Yet, but I'm still worried about him. His opponent in this war is different from anyone he has faced so far. I take it back, Kaido might be the second place in the list of Captain's strongest opponents. Even if Captain can defeat Kaido, he might still be unable to win against that guy, says Cricket as he remembers something. Alan gets curious, so he asks, if someone like Kaido is second, then who is the one st? Elin also gets curious, and so is Yamato, who wants to know the one who is stronger than someone who can defeat her father. Jude, who listens to their conversation, then says, you must have talked about that old man. Yet, I couldn't assess his power at that time, but even I know that we are still not at his level. The one that I meant is the marine hero, Garp the Fist, who is said to be on par with Pirate King Roger, says Cricket. What? Captain has fought against Garp? Asks Alan with a very surprised expression. Elin and Yamato also get surprised because Garp is very famous, that even Yamato, who doesn't know much about the outside world, knows about him. I won't even call it a fight, it's just a one-sided battle. Captain couldn't even touch Garp's hair and just get beaten up by Garp. We thought that he would die that time, but luckily he survived. Garp was going easy on him and us. If that old man wanted it, he could kill all of us there in a short time with how weak we were at that time, says Cricket with a bitter smile. Yamato then timidly raises her hand to ask, if Vice Admiral Garp fight against my father, then how will it goes? He might just need a few punches to knock Kaido out. Kaido might be a beast, but that old man is an absolute monster. He is called the strongest marine alive for a reason. Garp is still in his prime too, so he still has his full power. So he is still as strong or even stronger than when Pirate King Roger was still alive, says Cricket without any hesitation. The kids are amazed by that, but the adults can only see it as a big problem. By defeating Beast's pirates, they've shown that they have gotten stronger, and become a bigger threat to the world government and marine. There's no doubt that their bounties will increase after this. Sure, they are happy that their bounties will raise, and so is their fame. But that also means that they will face stronger enemies, be they pirates, the world government, marine, or other organizations. Those people will just give them more headaches and a hard time. Also, Marine and WG will surely send people at the Admiral level to hunt them. Sengoku and Garp are the ones with the highest possibility to be sent for them. The ones who hunted Pirate King Roger will hunt them now, so they need to get even stronger. Sigh, let's stop thinking about it and just enjoy this victory. Tomorrow's problem is for tomorrow us, says Cricket as he gives up on thinking. The other adults agree while the kids can't understand it. Anyway, they just keep going to Curry and stop thinking about the troublesome future. Chapter 280, Follow-up. After arriving at Curry, the clowns visit Buggy, who has just finished his surgery. But Buggy has fallen asleep when they arrive. The medicine and his high fatigue make Buggy fall asleep right after the surgery. Manhwa tells them that Buggy is fine now, so they don't need to worry. Well, they all can see it by looking at how Buggy sleeps, as if there's nothing to worry about at all. This is the first time they see him sleeping carelessly since they arrived in Wano, after all. None of them could sleep soundlessly too these days. Their enemies were close, so they were always on their guards before. They are more relaxed now, but they still can't bring themselves to sleep like Buggy. Also, they still have things to do even after they win the war. They can't just sleep like Buggy when their men are working to take care of the post-war things. Only after taking care of those things can they rest. It takes them 5 hours to round up most problems, even with the samurai's help. There are just many things to do, like looting, treating the injured ones, taking care of the deceased, detaining the captured enemies, etc. They need to capture the fleeing enemies too, but it can't be done in just a few hours. After they finish most work, they all eat the food that Mantis has prepared together with her team and the civilians. Buggy also eats together with them in a half-asleep state. His body can't move, so it's only his head that flies around to eat. Are you sure he isn't fully awake? asks Odin at Cricket. Yeah, he is half asleep. I know you doubt it right now, but it's the truth. Can't you see that he is snoring with one eye closed while the other is only half open? He can even eat while sleeping, so this is not that strange, says Cricket. Odin gets speechless for a moment. It seems his strange behaviors have made your common sense twisted because this bizarre thing looks normal to you. Oi, I said that it's not that strange compared to his sleep eating, says Cricket pistily. Anyway, they all eat until their stomachs are full before they rest. All the pirates sleep immediately, but the samurais aren't. For the pirates, this is just a war between two crews and the winner gets the loser's wealth. But that's not the case for the samurais. For the samurais, this war isn't just about winning against their enemies. It's a way to free their country from the tyrant A.K.A., his force, and their backers. This war is for their country's present and future, so they can't rest just because they've won the war. Odin immediately leads his retainers, who still can move to Flower Capital. They need to announce their victory and show A.K.A.'s and Kaido's defeat. This is also the best chance to rout A.K.A.'s force in the capital before they flee. Of course, they also bring A.K.A., Kaido, and some of their high-ranking followers like Fukuro Kyuju, King, and Queen. They only leave some samurais in Kuri to help and protect the civilians while they go to Flower Capital. Well, the matter with this country has nothing to do with the clowns. In the first place, they didn't fight for the sake of this country. They just follow their captain who wants to help his friend, nothing more, nothing less. Buggy also just does this just to help Odin, not Wano itself. He also needs to defeat Kaido if he wants to have an easier time in New World. Being one of the strongest pirates is a must to explore any place he wants in this world. For the clowns, what they did here is just for their own reason and benefit. Saving the country is not their purpose, just a side effect. They are not that kind-hearted enough to help a country and risk their lives. The clowns who sleep without care of the world finally wake up the next day. Only Buggy and Enel haven't woken up from their sleep. Both of them have used up all their energy in their battles, after all, so they will sleep longer than the others. It doesn't matter though, because the most important thing is that they are still alive. 6 fallen comrades are enough for them. They can't lose more people even after they win the most difficult war that they've ever done. After waking up, the clowns hear the news of Odin's success. The Kojiki group has to recapture Flower Capital and other regions in just a day. They just need to show defeated A.K.A., Kaido, and the other big shots to the people. Their job also becomes easier because the people are cooperating well. Most of them don't like A.K.A.'s reign because it made them suffer a lot. So his fall is something that they'll welcome with open arms. The Kojiki group also captured people who support and help A.K.A. and Kaido doing atrocities on Wano. They've captured many people, but there are many more who have fled and needed to be captured. Again, this has nothing to do with the clowns, it's Odin and his men's job. The only thing that the clowns can do now is rest, recuperate, and do pirates stuff. Basically, they just do what they want in the meantime. They don't have any work for a day because Cricket has told them to just rest. While Buggy is unconscious, Cricket is the one with the highest authority, so he needs to lead the crew and give commands. His order is just to fully rest for a day to restore their condition. But it really lasts a day because they all are working the next day. The working here is actually still do things for their own purpose. They all just do their team's tasks like cooking, repairing the ship's parts including weapons, treating people's injuries, playing music to boost morale, etc. The teams without any work to do in this situation help the other teams so they'll be able to finish faster. Meanwhile, Ruff is collecting metals along with Gil, their swordsmith. Both of them are collecting metal to make items for their crew because the metal's quality from Wano is very high. They'll be able to upgrade the crew's weapons and make them stronger. But for now, they have items that are prioritized over other things. They need to make prosthetics for their comrades who lost a limb or two in the war. Queen's research data on robotic body parts will be very useful for them. Ruff has done some research on prosthetic organs for a few months. He did it because some of their crewmates left the crew after losing a limb or two. If they could get good prosthetic limbs, then they won't need to leave. But Ruff never learned about it and he is specialized in weapons. He hasn't succeeded until now, especially because he has some other research too, so his progress on this subject is very slow. That's why Queen's data is very valuable for Ruff to make good prosthetic limbs. He still needs to research to try the concept that he makes using Queen's data until he succeeds. After that, he will make the functional prosthetics for his crewmates with Gil's help. You look very happy, Sir Ruff, says Gil, who looks like a tall and muscular dark elf. Hee, of course, I have another researcher's valuable data, after all. It gives me fresh ideas that will make our crew stronger. If our weapons get stronger, then the crew will also grow, says Ruff while grinning. Good for you then, says Gil. Yeah, sure. Anyway, let's stop these useless chats, and get to work. We will get even stronger with this and won't lose our crewmates anymore. So let's make the best weapons for they, says Ruff full of enthusiasm. Chapter 281, Recovered. 4 days passed since the end of the war and Buggy finally woke up. He has fully recovered too, something that defies people's logic. With his injuries, he shouldn't recover this fast normally, but he has fully recovered. The Wano people are very surprised while the clowns don't even have any reaction. This is a normal thing for the clowns because they've known Buggy's recovery speed. He always recovered fast from his injuries, so this is not surprising anymore for the clowns. After Buggy wakes up, he immediately goes to eat a lot of food. While he eats, Della gives him a report of what happened in the war and in the last 4 days when he was unconscious. Her report is very detailed, truly a professional secretary. So Odin has succeeded at taking over Wano wholly now. What about Orokai and Kaido? Asks Buggy. Odin plans to execute Orokai tomorrow. As for Kaido, he wants to leave the decision to you, says Della. I'll think about it later. Is there something else that needs my consent? Asks Buggy. Yes, it's about 2 children from Beast's pirates. A girl named Yamato who is Kaido's daughter and a fishman boy who never said his name, says Della. It piqued Buggy's interest, so he decides to meet them after he eats. Della continues her report and Buggy responds accordingly. Cricket has taken care of most things, but some things still need his consent. After he finished eating, Buggy goes to meet Yamato and Little Jack. They are placed in a house located in the clowns area. The clowns have some houses in an area that they use while they stay on Wano, and one of them is used for the kids. Yamato isn't restricted by the clowns because she is not causing trouble. She still has the explosive handcuff though, because the clowns can't do anything about it. But Little Jack is handcuffed with a sea stone cuff that is connected to the wall because he keeps causing trouble and has violent tendencies. Why'd she still has the explosive handcuff? Asks Buggy. That's because we don't know how to remove it, says Della. Hey? Odin should be able to do it though, says Buggy. Are you the one who defeated Kaido? Wow, you look more normal than I thought, except for your nose, says Yamato while looking at Buggy curiously. Well, you look more normal too. I thought Kaido's daughter will look more brutal, like that, says Buggy while pointing at Little Jack, who thrash around to break free while trash talking. Humph, I don't want to be his daughter too if I can choose. By the way, are you Joy Boy? Asks Yamato. Joy Boy? Who's that? Why are you asking? Asks Buggy. Well, there is this prophecy that I heard coincidentally. Kaido says that only Joy Boy can defeat him. So you must be Joy Boy because you defeated him, says Yamato. Kaido also said the same. But I don't think I am Joy Boy or Sad Boy or whatever. That prophecy or whatnot has nothing to do with me. My existence itself has changed the fate and prophecy of this world, says Buggy smugly. It sounds cringe, but it's true considering Buggy's past. The knowledge of his past life and the actions he took so far will absolutely change the world. He might do small things before, but now he did something very big by defeating Kaido. If the prophecy of Joy Boy included Kaido in it, then that means Buggy has changed it too. It might bring a bad result to this world's fate, but he doesn't care. If that fate is bad for him, then he will change it himself because he has the power to do it now. So kid, why do you call your father using his name? Asks Buggy. Because I don't like him. He always wanted a son, so he treated me like a boy. Also, he sees me more like a tool than his child. He never acts as a father to me too, so there's no reason for me to love him as a father, says Yamato while puffing her cheeks. Then you don't hate me for defeating him? I might kill him after this, you know, says Buggy. I don't care about that, says Yamato. Buggy smiles and says, all right, follow me, kid. Yamato follows Buggy outside the house after taking a glance at little Jack. After they get out, Buggy orders Della to call Enel. He needs Enel to take care of little Jack so that the little fishman will be more obedient. If Jack is an adult, Buggy might kill him to avoid unnecessary trouble because of little Jack's violent tendencies. But he is just a kid now, and Buggy will never kill kids no matter how evil they are. Also, kids can change depending on whose steps they follow. Enel was rather similar to little Jack, so he is the most suitable person to change little Jack. Well, the other reason is that Enel doesn't have anything to do now. The other executives have jobs and he can only fight, so he can't really help the others. Buggy and Yamato then go to the beach and Buggy asks Yamato to show him her handcuff. He grabs the handcuff and uses his advanced haki to break it. Then he throws it away and it explodes, surprising Yamato. She thought that it was not a real explosive handcuff, but it really explodes. She was just obedient and never leave Wano like what Kaido ordered her, because he will beat her up if she didn't obey. Also, she thought that Kaido still has slight care for her, but he isn't. Now she really hates Kaido because he really tried to kill her. Buggy just sighs as he sees Yamato shed some tears. She might hate Kaido, but he is still her father, and she is just a kid, so she must have wanted her father's love, even just for a little. After she calms down, Buggy asks her, so, what will you do now, kid? I don't know. I like samurai and want to be one, but I doubt they will accept Kaido's daughter, says Yamato while sitting on the sand with her head dropping. Then, why don't you follow me? You never saw the outside world even though your father was one of the most powerful people in the world, right? You are still young, so you need to see many things in the world. You've been released from Kaido's confinement, so don't let yourself be trapped here again, says Buggy. I'll think about it, says Yamato. Sure, take your time. We will stay here for some time, so there's no need to rush things, says Buggy as he pats Yamato's head. Yamato smiles a little when he pats her because she never gets comforted like this before. Can you tell me about the outside world? Asks Yamato. Buggy smiles and nods before he starts telling her about his journey with his crew and what they experienced on their journey. Yamato gets amazed by everything that Buggy says and she gets more curious about the outside world now. The day ends without them realizing it and it changes. Orikai's execution will be held today along with his close retainers. Their goons will be imprisoned and work as miners. The clowns watch the execution because Odin invited them. This is their alliance's victory, so they need to witness this moment together. Odin executes Orikai personally and his head will be hung on the plaza for a week. This is quite a brutal sight, but the clowns know it is necessary to relieve the masses. Nothing goes wrong at the execution because Orikai was handcuffed with sea stone. So his power won't work and he died instantly. The clowns thought that there will be nothing but executions today. But it's not, because Odin suddenly announces that he will open Wano's border soon so the country will connect to the world. It's not surprising for everyone because they've known that Odin always wanted to do it. But then he suddenly says something that surprises everyone. He tells them that from now onwards, Wano will be the territory of clown pirates, and surprisingly, the people accept it happily. Buggy clicks his tongue, that cunning bastard, he just wants our protection when Wano opens its border. Chapter 282, A Territory. Odin's sudden announcement of making Wano into the clown's territory is being accepted easily by the citizens of Wano. But the captain of the said pirate crew doesn't like that idea. He feels like his crew is being used by Wano, after all. Besides, Buggy doesn't really like to have any territory because he needs to manage and protect it. He just wants to roam around the world freely, and managing territories will reduce his freedom. The money that he can get from the tax is very tempting though, but he doesn't like the trouble. Odin knows what Buggy thinks, so he tells Buggy not to worry. The clowns don't need to do anything and just need to lend their crew's name. Odin, the new shogun, and his retainers will take care of everything in Wano, after all. Isn't this a win-win situation for us, Buggy-jiro? You will get money from the protection tax and solidify your crew's position in New World. Having territories is important in New World, right? Asks Odin while grinning. Besides, by defeating Beast's pirates, you also take over their territory automatically. If you don't take them, then other pirate crews will try to take them. The poor people in those territories might suffer again just after they get freed. You need to be responsible for your actions even if you are pirates, says Toki sternly. Yasui, Ushimaru, and Hyogoro also add the nagging without giving Buggy any chance to say a word. Arg! Stop your blabber! Alright, just do what you want. Territory, tax, protection, I don't care about them. Just do what you want and stop annoying me, yells Buggy in frustration. The leaders grin seeing Buggy gives up. He is a very strong fighter, but in the end, he is still just a 19-yo. It's an easy thing for veterans like them to make a 19-yo give up on thinking. Buggy just ignores them and eats the food prepared for him. He even asks for more because he doesn't want to think about complicated stuff and just eats. He eats a lot that everyone who doesn't know his appetite wonder just where all the food he ate goes because he eats too much, but his body doesn't change at all. Anyway, the clown's pirates now officially have a country as their territory. They'll also get Beast's pirates' other territories if they claim those places quickly. But Buggy doesn't have any intention to do it because it's too troublesome, so other pirate crews will try to seize those places immediately. In the following days, the clowns are resting to let the injured ones recover. Not everyone has a monstrous recovery rate like Buggy, after all. Those with minor injuries have healed, but those with grave injuries are still not fit enough to sail again. In the meanwhile, the ones who are healthy enough are doing some work. They are repairing their ship and weapons while also upgrading their weapons. They upgrade their weapons' materials and power. Well, by upgrading, they are making new weapons from scratch again. The materials that they use now are liquor iron ore and sea stone. They mix those two minerals with the help of Wano's craftsmen who are very skillful at handling sea stone. As for the power upgrade, Ruff and his team have found a way to increase their weapons' firepower after getting Queen's research data. Queen has done many weapon research, be they chemical, physical, or even biological weapons. It's not to the extent of what Queen showed in the series 20 years later, but his research's results are still very great. The data really help Ruff and his team to upgrade the clown's weapons. Ruff also finally gets answers to some of his research problems. Now, Paulu's team is handling the weapons creation with the help of Wano's craftsmen. As for Ruff, he is busy making prosthetic limbs for those who lost their limbs. He needs to make a lot because it's not just the clowns who need them but also many samurais. Of course, some of Wano's craftsmen help him make the prosthetics. They just use normal steel though to lower the budget. Sea stone is very valuable to they can't use it for everything. The other teams also work on their jobs. Team Mantis cooks, Team Brook plays music to entertain the people, Team Manba treats the injured, and the other teams are helping here and there. They all are working hard, making Wano's citizens respect them even more. 2 weeks later, WG's CP0 agents suddenly come to Wano because of Kaido's defeat. They were a business partner with Kaido and A.K.A who supplied weapon materials to them. Kaido's defeat obviously makes their materials supply stop. The materials they get from here are of high quality, so they need them. Good materials are needed to make good weapons, after all. That's why they came here to get their material supplies again by striking a deal with Oden. However, Oden isn't willing to work with WG, and won't supply materials to them. He knows just how wretched the WG is and how rotten the world nobles are. He doesn't want Wano to be WG's dog. Febol.cm. Offending WG is bad, but working with them is something that Oden will never want to consider. However, as a ruler, Oden needs to think about his people. WG might attack them if they refused the offer, so he almost received it. Luckily, Buggy steps up during the negotiation, if it can be called that. He claims Wano as his territory to the CP0, albeit objecting to it at first. So if WG wants to do business with Wano, they need to make the deal with him. Of course, they belittle him even though he was the one who defeated Kaido, someone that they feared. Some agents even try to attack him, such stupid moves. They only get their body chopped into pieces even without them knowing it. So this is how world government behave when they are negotiating. You are more barbaric than pirates. Well, what do I expect from dogs that follow scums like world nobles, says Buggy while smirking. Hearing Buggy calls world nobles as scums, all CP0 agents get angered. They all are very loyal to world nobles and won't let anyone insult their gods. So even after seeing their comrades being chopped to pieces, they still attack Buggy. The leader orders all of his men, including those who hide, to attack. However, no one comes out of their hiding spots and only those who join the negotiation are attacking Buggy. Of course, all of them get chopped into pieces instantly. As for those who hide, Dion's team has handled them all. They've been eliminated and thrown in front of the leader, the only one who is still fine. He is very surprised to see all his men have been defeated in an instant. I don't know what makes you think that you can defeat me, who has defeated Kaido that you feared to the core. If you think I was just lucky, then you should change your brain. This is good though, I can use you to deliver my message to world government, says Buggy before he cuts the leader's neck. Of course, Buggy uses his ability, so the leader doesn't die, just like the others that he chopped using his ability. Those that Dion's team handled have died though. Buggy doesn't need too many of them to deliver his message, so only a few are being kept alive. Then Buggy raises the leader's head by grabbing his hair. With menacing eyes, Buggy releases a little of his conqueror haki and says, "Tell them this. Never mess with me or those that I value. If you still do it, then I will move Marie Joyce to the bottom of the sea." Chapter 283, Need to Leave. After defeating the CP0 agents, Buggy calls someone from Dion's team. It's a man named Morris, the one who ate past fruit with the ability to see the past through an object. Buggy tells him to find the other CP0 agent's location. Captain, I can't use it on a living being," says Morris. "I never told you to use it on this guy. You can use it on his mask, hat, clothes, whatever," says Buggy. "Ah, you're right," says Morris in realization. Buggy sighs as he watches Morris takes the man's mask. The man can't do anything about it with his body being chopped into many parts like Kaido. Morris then uses his power on the mask and he sees everything that happened around the mask in the past. Only 2 people remain. They are in a submarine in the north, it is underwater and hasn't entered Wano's territory yet, says Morris. "Submarine, hey? Then, we'll also use our submarine," says Buggy. "But torpedo only can carry 3 people including the helmsman," says Dion. "So? It won't be a problem if the ones who go are Cricket, Palu and Morris, right? Morris will show the way while those 2 will take care of the agents. Or maybe we can just sink that submarine," says Buggy. "NOOO. Research. Submarine. Data! Shouts Ruff, who suddenly barges in and holds Buggy's leg while looking like a zombie. Alright, we won't sink the submarine, says Buggy, freaked out by Ruff's expression. Well, I won't recommend destroying it either. I just found that there are other people too in there, says Morris. Who are they? Asks Buggy. Pirates, rebels of a country, scientists, and even marines, says Morris. What a strange composition. But we might get something out of this. Morris, you go with Palu and Cricket. Tell them to keep everyone in the submarine alive, including the agents. They can do anything as long as everyone there is alive, says Buggy. Morris nods before he leaves. Buggy then orders the ones who stay to round things up. They all immediately tied up the defeated agents' heads because Buggy has chopped their bodies and shaped them into a ball like Kaido's body. Buggy then places their heads in the same jail as Kaido. They can talk or argue as they want in there. It will be a very funny sight, after all. Bodiless heads talking to each other will be very hilarious. Be nice to each other, okay? I'll return you to your mommies if you behave, says Buggy with a mocking tone, ignoring their curses. Buggy laughs as he leaves them and goes back to meet Odin. Odin has sent his ninjas to find if there are other spies like the CP0 agents in the country. There's no way A.K.A and Kaido just work with world government if they want more profit. Odin, I think my crew can't stay here any longer. Marine and WG will send more people at us and staying in a place is not beneficial. So we will leave tomorrow, says Buggy. As I thought, that will be the case. Alright, I won't ask you to stay any longer. It's not like I can force you to stay too. I don't want to have my body chopped before I realize it, says Odin while grinning. Buggy also grins and says, don't worry, I won't turn you into a meatball. But you don't deny that you'll chop my body, says Odin with a bitter smile. It will be fun, after all, says Buggy as he turns around and leaves. Odin just sighs before he calls his assistant and tells something to the man. The assistant nods and walks away hastily. Sigh, there are just too many problems to open our border, says Odin tiredly. Buggy arrives at his cruise camp and gathers everyone. Surprisingly, little Jack is also there, although he has a swollen face and is being dragged by Enel. Yamato has become quite close with Alan and Elin because they are close in age. Listen. We will leave tomorrow because of a situation. Do what you want tonight, but I want you to be ready to sail tomorrow, says Buggy. Says everyone disappointedly. Don't me. Blame the world government for sending some bastards here, disturbing our rest. Anyway, we'll leave at noon, and I don't want anyone to be late. That's it, dismiss. Orders Buggy. They all look at each other and then, boo. They booed Buggy and then immediately run away. Buggy gets pissed and splits his body into many parts to hit their butts. He understands their disappointment, but it's still pissed him off. After punishing the insolent bastards, Buggy goes to meet Hitetsu. He asked the old guy to repair his swords because they were damaged in his battle against Kaido. Their Devil Fruits abilities damaged them more than the clashes against Kaido. Are they done, old man? Asks Buggy. Yeah, I've repaired them, and even strengthened them again. Now they won't get damaged again even if you continuously use their abilities, says Hitetsu. Buggy takes his sword and flows his haki on them. He immediately feels the difference. His haki flows easier on the swords so he can use their abilities easier too. These swords seem to have gained spirits. They won't respond to others' Ryuo and only accept yours. I've tried it and they actually rejected mine, says Hitetsu. Well, I've heard a theory that devil fruits have a kind of souls, spirits, or minds of their own. Swords also gain spirits as they get used in a lot of battles. So maybe they grew faster because of that and they only recognize me as their owner, says Buggy. They'll be a pair of peerless swords when you can make them black, says Hitetsu. Yeah, that's my goal. Old man, do you know how to make them black? Asks Buggy. I don't know. The only black sword that I know is Shisui, Wano's sword that was lost a few years ago. Ryuma, the one who made it black, used it all his life, and they've gone through many battles. As long as you keep using them and feed them Ryuo, then maybe they'll become black swords one day, says Hitetsu. Sigh, I know that story too. So there's no good information, hey? Well, whatever, I'll ask Hawkeyes when his Yora becomes black, thinks Buggy. Buggy then asks about another thing. He asked Hitetsu to teach his crew's blacksmith, Gil, so he asks about Gil's progress. Hitetsu says that Gil only needs more experience now by handling more weapons. After finishing his business there, Buggy excuses himself. Hitetsu seems to be hesitating about something but keeps silent. Buggy doesn't realize it and just leaves the workshop. Sigh, he is very close to Odin, so I just can't bring myself to tell him, says Hitetsu. Buggy doesn't realize anything and goes to a wasteland. He wants to try his swords and this is the best place that he can think of. There's no one here so he can do what he wants. He swings his swords multiple times while activating their devil fruits. It really becomes easier to use Haki and their devil fruits. He uses less Haki energy to create the same output as before, it's a very satisfying result. Buggy finishes his test after an hour and goes back. He returns at the same time as Cricket, Palu, and Morris. They've finished their job perfectly because it's very easy for the current them. How is it? Asks Buggy. We've subdued the agents as you ordered, along with the submarine, and the captured people, says Cricket. Have you interrogated those people? Asks Buggy. Yeah, but I guess we need to leave it to Dion's team to get real answers, says Palu. Alright, call Dion. We might get some useful things, says Buggy while grinning as he walks to the beach, his hands are itching for action. Chapter 284, Last Day on Wano. Buggy meets with the people that were detained in the submarine. They are gathered at the beach, surrounded by the clowns who are keeping tabs on them. The submarine also can be seen in the water behind them. There are 28 people there with different backgrounds. Pirates, rebels, soldiers, criminals, civilians, and even marines. Their backgrounds make Buggy gets interested in them. Where's Dion? Asks Buggy. He and his team are inspecting the submarine now with Ruff and my team. Dion's team is looking for important documents while Ruff and my team are inspecting the ship's machinery, says Palu. Oh, that's good, they understand what to do. You can go too. I know you're itching to learn that submarine, says Buggy. Palu smiles before he runs to the submarine. Tell Dion to finish it fast. Shouts Buggy to Palu. Palu just raises his thumb before entering the submarine. Some time later, Dion comes out of the submarine while carrying some papers. He walks to Buggy and then gives the stack of papers. I've read all of them and found something interesting. They came from different places and backgrounds but they have something in common. Either they went against the world government or celestial dragons, says Dion. Madison, 35Y.0, going against the order to become world noble's possession, escaping with her lover and becoming pirates. I thought she is a civilian, so she is a pirate, and this baldy with the thick beard is her lover. Love pirates, is it? Never heard of it, says Buggy. Well, these two are the only members in that crew, says Dion. Oh ho! That's impressive. They've escaped from world government for 8 months just by themselves. Wait. I know someone who can escape for 20 years just by herself, so it's basically nothing. Well, it's still impressive for those without protagonist auras, says Buggy. Protagonist aura? Asks Dion. Don't mind it. Anyway, these guys really have similar backgrounds. So there are 4 pirates, 1 civilian, 2 soldiers, 3 country rebels, 5 criminals of different types, and 3 marine soldiers. What about the 2 agents? Asks Buggy. They are chained inside the submarine, says Dion. All right, I'll take care of them later. Now, what should we do about these guys? Asks Buggy while grinning. The captured people shiver when they see Buggy's grin. They don't know what he's thinking now, but that grin seems evil. Don't make those faces, I won't eat you or chop your bodies. I actually have an offer for you guys, says Buggy. The captured people look at each other and then a marine man says, what offer? Buggy grins again. You know that we've just attacked 2 CP0 agents in the submarine, right? We've actually beaten the other agents first, that's why we know the submarine's location. Beating CP0 agents should have proved that we are WG's enemies and that we are strong. If that's not enough, then I'll tell you that I've attacked a celestial dragon before. The captured people get surprised and murmur among themselves. Then, let me tell you my offer. My offer is for you guys to join my crew. I offer my protection in exchange for your loyalties. How is it? Asks Buggy. Now everyone gets surprised, including the clowns. Sure, they need more people in their crew now, but they don't know these people's capabilities. Buggy also knows what they think, so he explains his reason. These guys are wanted by the world government to the point that they sent CP0. That means these guys know something or have dangerous skills, maybe, says Buggy. Cricket sweat drops and says, so you're not sure about it? I just want to act cool. Anyway, you guys can accept it, but you need to treat this as a trade. So you need to give me an equal exchange for my protection, says Buggy. The 18 people then split into those who want to join the clowns and those who won't. 15 want to join while 3 refuse. Surprisingly, the ones who refuse are criminals, not Marines or soldiers of countries. 15 people who want to join tell Buggy what they can offer, like their skills, knowledge, or even money. But offering money without useful skills is considered useless by Buggy. So he keeps interrogating them until they spill things that will be useful for him. He smiles happily because they all can be useful for his crew. The Marine, pirates, soldiers, and rebels surely have combat skills. They were just going against WG for various reasons, that's why they were captured. But the civilians are actually scientists and the remaining 2 criminals are good at business. They aren't good at battles, but their skills and knowledge are more needed by the clowns. Buggy also has a future plan that will need their skills. So he accepts the 15 of them and tells his crew to take care of their new crewmates. As for the 3 who refused, Buggy lets them go without asking anything. He even gives them a small ship and sends them out of Wano's border. I'm surprised that you sent them off easily and generously. You even gave them a ship, says Jude. Hey, I'm not a heartless man who will kill people just because they refuse to join my crew. Also, that ship is just something we took from a Nagashima. The samurais don't want it and we don't need it, so might as well give it to the ones who need it. Besides, if they can cause more problems for world government, then I don't really mind it, says Buggy. What if they become our enemies in the future? Asks Yamato. Buggy and his crew is silent before they laugh. That will be the dumbest thing they'll ever do, and also the last. The clowns return to Wano and that night, they have a big party with the people of Wano. It is so big that it looks more like a festival instead of a party. Odin makes the party very big to show that Wano is very grateful for the clowns' help. They all enjoy the night as they want. They drink, eat, dance, sing, fight, play games, cause trouble or even spend the night with local girls or men. All of them really do what they want, but they know their limitations, so it's still alright. Buggy-jiro, what will you do after this? Asks Odin. I don't know. I would like to go back to East Blue, but the world government won't leave me alone for some time. So going there will just endanger those I want to meet. That's why I will stay in New World until the heat cools down, says Buggy. So what will you do in that time? Asks Odin. Well, maybe I'll annoy that old man to kill time, says Buggy. Ooh, Whitey-chan, hey? Tells him to come here sometime. Ah, and Red Taro too, says Odin. Sure, after I beat the crap out of him, says Buggy. Odin laughs and says, you guys are always like that, aren't you? Anyway, the party keeps going on for the whole night. Everyone enjoys the night fully without holding themselves back. The clowns will leave tomorrow, after all, so they all want to make this night memorable. The next day, most of them are wasted, but they still need to move. They all are preparing for the clowns' departure and gather on the beach. The Black Pearl has been filled with supplies and other things. Buggy then bids farewell to the people of Wano, but then some people run and kneel in front of him. They are Ronins who lost their limbs in the war and were given prosthetics by Ruff. These Ronins want to follow Buggy and serve him as their new lord. Are you sure? Asks Buggy. Yes. They all answer firmly. Buggy smiles and accepts them after seeing Odin nod. The clown pirates get a lot of new members on Wano. Now, the number of their crew members is 107 including Buggy and the executives. The clowns get on their ship and Buggy gives his order, all right, set the sail. Chapter 285, Fish Baits. The clown pirates leave Wano with a big achievement on their hands. Buggy has decided on their next destination and it's not your average place. Their next destination is a marine base closest to Wano, which is 3 days away. Buggy chooses to go to a marine base because he wants to do something big. They will show marine and world government what they've done on Wano. Things will become hectic after this, but it will be fun. Are you sure about this, Captain? Asks Dion. Of course, we need to warn them that they shouldn't mess with us. It's also a warning for other pirate crews or organizations. I know there are many that will go after us, but we will use them as our footholds as one of the strongest crew, says Buggy. Sigh, it will be troublesome, but what can I do? You're the captain, says Cricket. Ha ha ha, just hold on for some months. Anyway, how much loot that we got, Della? Asks Buggy. For the valuables like treasures and money, we estimated their worth to be around 8 billion belly after we split them with Wano country. That makes us have a total of 13 billion belly in our treasury. We also get a lot of valuable documents and research data that can't be measured with money, says Della while reading her note. Good, that will be enough to fund our next big plan. We will shake the world with that much money, says Buggy while grinning. Palu then approaches them while wiping his hands. Captain, we're ready. All right, let's get to work, says Buggy before walking to the main deck. On the main deck is a very big ball of chopped body parts. Buggy has merged the bodies of Kaido, King, Queen, other beasts pirates executives who are still alive, and the CP0 agents. Their heads aren't here, but being tied in the prison room inside the ship. Buggy touches the giant meatball and splits it into millions of very small cubes. He even tries to split them even smaller into millimeters sized. It is a good chance to train his newly awakened devil fruit while playing. After playing around for some minutes, he mixed matches them randomly and repeat the process tens of times until he is satisfied before shaping them into millions of 1 centimeter cubic cubes. Well, it's just the estimated size and shape that Buggy tried to make, not their accurate size. They look like cube-shaped fish bait, says Enel. It's a good thing that the kids are not here. They'll be horrified, says Mantis. Yeah, might as well kill these guys, this is worse than torture, says Dion. Some of them are disgusted by the sight of these meat cubes while some are entertained and some feel indifferent. Brooke even sings about these cube-shaped fish baits while some people like Ruff play using them. Alright folks, throw the fish baits, says Buggy while grinning evilly. The clowns then take the cubes and throw them to the sea. They don't throw them all at once but slowly to spread them nicely. Just like proper fish baits, the cubes bait a lot of fish and get eaten by them. Damn, those fish eat some high-quality meat, says Enel. Kaido and Seo can feel the fish eating their bodies. They are very strong, so it just feels ticklish, but it still feels unpleasant. Also, they feel weakened a little because their body parts get in contact with seawater. F***ck, what did that clown bastard does to our bodies? Curses Queen. The CP0 agents also get angry and one of them says, I'll kill him, and inflicts as much pain to him as possible. Just you wait, you clown. Say that after you have your body back and get silent, you all. My ears are bleeding because of your blabbers, says Kaido while releasing his conqueror haki, making the others shut their mouths. Arino.cm. That conqueror haki also spread from Kaido's body parts, making the clown pirates' weaker members pass out. The fish that ate Kaido's body parts also pass out, so their number reduces. He is still a monster even when his body is chopped to pieces. The ones who are still conscious help their crewmates. They stop throwing the cubes for now and rest. They will throw the cubes again later and tomorrow as well so that the cubes will spread nicely in the sea. We are like psychopaths, says Palu. Maybe we are, says Buggy. You're the one who made this happen though, says Cricket. Just like what they've planned, they throw the cubes in a small amount every once in a while as they sail. Fish and even sea kings are eating the cubes. If they don't get eaten, then they'll sink to the bottom of the sea and will surely get eaten in the future. No one will be able to find all the pieces because they'll spread all over New World, maybe even to other seas. It can be said that this is the end for Kaido and Co even though they are still alive. This is a worse punishment than death. 3 days after leaving Wano, the clown pirates finally arrive at the closest marine base. Their arrival causes a big uproar in the base and all marine soldiers come out. They all are ready to attack the clown and wait for Black Pearl to get into range. The Black Pearl enters the Marines' attack range and gets bombarded by attacks. But all those attacks get stopped by a shield of lightning on the left and a shield of ash on the right. Then the clowns shoot their cannons for a few rounds, hitting all the Marine base's cannons. All their shot hits the Marines' cannons, showing that their skills have improved. It's also supported by their upgraded cannons that have stronger power, better accuracy, and longer range. They could shoot earlier, but shooting from a longer range is difficult and only a few people can do it, so they only attack at normal range. The Marine soldiers and officers get very wary now. They have contacted the Marine HQ but all of them doubt they'll survive before the reinforcement come. However, the clowns don't have any intention to destroy this base or kill any Marine, unless they need to. Buggy is now standing on the ship's front rail while holding a metal javelin. All the Marines look at him nervously as he raises the javelin. The reporters on the base are busy taking pictures of him because this will surely be a headline. Suddenly, Buggy throws the javelin and it flies to the base. There are chains tied to the javelin and some round things are attached at the end of those chains. The javelin hit the base's fortress wall and pierces it quite deeply. Everyone looks at it and they all widen their eyes when they see what is attached to the javelin. They all see Kaido's and Ko's heads hanging there like some keychains. They get even more surprised when the heads yell angrily at Buggy, showing that they are still alive. Oh my god, they are still alive. How's that possible? Asks a Marine captain. Isn't that Kaido of 100 Beasts? Says a reporter with a shocked tone. Everyone who knows things in New World surely knows Kaido. He is a very infamous pirate of a big crew. People said that Kaido's crew will reach Whitebeard and Big Mom's level soon, but now his head is hanging here. Now they all realize that the clowns have defeated Beast's pirates. None of them know this because Wano is a closed country without connection to the outside world. Well, the WG actually knew it already through their spies, but they didn't spread it yet because they want to hide their failed attempt to remove the clowns. But now the whole world will know it because there are CP0 agents among the keychains. A crew with less than 100 members defeated a crew with more than 10,000 members. They also defeated CP0 agents on top of that. This really becomes a worldwide headline the next day. It's an almost impossible feat, after all, and they show it with a bang. People even start to say that the clown pirates have become a crew on par with Whitebeard and Big Mom pirates now. Chapter 286, Another Big Plan. A day after the clowns made a ruckus on a marine base, the world gets into an uproar. Everything that happened on Wano has spread all over the world, after all. The world government has tried to suppress it, but it still spread in the end. Buggy purposely spread it by contacting world news. Those journalists will take every news as long as it's interesting and will cause an uproar. They've often gone against world government for their news, that's why Buggy contacted them. He also spread the news that Wano will open its border and that it is his crew's territory now. His purpose is to give some sort of protection to Wano. The world's attention will shift toward Wano for some time, so the world government won't be able to endanger it. After all, it's a well-known fact that Wano has a deep connection with Roger and Whitebeard pirates through Odin. Messing with Wano means messing with Whitebeard pirates and the remnants of Roger pirates like Buggy, Shanks, and even Rayleigh. The clown pirates' feat on Wano has increased their infamy and of course, their bounties. They get a lot of raises because they've defeated not only Beast's pirates but also a CP0 unit, which is known as the best Cypher Paul group. Buggy the Killer Clown, 3.45 billion. Red Fist's Mont Blanc Cricket, 1.69 billion. Black Hammer Palu, 1.23 billion. Thunder God Enel, 1 billion. Demon Giant Magnus, 911 million. Mantis the Dancer, 567 million. Fatman Manba, 234 million. Rainbow Hair Bunglan Dion, 222 million. Soul King Brook, 187 million. Ash Girl Ariella Jude, 173 million. The Inventor Ruff, 156 million. Many other members also get bounties but none of them pass 20 million. Still, it makes them happy because it makes them feel that they are real pirates. Also, it means that the world government notices them. The total of executives' bounties is a whopping 9.82 billion. When added with the crew members' bounties, the total becomes almost 10 billion. They have the highest total bounty among rookie crews and are on par with Whitebeard and Big Mom pirates. Of course, the clowns celebrate their new bounties with a big party. It's also to celebrate their feat and get new members. They've held a party on Wano before, but celebrating it themselves always feels different. What will we do after this, Captain? Asks Jude. As much as I want to go back to East Blue, it is just too risky. The world government is hot on our tails, so we can't make wrong moves. Exploring the new world is also quite difficult now because all forces will be wary of us. I want to relax for some time, so let's visit all Beast's pirates' territories to claim them. They are important pieces for our big plan, says Buggy before drinking his rum. You hated having territories before, but now you want them quite badly, says Cricket while smirking. Well, if we have Wano as our territory, might as well make all Beast's pirates' territories ours. I also get a good idea after seeing Beast's pirates stuff, says Buggy. Haha, that's the right call, Captain. If this plan success, then we'll become very rich, says the drunk Dion, followed by the others' cheer. Being rich will depend on how we manage it, but at least I know that taking over these territories will be easy. We've gone to all these places when we attacked Beast's pirates units to reduce their power. We are basically the heroes of these places and we left good impressions on the locals. As long as we can get their assistance, then it will be easier in the future, says Palu. What do you think we should do to get the locals' support, Della? Asks Mantis. In my opinion, the best way is to give them proper work contracts, not slave contracts like what Beast's pirates did. Slave contracts will surely reduce the operational cost, but our relationship with them will be very weak. Having a good relationship also makes the territory management easier, and it will also increase the profit that our territories make because the people will work more efficiently, says Della. Well, that's enough for me. Beast's pirates' way of controlling their territories is too troublesome. It needs a lot of manpower, which will make the management harder. I prefer having a good relationship with the locals and making them cooperate with us willingly. We just need to check for problems every once in a while, says Buggy. They all agree because it will make things easier for them. They just need to find trustworthy people to help them manage these territories, possibly among the locals. Local representatives are better because people will believe them more as each territory's leader. In the end, they are pirates, not nobles or governments who work to manage territories. Their job is piracy, so they attack and plunder things. Although they never attack civilians, they still attack and plunder other organizations, so they are still pirates. The next day, the clowns arrive on an island which was Beast's pirates' territory. They get surprised though because they see their flag is fluttering on the island. There are even 3 flags on the port and there are more Indiana the other places. What's going on? Asks Ruff confusedly. I was just joking when I said the locals will see us as heroes, but it is truly the case. It seems they have accepted us as their new rulers and it seems they are happy about it, says Palu as he sees a lot of people gathering on the port and waving at the clowns. Well, we've visited this island a few times because Beast's pirates kept sending new units to take it over. It's not strange that the locals are seeing us as their protector, says Mantis. But we still need to be careful later because many of them surely haven't fully believed us, says Magnus. Just make Brooke sing a few songs for them and they'll like us instantly, says Dion jokingly. Yo ho ho ho, I know you'll say that, so I've prepared some songs for them, says Brooke. Really? Asks Dion with a stunned expression. No, it's a lie, yo ho ho ho, says Brooke before he runs away from the pissed Dion. Well, we just need to show them that we are not dictators. At least most of them like us so it will be easier, says Buggy. The clowns soon land on the island and the locals welcome them happily. They celebrate the clowns' arrival like true heroes, not evil pirates. Well, the clowns have freed them from years of suffering caused by Beast's pirates, after all. The celebration lasts only for 3 hours because the locals don't have much food and drinks. So it's just a small celebration but it doesn't matter. The clowns didn't come here to have a party, after all, but to start a business. They gather the locals' elders and other kinds of group representatives. The clowns' executives then have a meeting with these people. They are using the biggest mansion which was the mayor's mansion. There are some representatives who don't like the idea of having the clown pirates as their new rulers. They still can't trust pirates because they suffer for years because of pirates too and they don't hide their distrust. But then what Buggy says changes their attitude 180 degrees. After all, Buggy says, what do you think about making a lot of money? Chapter 287, New Organization. Buggy tells the locals about his plan to build an underground business. He wants to sell weapons just like the Buggy in the series. But, he will be the producer and the broker at the same time because he has the necessary resources. He has a lot of territories that produce many kinds of minerals. Then, there is Wano which has a lot of skillful craftsmen. Wano will also need to do business after they open their border, so this business will be very helpful for them. Of course, Wano will need to open some legal businesses too on the surface. The clowns also need to gather craftsmen from other places so their weapons won't just be produced on Wano. But all of those will need time and a lot of money. Buggy plans to build an underground organization under clown pirates. It will sell minerals and weapons produced by their territories. Then slowly, they will expand their business to buy and sell weapons from other places too. However, the clowns aren't businessmen, so they need other people to run the business. The boss will still be Buggy though because it's an organization under his crew. The problem is he can't just leave the organization to people he doesn't know well. He has thought about that and now he has a list of people that he can trust to manage his new business. So after making a deal with the locals on this island, Buggy goes to call the people on the list. The ones he calls are his ex-crewmates on Roger Pirates that was close to him. Most of them have retired from piracy and lived peacefully with a lot of money. But Buggy knows that those guys are itching to do something fun. There are 23 people that he calls, but only 14 are interested. The others have started their families and just want peaceful lives, so Buggy doesn't force them. Of course, he calls them through secure lines so the WG won't hear them. Then he also calls Shucky to rope her in. She isn't interested in joining the weapon business, but she asks him to let some of her ex-crewmates who are looking for new jobs join his business. He accepts them because he knows Shucky won't recommend untrustworthy people. After recruiting, Buggy calls 2 of their new members who were from criminal organizations. They were good at business, so he wants them to supervise their new organization. The 2 of them happily accept it because they are better suited for business, not piracy. But Buggy warns them to not even try to play with him. They nod furiously because they know what he's capable of. Also, they need his protection to be safe from world government. Buggy then asks Della to allocate a budget for this island. Then they leave the island after taking care of many things for 3 days. They go to other territories that were Beast's pirates' territories. Just like what they thought, there are pirate crews that try to overtake these places. But they all get defeated easily by the clown pirates even though most of them have more members. Number is useless in the face of overwhelming power. The negotiation with the locals of these territories also goes well. They've been saved by the clown pirates a few times and the business proposals are also good. Besides, they all know that they need the protection of a big organization to survive in the new world. There are 3 nations including Wano that become parts of the clowns' territories. The other 9 islands aren't parts of any nation. They are just towns on small islands and even the nations other than Wano are small. That's why they can't protect their own territories without the clown pirates' protection. The Marine is keeping tabs on the clown pirates but they ignore the Marine as long as they don't get attacked. But sometimes, they get attacked by Vice Admiral's fleets. These Vice Admirals thought they are good enough to defeat Buggy, but they can't even get past the clown's new cannons and railgun. Well, these Vice Admirals' fleets are good targets to try their new weapons. So even though it's wasting their time, the clowns are quite happy to see their new weapons in action. The battles against some Vice Admirals' fleets also firm their position as one of the strongest crew. Buggy is still confused though because Marine just send these useless Vice Admirals to him. They have some good Vice Admirals like Kuzan, Sakazuki, Borsellino, and even Garp. Kuzan is the only one that he hasn't met so Buggy is quite curious about that guy's strength. Well, he hasn't had a proper battle against Sakazuki too. In the past, he wasn't able to find a way to handle Sakazuki's magma. But it's different now. He has grown stronger and he can use his devil fruit ability on things other than his body so he can cut Sakazuki's magma too. It's been around a month since the clowns left Wano. Buggy has explored his awakened devil fruit and tried to find his new ability's limit. He can cut objects to a cellular level if they're very close to him, he can revert them to their original shape easily and he can fly. Yes, Buggy can fly without the need to leave his feet on the ground. His limit is 20 meters above objects below and seawater is included. So he can fly within that limitation. It's good enough because he can prevent himself from falling into the sea and he has more mobility. The problem with his ability is that he can't use it to kill directly. He can chop people's body parts but what he chops is the space, not the bodies themselves. That's why there's no blood coming out of the chopped body parts because they still connect to each other although they won't be able to move normally. Buggy wants to be able to remove his devil fruit space protection effect. So when Buggy removes the space force that still connects their body parts, their bodies will get chopped for real, as if they get chopped by sharp weapons. It will kill them instantly because of severe bleeding. But well, it might be too much to ask because right now, his ability is crazy enough. He just needs to use his swords if he wants to make his enemies bleed and kill them. Besides, no one can do anything if he chops and dismembers them into small parts. Also, in this 1 month, Buggy learned that he needs to suppress his awakened devil fruit. An awakened devil fruit is just too strong and hard to control, so sometimes it gets activated without his consent. If he is careless, then he will split everything around him. He has done it a few times, after all. The first accident was when he walked around a town and tripped. Of course, he tried to stop his fall using his hands, but then the ground at 10 meters radius gets chopped into 5,050 centimeters cubes. He destroyed the road and 3 buildings in that incident. Luckily, no one died, and he has skillful crewmates to repair the broken things. Since that time, he always tried to be careful, but it's very difficult to control his awakened ability. 2 weeks ago, he almost destroyed their ship when he fell in his sleep. Luckily, he woke right after the fall and reconnect the ship again. That's why now Buggy needs to wear a sea stone bracelet whenever he sleeps or drinks alcohol to prevent another accident that can sink them. Anyway, other than the accidents that he caused, everything went quite well. After a month, his business as a weapon broker finally can start. The new organization under Clown Pirates has been formed with 213 members in it. The main members are Buggy's ex-crewmates and Roger Pirates, while the others are recommendations from the main members and his acquaintances. He placed the ones that he trusts the most on the top because they are the ones who will handle the new organization. The new organization's name is Caribbean, the only good name that Buggy could think of. Also, he has a code name as the head of Caribbean. His code name is Jester, inspired by Doflamingo's Joker. Buggy reads a newspaper before he closes it and grins, time to stir up the world even more. Chapter 288, The Caribbean. The Caribbean starts to produce some kinds of weapons. Firearms, bombs, bullets, swords, spears, etc., they sell what they can make. Well, they sell what Ruff and his team have designed after some research. Of course, they don't sell their best weapons or even their good weapons. They just sell weapons that are a little better than the average weapons in the market. None of the weapons that the clowns use are sold to the public because Buggy wants them to have the best stuff for themselves. Buggy wants to sell weapons immediately, but it's not possible now. They still need a lot of preparation before they can start selling. They need to make a lot of weapons first, recruit and training employees, make ships to transport the weapons, etc. So the clown pirates settle down on an island for some time. This island is the one they choose as the Caribbean's base. It's a small island and only has a small village on it and has no mineral resources. It wasn't owned by Beast's pirates, the clowns get it themselves when they move around, and they strike a deal with the locals. The reason why this small island only has a village on it is because this is a barren land with a hot temperature, A.K.A. desert island. There's only one source of fresh water here, which is the oasis in the village. That's also why the locals' ancestors built the village there. The strange thing is that rain always pours on the sea around this island. But none of the rainwater touches this island. Well, this is Grand Line, so this kind of strange thing can always happen. It's not a problem for the locals though, because the water from the oasis is always enough for them. But it will be a problem for the clowns' plan on this island. It's because this island will be their main base as well as the weapon production place. They are building workshops here while training many craftsmen. The previously quiet island is now bustling with life. The problem is the water in the oasis won't be enough to supply the needs on this island now. Of course, Buggy has a solution for this very big problem. They will use dance powder, the item that Crocodile uses on Alabasta to gather rain clouds. It steals the surrounding area's water vapor actually, so the surrounding area will not rain for some time. But it won't be a problem here because rain always happens in the surrounding area. The rain around the island won't stop just because they steal some rain clouds, it's Grand Line, after all. This is just a small island, so gathering the rain cloud that is located around the island will be easy. Still, Buggy refrains them to use the dance powder too often and just uses it when needed. They need to gather a lot of water when the rain comes. That's why they built a big reservoir in the desert and they cover the surface with black balls to reduce the evaporation. Della, how long will it be before we can start selling weapons? Asks Buggy while reading a newspaper in his ship's captain's room. We estimated that everything will be ready in 8 months, says Della. All right, we'll stay here for 2 months. Make sure that the Caribbean can work without our help in that 2 months, says Buggy. Understood, says Della before leaving. Buggy resumes reading the newspaper before he smirks. The newspaper is about him and Shanks. They are comparing him and Shanks because he has done something big while Shanks hasn't shown a similar result. Red hair pirates are still struggling in New World even though they entered it before clown pirates. Shanks is strong and grows stronger faster than most people. But Buggy's growth is just too fast that it looks impossible. People know that Shanks was better than Buggy in their days as Roger Pirate's apprentices. But then Buggy chased him and surpassed him now. Shanks and red hair pirates have the strength of veteran pirates, but Buggy and the clowns are at the level of New World's emperors. If he just joined me taking down Beast's pirates, then we won't be compared like this. He is just too passive. No wonder he only becomes an emperor a few years before the series start. I know that he wanted to respect Odin's decision a few years ago, but I don't give a shit about that. If my friends are about to die, then I will save them. If they are in trouble, I'll help them. The lives of many people in Wano are more important than their pride, grumbles Buggy. Shanks called him a few days after the news of him defeating Kaido came out. The red hair said that he didn't join because he wanted to respect Odin's decision. Buggy closed that call before Shanks could say another nonsense. That same reason might also be what Whitebeard thinks. They are people who value honor or that kind of shit, but Buggy isn't. Honor won't keep him and his people alive. Pirates don't need honor, they need power. Well, humanity is also important, even for pirates who kill people. That's why Buggy's principle is to not kill innocents, but he also won't save those unrelated to him or those that he doesn't meet. He will save someone in front of him, but he won't go around to help people. He isn't a hero. Also, helping his friend who is in danger is important for Buggy, more important than fulfilling a promise, like their promise to Odin. Besides, Buggy's action on Wano could be justified as a war between two pirate crews. His target is Beast's pirates, while Odin's enemies are Urukai's group, so they have different targets. At least that's the justification that Buggy thought of. His real reason is simple: he wants to change history. It gives him a sense of accomplishment as someone who once only knew this world as a world of a story. But now it's his reality, so he wants to do what he always dreamed of when in his past life. If others get the same chance as him, he's sure they will have the same goal as him. Changing history and being written in it as a big figure. It's not an easy road and not everyone will succeed, but he has succeeded. Well, there are still things that he wants to do, but they can wait. For now, he wants to enjoy his time and relax for some time because he was always busy improving himself and his crew. In the next 2 months, Buggy is enjoying his time by training himself and the kids in his crew. There are 4 kids there: Alan, Elin, Yamato, and Jack. Buggy decided to give the name Jack to him because it's what he's known as in the future. The matters regarding the Caribbean are handled by its main members. He and his crew only help when needed and give instructions on a few things. They've given the Caribbean everything the group needs, so they're just helping the group prepare to stand on its own feet. After 2 months, the clown pirates finally leave the Caribbean base. The Marine is alerted by their sudden move because they've gotten silent for 2 months. So the Marine follows them, but it's a grave mistake. The clowns take down the Marine using their railgun from a very far distance. 3 ships sink with 3 shots of the railgun. Many soldiers survive, but it will be hard for them to survive until help comes. "Where are we going, Captain?" asks Cricket after making sure that all the Marine ships have been destroyed. Buggy thinks for a while before saying, "Let's meet the old man Whitebeard." Chapter 289, Whitebeard Pirates. Somewhere in New World, a gigantic ship with the head design of a whale is floating. It's Whitebeard Pirates' main ship, Moby Dick. It just floats on the sea without any destination in mind because they like to stay on the sea rather than on the island while they don't have anything to do. Then suddenly, "Father! Father!" Someone runs panicky to Whitebeard, who sits relaxedly on his chair while drinking. The man stops in front of Whitebeard while panting hard. Yozua gives him a mug of water to drink and he gulps it. "What is it?" asks Whitebeard. "Tea, that's the clown pirates are coming here," says the man while pointing to the sea. Everyone on the ship gets alerted now, but then, Gururera, that brat finally comes to visit me. Don't do anything and just wait, they should have known better than attacking us first. The Whitebeard pirates then wait while being on alert. They don't know what the clown pirates want, but they know they need to stay on guard. The clown pirates have filled the news for the last few months since they defeat Beast's pirates, after all. "Captain, are you sure about this?" asks Cricket as they approach Moby Dick. "Don't worry, that old man won't attack us just because we get closer to his ship. Well, it will work out somehow. Just make sure to not get too close and don't release the anchor so you can move anytime." "I can't guarantee that the old guy won't be angry," says Buggy. The Black Pearl gets closer to Moby Dick and it just makes Moby Dick bigger. Compared to Moby Dick, Black Pearl is like a small kid in front of an adult. The Black Pearl's size is just around half of Moby Dick or maybe less than that. So Buggy jumps from his ship's mast and lands on Moby Dick's front deck. He grins when he sees Whitebeard pirates are looking at him warily. They all are on guard against a 19Y.0, which is around the same age as their youngest member. Buggy grins as he takes a step forward. When he takes his first step, many people suddenly faint. More people faint as he takes more steps. Even the ship's floor, railings, etc. are wheezing as Buggy walks forward. "I always want to do this if I have the power to do so. Too bad that I can't crack the wood just by releasing my Conqueror Haki like what Shanks do in the series yet. My advanced Conqueror Haki isn't strong enough for that, so this is good enough," thinks Buggy while grinning. Buggy arrives in front of Whitebeard and says the line he always wants to say, "Sorry about that, this is an enemy ship, so I need to show some threats." Is that the correct line? Well, whatever, it must be similar to that. I've forgotten a lot of details, so it doesn't matter as long as the meaning is the same, thinks Buggy. "You've finally come, red-nosed brat. And I don't see you carrying anything when you visit someone. Didn't Roger teach you manner?" asks Whitebeard with an annoyed tone. "Well, I just can't be bothered to carry it myself," says Buggy. Suddenly, something big covered by lightning flies from the Black Pearl toward Buggy. He raises his hand and catches it before putting it in front of him. It's a big wood barrel with a glass bottle tied on top of it. Buggy takes the bottle and throws the barrel at Whitebeard. "Still think I come empty-handed?" Whitebeard catches the barrel and smirks, "Cheeky brat." They drink the booze and Buggy grabs a box with his detached hand to sit. "It's a good liquor," says Whitebeard while smiling. "It's one of our territory's specialty," says Buggy. "So, what's your business?" asks Whitebeard. "Nothing, I just come because I know you want to meet me," says Buggy. "Ha, why would I want to meet you?" asks Whitebeard while scoffing. "Because of Wano," says Buggy while smirking. Whitebeard turns silent and looks at Buggy intensely, "The others too?" "Don't look at me like that, it makes me scared," says Buggy without an ounce of fear shown in his voice and face, there's only a grin there. Whitebeard gulps his liquor and says, "It will make this easier then. Why did you do it? I'm sure Odin didn't ask you for help. I know that he told you guys on Roger Pirates that he would handle that problem himself." "Yeah, he did, but old man, what I did was simply attacking another pirate crew. In New World, the only way to survive is to be under big pirate crews or go against them and usurp their thrones. I just simply going against Kaido," says Buggy. Whitebeard just looks at him before gulping all the liquor in the barrel and throwing the barrel at Buggy angrily. "Don't try to justify what you did with words, brat. The barrel hits Buggy but it gets chopped into pieces without damaging him. A great pirate never goes back on his words. We aren't heroes, but we are men with principles. Roger gets respected because he has great character and power. You should know it better than anyone, says Whitebeard. Buggy looks at him and says, justifying? Do you think it's me who justifies my action? It's you who did it. You say you are Odin's brother, but you don't even check on his well-being. Do you even know what he has gone through? You don't know shit, and if you know it, then you are the shitty head who doesn't even do anything. Old shit, I am not you or Captain Roger. I am not someone who prioritizes promise over life and honor. So don't judge what I did because you don't have the right to do that. I am me, I do what I want, and I live for myself. No one can tell me what to do, not you or even Captain Roger, says Buggy firmly. So it is me who is in the wrong? Asks Whitebeard angrily. Think about it yourself. Use that big head of yours unless it's just a decoration, says Buggy while smirking. Whitebeard gets angry hearing Buggy's insolent words. So he gets up and grabs his bicento before swinging it at Buggy. Buggy grins and swings one of his swords too. Both of them don't use haki or devil fruit power, it's just a pure clash of swordsmanship and physical power. But their clash has enough power to shake the ship and the sea around them. Then just like when Shanks and Whitebeard clash, the sky is being split. They seem to be equal, but then Buggy gets pushed and flies to the front deck. He crashes onto the wall and the front deck gets chopped into many blocks in an instant. The clowns can guess what has just happened but they don't do anything because Buggy will be fine. Their guess is right, he is fine, and he walks out of the rebels without any injury. As I thought, it's still not enough. Whitebeard in his prime is still too much for me. Even Kaido in his prime 20 years later still can't defeat the old and sick Whitebeard. Has he not held back, I will be injured very badly now. Be glad for that, brat. I owe you one when you didn't kill Squard, so I don't kill you. But don't you dare to anger me again or I won't hold back anymore. Now scram from my ship, says Whitebeard. Ha ha ha, does hearing my words hurt your ego, old man? Sure, I will leave, but let me give you some advice. Go to Wano and meet Odin. Find out if my help is necessary or not from the man himself rather than judge it from your own perspective. Then, adios, says Buggy. Buggy walks away then he sees Marco and Teach looking at him. So he smirks, still comfortable in your nest, aren't you? You won't grow if you keep being protected by your daddy. A bird that doesn't leave its parents' nest will always be a chick. Buggy resumes his walk while laughing, leaving the furious Whitebeard pirates. Chapter 290, Chaos in Marine. Sometime before the meeting of Clown Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates, the Marine and world government are in chaos. Something big might happen because of their meeting. That's why the Marine is now in chaos, trying to prevent another big war in New World. What's the situation? Asks Admiral Sengoku. It's not good, sir. We lost contact with the fleets that were tailing Clown Pirates. It's highly likely that they have been destroyed, says an officer. Damn, those pirates, says Sengoku angrily. Fleet Admiral Kong who is in the room then says, forget about tailing them for now. We can't lose another fleet without achieving anything. Tell the fleets that supervise Whitebeard's territories to stay on guard and report if they see the two pirate crews. We need to move immediately too before this really turns out into a war. We won't make it in time if they decide to fight, says Z. Yeah, but we can at least intercept in the middle of their battle. Sengoku will go with Garp and a few vice admirals to Whitebeard's territories. Z, you stay here, prepare to move anytime, says Kong. Whitebeard and he brat from Roger Pirates, hey? This will be interesting, says Garp while eating his rice crackers. Garp. Don't talk as if it has nothing to do with you. If you have just killed or captured him back then, he won't be such a pain in our asses, says Kong angrily. Humph, I don't kill kids, says Garp. Then you could capture him, shouts Kong. Garp just picks his nose while walking away, making Kong sigh in frustration. The others also sigh while Kuzan just giggles seeing Garp's nonchalant attitude toward the fleet admiral. They all can't do anything to him even though Garp is insolent because he is their strongest force. The marine fleets immediately set off to New World. An admiral and 5 vice-admiral are sent on this mission. The admiral is obviously Sengoku while the vice-admirals are Garp, Tsuru, Kuzan, Borsellino, and Sakazuki. This formation will destroy most pirate crews but it might not be enough to go against both Whitebeard and Clown pirates. They are even ready to send more fleets later. Their enemies are the old and new monsters of the sea, so these preparations are necessary. Current time. The Clown pirates leave after finishing their business with Whitebeard pirates. Buggy massages his hand because it is very sore after taking Whitebeard's attack. How is it, Captain? Asks Enel. Well, he really deserves the title of the strongest man in the world. His physical strength is far above mine. So if he uses his devil fruit and haki, I might be blown to pieces, says Buggy. Of course, you will. Your body will split into many pieces because of your devil fruit, after all, says Magnus. Buggy just stares blankly at Magnus before he sighs. Magnus, big boy, that's just a form of speech. Although you are correct. Oh, says Magnus in realization as he scratches the back of his head awkwardly. Anyway, the marine might come here anytime soon. They should have realized our contact with Whitebeard so they might send some big shots, says Buggy. Captain! Shouts a scout from the crow nest. Well, I guess they're here already. Prepare for battle! Shouts Buggy. The crew scrambles to prepare their weapons. Scout, who have been sent by Marine. How many ships? Asks Buggy while looking up. 6 ships, Captain. Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, Tsuru, Aokiji, Akainu, and Kizaru, reports the scout. Damn, what a lineup, says Buggy. What should we do, Captain? Asks Cricket. What do you think should we do, first mate? Asks Buggy back. Escaping is the best way. But not before we leave an impression, says Cricket. Exactly my thought. Enel. Shoot the railgun. Orders Buggy. Enel grins when he hears that. Aye, Captain. The Marine fleet has also seen the Black Pearl from their position. They now know that there is no war between Clown and Whitebeard pirates. But they won't just return, they have come this far, so they will try to defeat the Clown pirates. Everybody, prepare for combat. We will capture those clowns. Orders Sengoku. The Marine scrambles and prepares their cannons while the officers also prepare themselves to fight. Garp suddenly calls Sengoku from his ship. Sengoku, there's something strange on the Black Pearl. Sengoku and the other officers look at the Black Pearl. They see a bright white light on the pearl and it gives them a bad feeling. Tsuru realizes it first and shouts, they'll shoot their super cannon. Super cannon, that's the name that the Marine gave to the Clown's railgun. They don't know its real name and this is the only name that they could think of considering its range and power. There's no other known cannon that can match the railgun, after all. Sengoku gets serious and gives his order, Kuzan, Sakazuki, Borsellino, get ready. We'll do as we've planned. The 3 vice-admirals move their ship to the front and get ready on their ship's front too. They activate their devil fruit abilities and get ready to move anytime. They will use their abilities to block the railgun's attack. Of course, the clowns see this and Buggy just smirks seeing that. He asks Enel to keep charging the railgun with lightning to its maximum capacity. Then he orders Ruff to load the railgun with their new cannonball. Some time later, the railgun is ready and the clowns have aimed. The Marines are ready too and they are confident they can stop the clowns' attack. Then Buggy finally gives his order and they shoot the railgun. Shoo! A cannonball covered in bluish-white lightning flies at a very high speed toward the marine ships. Well, it can't be called a cannonball because it is long and pointy, making it able to fly at a higher speed. It spins as it flies and it parts the sea water below it. Kizaru sees it first and he prepares his attack, followed by Aokiji and Akainu. An incredible amount of yellow light bullets fly above the sea that is frozen as 3 massive icebergs fly among the light bullets. Then behind them are some hound heads made of magma that melt the frozen sea. However, the light bullets are too weak to stop the fully charged shot that can even crack the frozen sea. The sharp bullet powered by lightning pierces through the icebergs as the lightning's high temperature melts them. Of course, it also pierces through the magma hounds in the back. They succeed to slightly changing its direction though. It moves toward the sea and enters the sea before it hits the marine ships. The Marines are quite happy about it, but Buggy is still grinning. "Boom," says Buggy with a low voice. Right after he said that, the bullet explodes, and it was a very big explosion. The explosion covers a wide area and causes the sea water below the marine ships to shoot up. It surprises the Marine as their ships shake and the water that shot up enters their ship. "Arara, that's a big explosion. If we didn't change its direction, our ship might get destroyed," says Aokiji. "You're right, that explosion is terrifying even though it was underwater. My wounds get itchy now," says Kizaru while touching his chest, which get wounded by Buggy in the past and almost killed him. "Is that it? I thought it will be scarier than this considering all the fuss everyone made," says Akainu. "Don't let your guard down yet, Sakazuki. These clowns are very tricky," says Tsuru. "Humph, I would have captured them if you just sent me after they defeated Beast's pirates," says Akainu. Sengoku tells them to stop bantering and orders them to move forward. But then they realize that their ships are moving a lot slower than usual and they keep getting down. "What happened?" asks Sengoku to his men. "Admiral, water is filling up the ship's lower cabins at a high rate. We are sinking," says a soldier. Sengoku widens his eyes and turns around to look at the Black Pearl. It is moving away fast and the clowns are laughing as they watch the marine ships sinking slowly. "Damn!" shouts Sengoku angrily as he punches the railing. Chapter 291, Revelation and Plan. The marine fleet is now standing on a very wide ice block. Aokiji has frozen the sea to stop their ship from sinking, but it also prevents them to move. "Have you found anything?" asks Sengoku to an officer. "Yes, we found many small holes in the hull. We suspect the hole to be made by these bullets," says the officer while showing some deformed bullets that their men have collected. Sengoku is confused and asks, "How could these bullets hit our hull?" "Most likely, they put the bullets inside their super cannon's bullet. So when it exploded, the bullets get shot all over the place," says the officer. "And because it exploded underwater, the bullets hit our ship's hull," says Sengoku with widened eyes. "Yes, that's what we have concluded," says the officer. "Then, what if it didn't explode underwater?" asks Sengoku. "I'm afraid, it would destroy our ships." The explosion itself was very big and even while being slowed by water, the bullets still managed to pierce through our ship's hull. If it exploded right beside our ship, then the nearest ships would be destroyed by the explosion while the bullets will hit the remaining ships and break them too while killing the men aboard, says the officer after hesitating a bit. Bam! Sengoku hits the box that is used as a table and breaks it. They were really close to losing a lot of people. He and the strong officers would survive, but the soldiers would have died. I suppose the cannon bullet was made by their scientist, right? It's like what I've always said, he is very dangerous since he made that super cannon. We really need to raise his bounty, says Tsuru. I agree with that. But the clown pirates are more dangerous than we thought. Their bounties aren't exaggerated, says Garp while grinning. Sengoku and the other officers hate to admit it, but Garp is correct. They need to forbid their men from getting too close to clown pirates. From that point on, the Marine only maintain low surveillance over the clown's movement and never agitate them. The clown pirates, however, don't really care about what the Marine thinks. They are just chilling on their ship now. Meanwhile, Buggy is talking with Ruff in the armory about the bullet they used before. That bullet was good. It could take down some ships at once even when it exploded underwater. But I think the Marine will realize the mechanism and copy it, says Buggy. Yeah, I thought so as well. But it's not really a problem, isn't it? If it's a problem, then you won't use it to attack them, says Ruff. Buggy smirks and says, that's right, it's not too big of a problem for us. They might understand the concept, but making it work is another thing. That bullet will just explode inside a normal cannon because the outer layer that holds the small bullets are thin. The cannon's gunpowder will burst that layer. But if it's too thick, then the small bullets won't shoot at high speed or it won't even explode at all. We've tried it many times using normal cannons, but the result is never good because it explodes inside the cannon. It becomes like this shotgun that you asked me to make, says Ruff while taking a shotgun. Buggy has asked Ruff to make some shotgun designs and it inspired Ruff to make that bullet. There's no shotgun yet in this world, so Buggy thinks that it will be a good commodity. They will sell shotguns through the Caribbean and it will be one of their signature products. Still, the Marine will find a way to use it somehow after they do some research. They have someone who can make it happen, after all, says Buggy. Vegapunk, hey? He will be able to do that, I'm sure of it. I don't know how long though. I've seen some of his works and they are incredible. He isn't called the greatest scientist for nothing. He might even figure out how our railgun works in the future, says Ruff. It is possible, but he's also a very unlucky man, says Buggy. Ah, you talked about his capture, right? Asks Ruff. Vegapunk was originally an outlaw who was wanted by the world government in the past. He was in an organization named MADS along with Caesar Clown, Vinsmoke Judge, Queen, and some other scientists. But a few years ago, MADS was disbanded after world government found them and captured some of its members. Vegapunk and Caesar are also captured. After being captured, they are working for the Marine and world government. Well, don't worry too much. MADS was highly wanted because of their research on lineage factor. I'm sure Vegapunk is still focusing on that because it's a very difficult subject, says Buggy. I never worried though, says Ruff nonchalantly. Buggy gets silent before changing the topic to the shotgun. Ruff has made some shotgun designs from his and Buggy's ideas. They worked well and are now being produced in their factories. But the commercial shotguns just have average power. Right now, Ruff is trying to improve their power, range, etc. for their crew's usage. They will always use better weapons than the ones they sell, after all. Then they talk about other weapons that are being improved now like grenades, smoke bombs, flashbangs, rockets, etc. The scientists are also busy making chemical or strange weapons that they've thought of. Ruff and his team are very busy making weapon designs, but they are enjoying it. Ruff, always remember what I told you, says Buggy. Of course, Captain. We can do what we want, and make everything. But we won't use vicious weapons on people without concerns and your permission, says Ruff. Right, we are pirates, but we still have morals, and principles. If you go against the morals and principles that are set on my ship, then, says Buggy before Ruff continues it. Then death is the only thing waiting for us. I know that and I'll never do that because we have the same principles, says Ruff while smirking. Good, says Buggy while smiling before leaving. Ruff continues his work with his team and Buggy goes to the main deck. The clowns are chilling on the ship and do what they want. Some guys are sleeping, eating, drinking, sunbathing, or even training. Buggy sees Cricket training Alan, Mantis trains Elon, Palu trains Yamato, and Enel trains Jack. The kids are very competitive with each other and try to be the best, especially Alan, Jack, and Yamato. Only Elon doesn't care about it, but she doesn't want to be left behind either. "Jude, come here," calls Buggy. "A.K.A," says Jude happily because Buggy calls her. She is still fawning over him even though he always said he can't accept her. "What is it, Captain?" asks Jude while hugging Buggy's left arm. "How's the progress of the new navigators we recruited for the Caribbean?" asks Buggy. "They have recruited some navigators to navigate the Caribbean's ships. Jude and her team are teaching them now. These navigators are joining them since they left to meet Whitebeard pirates to experience real navigation in New World. They are progressing well. Most of them aren't ready to navigate a ship yet, but there are 2 who are barely ready for it. The standard is being able to sail in New World, so it is very difficult even though they all have some experience," says Jude. Then let's train them for another month," says Buggy. "It seems you want to go somewhere after a month, Captain," says Jude. Buggy grins and says, "Yeah, I want to go home. We never go to East Blue as a crew, right?" Chapter 292, Going Home. A month has passed since the clown pirates met Whitebeard pirates. Unlike what Sengoku said, Ruff's bounty didn't raise. The world government refused to raise Ruff's bounty because he is too weak to get a higher bounty. Well, it's a good thing for the clown pirates because the attention toward them doesn't raise. It enables them to do their businesses smoothly without disturbance. And in a month, the surveillance on them also reduces. In the last month, many pirate crews come to them. Some of those crews want to become the clown pirates' subordinates while some were opposing them. Buggy destroyed all the crews that attacked them and accepts some that wanted to join them. Buggy has some requirements for the crews that wanted to become subordinate crews. Just like what he applied to his crew, those pirate crews aren't allowed to attack or kill civilians. Of course, almost all of them have done that, so he just required them to not do it after being his crew's subordinates. More than half of the crews that asked to join didn't accept it. In the end, the crews that accepted that term are just 9. They all are small and medium-sized crews, so there aren't many members in the clown pirates fleet, but it's enough for Buggy. He doesn't need subordinates that won't follow his rules. Number is not a problem at their level, only strength matters. Besides, it had just been a few months since his crew becomes one of the best, so there is still a lot of time to grow his fleet. Buggy assigns the subordinate crews to protect some territories that need protection. He will go to East Blue with his crews so other crews might try something funny if they don't have brains, which most pirates and even marines don't have. "Captain, wake up, the ship is ready," says Della to wake Buggy who is sleeping in his room. Buggy opens his eyes and replies, "All right, just a moment." A minute later, he gets out of his room while only wearing striped short pants and a white tank top. His crewmates have been waiting on the deck and they aren't surprised to see his attire or his sleepy eyes because he has worked a lot these days. "Well, sorry for the wait. Now, set the course to East Blue, let's sail," says Buggy calmly. "Aye, Captain," replies everyone vigorously. They sail immediately, leaving behind their newly received territories. Their destination is East Blue, but they need to go to Paradise first. Then they will cross the calm belt to reach East Blue. The clown pirates' movement doesn't get detected by the marine at all. They've hidden their plan well and now use a route that isn't guarded by marines. They've known where the marine that spied on them were located and all the routes that marine used in New World so they can avoid them all. The clown pirates go to an island in New World where they can coat their ship with bubble. But they don't land on the island, instead, they take some coaters to coat their ship on the sea. If they get on the island, then the marine will find their location. They also need to make sure that the coaters won't reveal their location so they paid more. Also, the coaters have their eyes covered so they won't know the Pearl's location. The clowns picked the coaters using a speedboat that uses jet dials. After a few hours, the Black Pearl has been coated perfectly. They send the coaters back before they dive into the deep sea. There's nothing unusual happens on their way to Fishman Island and they arrive safely. The royal family come to meet them after they arrived. But they don't talk much because the clown pirates need to leave soon before the marine finds out that they've gone. The only thing that makes Buggy interested is that Otohime has stopped her campaign. After Buggy gave her some advice last year, she stopped her campaign immediately. She decided to follow his advice and learned more about humans. And since Fishman Island is now under Whitebeard's protection, they used that connection to learn more about humans. Well, that's good, you shouldn't rush a big change like this. Like I've said, people are afraid of what they don't know. So you should know more about humans first, and humans need to know more about you. Only after that can you try to make both races accept each other. Even so, it still won't be easy. The more you know about humans, the more you'll know how difficult things will be, says Buggy. Sigh, yes, everything is very complicated up there that I still can't fully understand most things. But I won't give up. The day will come when all races can coexist together, says Otohime. I'm sure it will, says Buggy before he goes to his ship. The clown pirates leave Fishman Island shortly after that. They go up but they don't go to the surface immediately. The Black Pearl just keeps moving underwater, following the red line that will lead them to East Blue. They've asked Den, Tom's brother, who has coded their ship. This bubble coating can take them to the border of Grand Line. But they need to get to the surface before they reach Calm Belt because the water pressure there is different, so the bubble will burst. It will be hard to detect if they've reached Calm Belt or not underwater. But that's for humans, it's quite easy for fishmen. So Buggy asked his fishman crewmates to be the scouts and warn them when they are close to Calm Belt. They reach Calm Belt quite fast because the deep sea currents are strong. The clown pirates go to the surface just before they enter the Calm Belt. Their ship almost sink when the bubble burst right before they reach the surface because a strong current pushes their ship to Calm Belt. Luckily, they are very close to the surface, so they can go out before water completely fill their ship. The devil fruit users are not in good condition though. Some of them even drown, but the fishmen move fast to save them. Cough, hey, this is quite interesting, says Buggy, who lays on the floor while coughing some water out. Yet, for you, someone who likes being close to death. It's a horrible experience for us, says Dion, who lay weakly near Buggy. Hey, it's a moment like this that always makes you feel alive, says Buggy. After they remove all the seawater filling their ship, the clown pirates continue their sailing. They use their propeller, powered by solar energy because there's no wind on Calm Belt. The Black Pearl moves fast near the red line, which makes the ship looks like a miniature. As they move on Calm Belt, no Sea King comes out to attack them. They've coated their ship's hull with sea stone on Wano, so the Sea Kings can't detect them. Now they can move on Calm Belt more relaxedly. But they still need to watch their surroundings because Sea Kings might come out anytime. If the Sea Kings come out, then their ship will be visible, and the Sea Kings will attack them. 3 Sea Kings really attack them as they sail to East Blue, but they can defeat it. The normal members are the ones who defeat the Sea King, showing that they've improved a lot. Now, their ship is full of Sea King meat because the Sea Kings on Calm Belt are gigantic. They won't need to worry about food while they are on East Blue. East Blue, long time no see, says Buggy after they come out of the Calm Belt. Buggy takes out his old compass and set the course. He takes over the navigator role because he knows East Blue the best out of everyone in his crew. Of course, their destination is none other than Kanamai Island, where Kokoyasi village is located. Buggy looks at his compass and mumbles, "Great, soon, I will be able to fondle a pair of melons again." Chapter 293, Reunion. East Blue, the sea that becomes Buggy's starting line. Sure, he has joined Roger Pirates and gone around the world, but just as an apprentice. His real start is when he came to East Blue after the Pirate King disbanded the crew. Buggy stands on the ship's head and spread his arms while breathing deeply. "I've just realized that the air here feels very different than the one in Grand Line." "Yeah, it feels very peaceful here," says Cricket. "No shit. Here, in this sea, we don't need to worry that this nice weather will suddenly turn into a blizzard. The sea also won't split, tsunami won't appear without warning, lightning won't rain on us, thick fog or whirlpools won't suddenly appear, etc. We won't need to worry about getting killed by the sea itself before the marine kills us, says Palu. The crew is very happy with the change of atmosphere. They've lived in a super dangerous sea for a long time. So this normal and peaceful sea is making them a lot more relaxed. This feels like a holiday after working for a long time. Everyone is happy now, everyone but one. Jude isn't happy and can't be happy now. This is where her position in Buggy's life will be decided. The answer is always clear though. She just can't accept it yet. Let's see what kind of woman stole Captain's heart. I won't give up that easily, mumbles Jude in her room while looking at Buggy's new bounty picture. His new bounty picture is quite good. It is a picture of him grinning widely when he sent Kaido's head to a marine base. As a reminder, he doesn't have any makeup and doesn't wear a hat like the Buggy in the series. He looks badass in the poster, even with his red nose. Rubnve.c. Cricket's bounty picture was taken slightly from the left while he grinned and smoked. Palu's picture was taken when he yawned, so it's quite funny. Enel's picture was taken when he lay on his side with his arm supporting his head like usual. Those pictures were taken when they sent Kaido's head to a marine base. The others' bounty poster pictures were also taken at that time, so they mostly have relaxed expressions. It's just that the girls seemed to notice the cameraman and posed sexily as if they've planned it. Anyway, they keep sailing on East Blue relaxedly at a normal pace. This is the Black Pearl's first sail on such a calm sea. It's also the first for many members who were born on Grand Line and lived there their whole lives. Buggy takes over the ship's control completely now. He navigates and helms it himself, taking over Jude's and Enel's works. He wants to do it himself after a long time because they are on East Blue. They encounter some ships on their way, but most are just fishing ships. Of course, the fishermen are terrified seeing a pirate ship, but their worry is just for naught. Some merchant ships also see them and run away out of fear. Surely, there are some pirate ships too, and 5 of those crews attack them without knowing who they are. Buggy lets the kids have fun with those crews while the other crew members watch from the back. Unsurprisingly, the kids win against 3 crews, but they get too tired, so the other 2 crews are handled by the adults. Luckily, no marine spots them so their whereabouts won't be detected for some time. They arrive on Kanamai Island but on the wrong side. So they need to go around to reach Kokoyasi village. When they appear near the port, everyone there runs away out of fear. The villagers are panicking after knowing that a pirate ship come to their port. Then many brave people, men and women, go to the port to fight the pirates while the others evacuate. Among the people who come to the port, there is a red-haired woman with a Chelsea hawk cut. She holds a rifle and stands in the front beside an old man who wears a hat that has a pinwheel attached to it. They are ready to fight to the death, but then the woman's rifle drops when she sees a figure standing on the ship's head. "B!" shouts Belmere with a very surprised tone. Buggy grins and jumps to the port even though the ship is still very far. Of course, he can reach the port in one jump with his strength. He lands on the port smoothly, barely making any impact or even sound. He looks at Belmere and is just about to say something, but she jumps on him and hugs him happily. The villagers are confused but also scared that the pirate will attack Belmere. They get even more surprised when they see Buggy and Belmere kiss, making their jaws drop. Just like Buggy before, the villagers want to say something, but Belmere talks first. "It's been 3 years, isn't it? Have you finally remembered me after 3 years? There's no way. I always remember you every day and wanted to return anytime. But things don't always go as we want," says Buggy. "Well, I'm sure it is, Mr. Big Shot. Anyway, how do you know that I'm here? We haven't contacted each other for 3 years, so I thought you will go to the marine base," says Belmere. Buggy smirks and says, "Don't underestimate my love for you. I can always feel your presence anywhere you are. Belmere scoffs, I see that you have trained your mouth to speak nonsense too. Oi, Belmere, do you know him? Asks the old man with the pinwheel hat. Belmere finally remembers the wary villagers behind her. Ah, right. You guys don't need to worry, he isn't an enemy. The villagers look at each other confusedly, so Buggy decides to clear things up. Be at ease, people. We won't attack you, we never attacked civilians. Also, there's no way I'll harm my lover's friends and family. Lo lover? Asks the villagers with a more shocked tone, their brains seem to have stopped now. Well, that's that. Can you guys tell the ones who evacuate to come back? Asks Belmere. The villagers just nod absent-mindedly before they leave. Only Genzo, the doctor, and a few men stay behind, still with stunned expressions. The Black Pearl then docks on the port and the clown pirates get down after dropping the anchor and tying the ship to a post. Almost everyone is grinning teasingly while looking at Buggy. It's the first time they see their captain so meek in front of a woman, after all. He had never been so affectionate to a woman like this since they know him. But someone doesn't look happy at all while looking at Belmere. Jude is very jealous now because Belle gets what she always wanted. But she doesn't say anything and just looks at Belle through the corners of her eyes as her face points to her left. Buggy and the others sigh internally but they don't say anything. This is the consequence that Jude should have expected when she decided to pursue Buggy's love. They are just relieved that she doesn't get violent toward Belle because of her jealousy. All right, fellas. You are free to do what you want like usual. But make sure to not scare anyone here. If I hear any of you scaring even a baby, then I will hang you upside down for one night, says Buggy. The clowns scratch their heads because they don't know what to do to avoid that. Most of them have scary faces already, whether since they were born or because of their scars. So they often scare people just by walking. Buggy slaps his forehead and sighs, just don't act badly. Aye, sir. Replies the clowns before they disperse. The only ones who don't leave are Cricket, Mantis, and Jude. Cricket and Mantis won't leave Jude alone because they are worried about her, they don't know what she might do. She is a good girl, but people always say love can change someone. The three follow Buggy and Belmere to the village. Mantis makes the three walk slower to put a distance between them and the couple. They arrive in the village and then a blue-haired little girl carrying an orange-haired baby come to Belmere. Oh, Nojiko, Nami, you've returned, says Belmere while smiling and patting the girls' heads. Buggy widens his eyes before he falls to his knees with an expression full of disbelief. See children? Why you have children? No way. Chapter 294, Heartbreak. Belmere gets flustered seeing Buggy's reaction when he sees Nojiko and Nami. She knows that Buggy must think that she is cheating. Buggy even shed some tears, making Belle gets even more panicked, and she doesn't know how to explain it. However, Cricket and Mantis scoff seeing Buggy's reaction. Cricket even whispers, look at him acting. He even cries, what a drama queen. Well, you know him. He will always do things that he thinks funny, says Mantis. Of course, the clown pirates have known about Nojiko and Nami being Belmere's adopted children. They all know the story of her saving the two from a war zone. The clown pirates' information network is quite big and Buggy asked Dion's team to keep tabs on Belmere so he can move anytime if something happens. Their captain's love life always interests them so the news of her saving two children and adopting them has been known to the crew. That's why Cricket and Mantis know that Buggy is just acting now. But they are genuinely surprised by what happens next. Some crew members suddenly appear while a large square dark cloth is tied to a pair of poles. They spread it, making it looks like a stage's backdrop and Brooke's music team gets in front of it to play music with Buggy suddenly singing the song. All I ask is, if this is my last night with you, hold me like I'm more than just a friend. Give me a memory I can use. Take me by the hand while we do what lovers do. It matters how this ends. 'Cause what if I never love again? Song, All I Ask Adele. Buggy sings it with an overdramatic expression, and the crew members that prepared the stage also act overdramatic too. It makes those who didn't know this plan beforehand dumbfounded, Belmere too, of course. She finally realizes that Buggy is just playing around with her. Then she remembers what Buggy said before about his information gathering ability. Now she realizes that he has known about her adopting Nojiko and Nami, and his act makes her pissed. Buggy is still singing emotionally and tears flow from his eyes. But those fake tears become the real ones when his left ear suddenly gets pulled by the angry Belmere. He can only laugh nervously before getting a hit on the head and scolded. Belmere makes Buggy sits on his knees and raises his hands high. She stands in front of him and scolds him like a mother scolding her child. Buggy can only shut his mouth and listens to her nag. The band and crew members who joined the act immediately escape when they see their captain getting scolded. Cricket and Mantis also have enough of his antique and leave while taking the heartbroken Jude with them. Jude, you know what I'm about to say, right? It's time for you to give up. You've seen how deeply in love Captain is with that woman in this short amount of time, right? Asks Mantis after they get quite far away. She is alone with Jude now while Cricket waits quite far. Mantis is the one who has always taken care of Jude since she joined. She was also the one who always told Jude to stop, but the girl just didn't listen, and now she is very heartbroken. You've said that you would give up if you see that Captain truly loves that woman, weren't you? Then I think you've seen enough. He accepts her even though she now has 2 kids under her care. That means he also accepts and takes care of the kids who aren't his. Not all men can accept that easily, says Mantis. I know, I could see from his expression, his smile when he saw her coming to the port. It's the happiest expression that I've ever seen on his face, says Jude as tears start to wet her cheeks. She starts to cry harder that her voice becomes huskier. How could I possibly beat her? Just her presence alone is enough to make Captain that happy. Even the news about her could lift his spirit when we were in difficult situations. I can't beat her at all, no matter how strong I become. It's just so hard to accept even though I know it. Mantis hugs Jude, whom she has thought of as a little sister. Jude cries harder and louder on Mantis's chest while Mantis just hugs her silently. Cricket leans on a tree quite far from the girl's location while smoking. If you're that worried about her, then why don't you go there and hug her too? Asks Cricket even though no one can be seen around him. But suddenly, Palu jumps down from the tree where Cricket leans his back on. As one of the earliest members, Palu knows how heartbroken Jude must be. So he is very worried and follows them quietly. I will just make her feel uncomfortable, and I don't really know what to say to her, just like you. Mantis can handle this situation better than anyone on the crew. Also, don't forget that I am still scared of being in contact with women, says Palu. Cricket smirks hearing that. I will never forget your phobia of women. But I also know that some women don't make you scared, right? Your mother, Mantis, Jude, elderly, and kids. You didn't get scared of your mother even when you just met her. You've been in the same crew with Mantis for a long time, so you've gotten used to her. Jude is the same, but there's something more to it, isn't it? What do you mean? Asks Palu, a little flustered. Don't act ignorant, winged man. Everyone in the crew except for Jude and some dense idiots knows that you like her, says Cricket while smirking widely. Palu blushes and looks away, confirming Cricket's words. Yeah, he likes Jude, but he never told anyone about it. He thought he hid it well, but it's actually very clear to those with enough intelligence. I know you've been holding it because Jude only has eyes on Captain and you thought she will be happy if she's with Captain. But just like you, Captain also wants her to be happy, and being with him isn't the answer. He can't give her the love and happiness that she wants, that's why he always refused her so she could give up. But she was so persistent and this is the result, says Cricket. Palu looks down because he also knows that this will be the case from the beginning. Captain once told me that what she needs is a man who loves her with all his heart, and he said it is you. He knows, man, he knows you love her, and he knows that you can give her what he can't, says Cricket. I just don't know how to do it. I always wanted to tell her to give up on chasing Captain and I will be the man that make her happy. But it's just very hard to do. I met her late, she was already in love with him when we met. So I felt like it was not my place to enter and tell her what to do. I'm happy if she is happy, says Palu while looking down sadly. Who are you trying to fool with that expression? You said you know that this would happen, so you should know that she won't be happy. Then why didn't you do something that will make her happy? Asks Cricket. Palu still looks down, so Cricket grabs his shoulders and tells Palu to look at his eyes. Listen, Palu. You are a man. If you want the woman you love to be happy, then you need to be the one that makes her happy. Take every chance, and be braver. Don't make your fear of women and her love for Captain stop you. This is your life, do what you want. Didn't Captain always say that we need to be selfish as pirates? Then be selfish and go make her yours. If it doesn't work, then at least you've tried. That's what we always did, right? We did what we can even if we might die, so do the same to your love life, says Cricket. Palu stays silent for a moment before nodding firmly, yeah, I'd rather live with the shame of failing rather than the regret of not doing anything. Jude has done what she could even though she failed and I will do the same. Cricket smiles and says, good, that's the spirit. Go talk to her later, but don't rush it. She will hate you if you suddenly confess to her while she is in that state. Palu smiles too, I'm not that stupid. The two boys bump their fists and wait there silently until Jude calms down. Chapter 295, Fruits. After she finished scolding Buggy, Belmere introduces him to Nojiko and Nami. Nojiko, Nami, this is Buggy, he is my boyfriend, says Belmere. Nami is just 1Y.0, so she doesn't understand anything yet. Nojiko is 3Y.0, so she has understood some things. Hello, says Nojiko while bowing. Hello, pretty girls, says Buggy before Brooke suddenly interrupts him. Good afternoon, I am Dead Bones Brooke, says Brooke with a friendly tone, but the girls got scared instead. Kya! Ghost! Shouts Nojiko and Nami suddenly cry. Bam! Buggy punches Brooke and flings him quite far, don't scare the kids, you damn skelly. Belmere is quite scared too actually, she never saw any talking skeleton, after all. Brooke has played the music before, but they were too focused on Buggy before, so they didn't see him at all. Don't worry, girls, he isn't a ghost, just a strange-looking old man, says Buggy, trying to calm the little girls. Is he also a devil fruit user? Asks Belle. Yeah, a quite bizarre one, says Buggy. There's really all sort of devil fruits, hey, says Belle with a stunned face. Buggy tells Brooke to go away before taking the girls back to their home. He carries Nojiko on his shoulder while Belle carries Nami. They arrive in a short time and Buggy is saddened seeing the state of the house. He knows that Belle's house is in a bad shape from the series. But it's worse than he thought now that he sees it himself. The house is old and there are poor patches here and there. They enter the house and Belmere puts Nami to sleep. She asks Nojiko to accompany her sister and rest. Buggy looks around the house while they go to the bed. I will ask Palu to renovate this house later after he makes sure that Jude is fine. Everyone also needs to rest first, so I can't ask them to work just right after we arrived, says Buggy. Of course, Buggy knows Palu's feelings for Jude because it is very obvious. He also knows that now Jude must be crying because she left with Cricket and Mantis before. Belle returns after some minutes and they go to the kitchen. She wants to show Buggy her cooking skill that has been polished in the last 3 years. There aren't that many ingredients in her storage, most are just veggies and Oranges. Buggy thinks knows where this is going and he's wrong. She actually cooks the veggies and doesn't put any oranges in her cooking. Her cooking was bad the last time they met, so he thought she would cook the oranges. She finishes her cooking, which is a vegetable soup. Buggy was a picky eater, but Mantis's strict diet plan for the crew has made them able to eat any food as long as they aren't allergic. So he eats the soup and it's actually good. Whoa, this is tasty. You must have worked hard, says Buggy impressedly. Haha, yeah, I have learned to cook since you went on your journey. I am glad that I learned cooking too because now I can give Nojiko and Nami good food, says Belle. Well, that's good to hear. I will feel sorry for the girls if they eat the food you made 3 years ago, says Buggy while smirking, and then he gets a hit with a ladle. No need to say an unnecessary thing. Anyway, let's go to the garden after you finish. I will show you the orange trees that I've grown, says Belle. They go to the orange garden behind the house and look around. There are many orange trees but they haven't had any fruit yet. Still, they all look healthy because Belmere has taken care of them very well. So, what do you think of my garden? Asks Belle. It's good but too bad that there isn't any fruit on the trees yet, says Buggy. Well, they'll appear next month if everything is good, says Belle. So I need to wait. But I really want to pluck some oranges, you know. Oh, wait. There are other fruits too, says Buggy. What fruits? There are only orange trees here, says Belle confusedly. No, there are 2 melons here, says Buggy as he grabs Belle's melons. Belle's face turns red and a big tick mark appears on her forehead. She gets even more pissed when Buggy squeezes her breasts. So she punches Buggy's face while yelling angrily at him. What are you doing, you pervert clown? Yells Belle angrily at Buggy who lies on the ground. Come on, let me feel them again after 3 long years. I haven't touched any breast in these 3 damn years while my crewmates were having fun. It was just so frustrating, babe. Those damn bastards in my crew even assumed that I was a virgin because I never play with girls, you know, complains Buggy. Virgin, my ass. I wasn't even the one who popped that cherry even though you were the one who broke my seal, says Belmere pissedly. My goodness, you are still going to bring that up even after 3 years? I've fulfilled all my promises to you, darling. I've never killed innocents, never been with another woman, and returned to you in one piece. So can I at least get my reward now? Asks Buggy. Belmere turns around, but Buggy can see her ears are red. Everything has its order, B. The day is still long and the kids are still up. And Nami is asleep, but Nojiko is still awake, you know. Buggy grins seeing her embarrassed and he hugs her from behind while whispering to her red left ear. So it's okay to do it at night after the kids slept, right? But, you know, if you are worried about making loud sounds, then we can go to my room on the ship. It's soundproof and the bed is big. My men can guard the kids while we make some sweats. Belmere gets even redder, making her face and hair have the same color. She hits Buggy's stomach with her elbow so he releases her. Then she walks away fast and returns to her home with steams coming out of her head. Buggy giggles seeing her reaction and then he walks to the house too. She is quite pissed at him and ignores him for a very short amount of time. She just can't get mad at him because truthfully, she also misses doing it with him. So they agree to place some of the women in Buggy's crew to stay with the kids. The men are too scary looking and they all are idiots who can't take care of kids. Luckily, there are some women on the crew who can take care of the kids. Buggy and Belmere go to the ship and they rocket from late afternoon to the next morning. They've been holding back for too long and with Buggy's strength, he can go for hours. He even uses his devil fruit abilities, increasing the types of play. A.N. Imagine it yourself, okay? I am not an expert in this kind of thing. It's a good thing that the soundproof feature in Buggy's room is very good. They will make people unable to sleep if there are no soundproof walls. That night is just too wild and it's not good for the singles' hearts. The wild night has a quite severe consequence though, especially on Belle. She isn't as strong as Buggy, so their night sport has really taken a toll on her body. It is too tiring even though it feels really good because it's been a long time since they've done it. Belmere can't even walk properly in the morning, so Buggy needs to carry her. It's the best and worst night, so she makes Buggy promises to not overdo it next time. But she also promises to get stronger so that both of them can enjoy this thing together. Anyway, the clown pirates prepare a lot of food that day and share it with the Icelanders. By Icelanders, they mean the people from Kokoyasi village and the other villages on Konami Islands. They will stay here for some time, so they need to be closer to the people here. After lunch, Palu suddenly comes to Buggy. "Captain, can we talk for a bit?" Chapter 296, Advices. Palu and Buggy go to the Orange Garden to have a talk. "What is it?" asks Buggy. I want to ask for advice, about Jude," says Palu shyly. I want to say just go for it, but the situation isn't good to do it. For now, I think you need to observe the situation first. Her heart must be quite in a mess now, so she won't accept your advance kindly. I think the best thing you can do for now is to stay by her side. Show her your support and show her that you'll always be there for her. Also, I think you need to ask for Mantis's advice. As a fellow woman, she will know what you need to do for Jude. But from my experience, what you need to show her is your sincerity and care. The reason why Jude liked me was because I care for her when she doesn't have anyone to depend on. I was the one who saved her and the only one who could protect her at that time. Cricket has Mantis, after all, says Buggy. So I just need to be by her side. Asks Palu. Yeah, and you can't rush things. Be patient while showing her that you care for her. Show her that you will always be there for her, says Buggy. Palu gets silent for a moment before saying, "Thanks for the advice, Captain. Also, I ask your permission to say something that might be rude." "Just say it." "We aren't stranger," says Buggy. "Thank you. Then I will say it. I was very jealous of you for getting Jude's love. But I wanted her to be happy, so I wished for her love to be fruitful. I was ready to fight you if you hurt her. That's why I thought I would be angry when you broke her heart. But strangely, I felt happy because now I have a chance to be with her," says Palu. "That is not strange, that's normal. Even if you want the person you love to be happy, deep down, you want to be the one that makes her happy. That's the case for everyone in love, so it's not strange. Jealousy is also normal. So I could understand if you got angry at me. But you also need to remember too, that I won't just do nothing if that happens," says Buggy. Palu smiles thinly and says, "I understand," before walking away. Buggy calls Palu as he walks away, "Palu, don't forget about the house." "I know, I will prepare everything in 3 days," says Palu. Buggy then returns to Belle's house and meets with Nojiko, who is taking care of Nami. Belle has left to help Mantis and her team to cook food. They have a lot of meat from the Seekings that they killed on Com Belt, so they want to cook for the villagers. The meat will spoil too, so they need to cook it before it can't be cooked. Luckily, Jude isn't there because she is very bad at cooking. So Mantis tells her to go around and get some fresh air to ease her mind. When Palu comes after talking with Buggy, Mantis tells him to accompany Jude, it's her way to help the two of them. While they cook the food, Mantis talks with Belle about a lot of things. Belle asks Mantis about the cruise adventure and what Buggy did. While Mantis asks Belle about her and Buggy's past before he met them. The two women hit it off very fast. They have some similarities, after all. Both of them are hard-headed, strict women. They are strict with themselves and others. If they've decided something, then they will do it no matter what. Now I know what Captain meant when he said you are a strong woman. It's not that you are strong physically, but you have a strong mentality which is rare. I think that's what made him attracted to you, says Mantis. Mantis also knows now why Buggy never gets attracted to Jude. In terms of physical or battle power, Jude is obviously stronger than Belmere. But her mentality is weak, and that is not the type of girl that Buggy likes. Not strong physically, hey? I was quite confident in my physical strength. But after I saw what you girls are capable of, I realized that I am weak. The world is a lot bigger than I thought. Now I know why B really wanted to explore it, says Belmere. I know, right? If I didn't follow Captain, then I would never know how big the world is. Why didn't you follow him back then? Asks Mantis. At that time, I was still pursuing my dream as a marine, to capture bad pirates. My perception of pirates was very bad in the past, and I think all of them were the same. Ruthless, evil, and doesn't have a shred of humanity. But then the man I love said that he wants to be a pirate and explore the world. I was shocked at first, but I know that he isn't an evil person. So I made him promise that he won't kill innocents. That's the only thing that I don't want him to do, says Belle. And he hasn't broken that promise, says Mantis while smiling. Yet, he is a trustworthy man, says Belle. You resigned from Marine because you needed to take care of the girls, right? Is it hard to raise children? Asks Mantis very curiously. It's certainly not easy, especially at first. I didn't know anything about raising kids, after all. I didn't even pregnant before having kids, so I hadn't prepared anything. Everything was new, so things were very hard for me, says Belle while smiling. You are complaining, but you look very happy, says Mantis. Yet, although it's hard, they bring me happiness that I've never had before. Those two become my new life. I was ready to break up with B if he could not accept the girls. B and I can live by ourselves, but the girls can't. So I can't leave them even if B leaves me, says Belle with a very sad expression. Mantis is surprised to hear that. Even she can tell just how much Belmere loves Buggy. She also has someone she loves, so she knows well how hard it is to leave the person you love. So this is what it means to be a mother, hey? I don't know if I am ready for it, says Mantis with a bitter smile. rwbnve.co. Well, I'm sure you can handle it. I heard you have taken care of the children in the crew. So I'm sure you'll be able to raise your own child. It's just that you need to find the right time for it. You guys are very infamous and your enemies will try to find your weaknesses. Children are their parents' strength, but also their weaknesses at the same time, says Belle. You're right. If Cricket and I have a child, then our enemies will try to use the child. We really need to be careful, says Mantis. That's why I am quite worried now. It's fine when you guys are here. But it will be dangerous after you leave, says Belle worriedly. Don't worry, Captain must have thought about it, or he won't come here. Also, if you are worried about your and your kids' safety, then grow stronger. Only strength can protect you in this cruel world. Be stronger so that you can protect your kids when danger comes, says Mantis. You're right, I need to get stronger. Mantis, can you? Asks Belmere, but Mantis interrupts her question. No. It's not me who you should be asking, it's Captain. He always thinks about you, so surely he has thought about making you stronger, says Mantis. Belmere nods and they resume their cooking while keep talking about many things. Sometime later, the whole Kokoyasi village eats dinner together with the clown pirates. And just like what the clown pirates always do, they hold a big party, making the villagers get closer to them. Buggy also gets closer to Nojiko and Nami after doing many things. They like to pinch his red nose and enjoy playing with him. Belmere is very happy about it. The day when they will be a real family doesn't seem too far now. Chapter 297, That Devil Fruit. At night after the big feast, Buggy and Belmere sleep together. They just do it in Belle's house, but they toned it down so they won't disturb the kids' sleep. Then after their night session, both of them talk on the bed. B, I have a request. Can you train me? I want to be strong so that I can handle the danger that might come in the future, says Belle. Sure, but why so suddenly? Asks Buggy. Don't feign ignorance. You know it as well, that if the Marine knows our relationship, they might try to do something to me and the girls. I don't want the girls to be in danger, so I need to be strong, says Belle. Buggy smiles and says, all right then, but it won't be easy. I won't go easy on the training just because you are my lover. Humph, I will punch you if you go easy on me, says Belle smugly. Buggy laughs and then they go to sleep so that they can rest. The next day, they start the training after breakfast. They go to an empty space with Nojiko and Nami. They can't leave the girls because it might take a rather long time to finish. Before the training starts, Buggy gives a small box to Belle. She opens it and sees a strange fruit with twirl patterns inside. It's the devil fruit that Buggy found on the volcano in Ruff's hometown. He has kept it for a long time because he planned to give it to Belle. What devil fruit is this? Asks Belle. I don't know, no one knows. It isn't listed in the devil fruit encyclopedia, so it's an unknown devil fruit. It might have an ability that you'll like or hate, so it will be a gamble. People will say it might be a strong or weak devil fruit, but I do not agree with that. There is no such thing as weak or strong devil fruits, there are only strong and weak users. It all depends on how the users train and utilize their devil fruits. So how is it? Do you want to take the bet? Asks Buggy while smirking. Belle looks at Buggy and then the kids before looking at the devil fruits. She doesn't say anything before she takes a bite of the devil fruit. Ugh, it's disgusting, says Belle with a very disgusted expression. She is very disgusted, but she still continues to eat the fruit. Belle eats all the fruit's flesh and only leaves the unedible parts. Buggy doesn't say anything and just lets her eat the whole fruit because it looks funny. Do you feel something? Asks Buggy. Wait. Let me drink something first to wash away this disgusting taste, says Belle before she gulps a glass of orange juice immediately. Buggy waits for her to finish drinking before asking her to show him her power. Devil fruit users will instantly know what their ability is. So Belle also knows instantly after she ate the fruit. She closes her eyes and suddenly, a pair of black bat-like wings appear on her back. Then a pair of rather long black horns appear on the temples of her head. A long black tail also appears on her butt and a dark red flame appears on its tip. The dark red flame also appears on her head, replacing her red hair, and even replacing her eyebrows. It also appears on her hands that becomes sharper like claws, and on her feet. Even her clothes also transform into sexy dark red flame armor that reveals her cleavage and thighs. Buggy is speechless seeing Belle's devil fruit transformation. If she doesn't grow the wings, horns, and tail, he will mistake it as fire-type Logia or Paramecia. But it's clear that this is a Zoan-type devil fruit. Nojiko is quite afraid of the transformation at first and hides behind Buggy. But then she calms down after Buggy told her that it's just magic. Nami is sleeping in Buggy's arms, so she doesn't react. It's good though because she might cry out of surprise. So, do you know what kind of ability is this? Asks Buggy. The information that I got on my head is that this is the power of a demon, I think, says Belle unsurely. Buggy widens his eyes because now he finally knows what devil fruit that Belle ate. This is a fruit that was known to exist but no one knows its appearance because it has been lost for a very long time. Mythical Zoan, human fruit, model, archdemon. Says Buggy in surprise. There are two devil fruits with demon power. The demon model and archdemon model. Belle's devil fruit is the archdemon model because it can control fire. The demon model is not a mythical category and it just granted transformation into a demonic being with strong physical power and the ability to fly. Both demon and archdemon Zoan fruits have been lost for a long time. I can't believe that the first one to appear is the archdemon model. We surely are very lucky. I'm glad that I saved this devil fruit for you, says Buggy. Is this good? I won't become an evil person because I have demonic power, right? Asks Belle worriedly. Don't worry, it's just an ability. You are the one controlling your power, says Buggy. Buggy knows that devil fruits are said to have their own personalities. But he also knows that the concept of evil and good isn't clear in this world. Even demons can't be called evil as long as celestial dragons are alive, after all. Also, just like what Buggy said, in the end, it's just power. Just because it's a power of a demon, doesn't mean that it's an evil power. The users are the ones who make that power evil or good. So this is what a demon looks like, says Belle. I don't think so. Instead of an archdemon, I think it's actually a succubus, says Buggy while grinning perversely. rwbnve.co. Belle gets a tick mark and flies toward Buggy before knocking his head. Nojiko is curious about Belle's new form and she tries to touch her. But Buggy reacts fast and catches Nojiko's hand before she touches Belle while making sure Nami doesn't fall from his arms. Wait, Nojiko. You shouldn't touch her carelessly. Her body is full of flame, so it might be very hot. Your hand might get burnt, says Buggy. But. Sorry, says Nojiko sadly. Buggy pats her hair and says, it's okay, I'm not angry at you, just worried. Let me check her thoroughly first, alright? I will let you touch her if it's safe. Nojiko nods and Buggy gives Nami to her so he can inspect Belle's power closely. He tries to touch the dark red flame and it's really hot upon touching. It wasn't this hot when they stand close to each other, but it becomes very hot upon touching. Belle's body is also hot enough to hurt normal people. Even Buggy will get hurt if he touches it for too long. Luckily, he stopped Nojiko from touching Belle or her hand might get burnt. The heat doesn't spread from your body or flame. Most likely, it's because you are still new to this power and you are still weak. I'm glad though because sometimes, a new user's power can get out of control because they aren't used to their new abilities yet. At least your power stays inside your body because you can't draw them out yet, says Buggy. I don't know if that's an insult or a compliment, but I'm glad that I didn't hurt the kid because of that, says Belle. Buggy nods and says, that's right, safety is very important. I've decided on the training that I'll give you. We will train here every day and it will just be the two of us. The kids aren't allowed to come until you have good control. Belmere nods back and says, Aye, instructor. Chapter 298, Hard Training. Belmere's training starts a day after she ate the devil fruit. At the same time, Paulu's team also starts renovating her house. Nojiko and Nami are playing with the crew's kids, except Jack who doesn't like child play. Buggy starts Belmere's training with basic, physical training. She has good physical strength for the East Blue standard. But it's still not enough because the danger that will come is greater. At the very least, Buggy needs Belmere to be strong enough to defeat Arlong. The only danger that Buggy knows will come to her is Arlong and his crew. Even though Buggy has changed a lot of things, he doesn't know whether Arlong will still come or not, but he needs to prepare for it. Of course, Buggy wants Belmere to be far stronger than just being able to defeat Arlong. The enemies that might come now aren't just Arlong, after all, Marine is a bigger threat. Compared to Marine, Arlong is just a cute little shark in front of a Sea King. Buggy doesn't hold back in his training even though Belle is struggling a lot. There is no gain without pain, so if she wants to get stronger, she needs to work very hard. All women in his crew have gone through rigorous training to reach their current level, so she needs to do the same if she wants to be that strong. Belmere also knows that and she is ready for that. Although the training is harder than she thought, she keeps going on without complaining. She knows that she needs to go through all of this so she can get stronger and protect his daughters. Buggy smiles seeing Belle trains very hard without saying any complaints. This is one of the things that he likes from her. She won't give up on anything that she has decided, showing that she has high determination. Her physical training is designed for women's physical structure. It's different from men's training, and the clown pirates have researched it thoroughly. This is the training that is still used by their female members, just with a lot higher intensity. It takes a week of training for Belmere to reach the minimum standard that Buggy has set before she can go to the next training step, which is combat training and devil fruit training, while still doing physical training too. In that 1 week, the renovation of Belle's house has gone well. Paulu's team has finished the basic structure and will start doing the details like paint, furniture, floor, ceiling, etc. They could finish the house faster, but they don't want to rush things. The new house has 2 floors like before, and the design isn't too different. Buggy and Belle likes the simple and minimalist design. The most important thing is that the new building will be far more durable and tougher than before. It's not only Paulu's team that is working, the other teams too. Manhwa's team is treating the Icelanders for free while researching the medicinal herbs on these islands. Mantis's team also explore the islands to find East Blue's special ingredients. The other teams that don't have jobs are training and exploring the islands as they like. Some young men and kids joined their training after watching them. They told the young men and kids to just join instead of watching, and now they are training and playing together every day. Jude has gotten better too after all this time. She is still awkward with Buggy and Belmere, but at least she doesn't run away from them anymore. Paulu still can't get closer to her though, she still needs time to move on. Just attack me. Don't hold back. Your attacks won't be able to injure me even if I do nothing, they are too weak, says Buggy while training Belle's fighting skills. Belle clicks her tongue in frustration, but she can't say anything because she can't make Buggy moves even for a bit. She has used all her strength, but none of her attacks can affect Buggy. The difference in their strength is too great. She is still not allowed to use her devil fruit in combat even though it's just training. Her control is quite terrible and she has burnt a large area when Buggy told her to try using her ability in their combat training. So now she is just training her combat ability. Belmere's devil fruit training is separated from other training and they'll train it last. She will also train it on a small empty island that has nothing but rocks. Here, they won't need to worry about her burning the forest, buildings, or even injuring people. There's only Buggy and Belle when she trains on this rock island. She activates her devil fruit and Buggy can immediately feel the heat of her dark red flame. It is still not that hot, but it's definitely hot enough to boil water. They've tested a few things on Belle's devil fruit abilities. And although it doesn't have Logia's intangibility like flame fruit, it still grants her immunity to fire and heat. It is even applied to hot water. Belle tried it on her own and she could only feel the water, not the heat. It might have more traits, but Buggy doesn't want to do an extreme test on his lover. Knowing that she is immune to fire and has a tougher body is enough for him. She will find out more about her abilities as she gets used to her devil fruit. But it's not only Belmere who works hard, Nojiko is training too with the kids. It's not extreme training though, just the training by playing method that Buggy taught to the kids. Nojiko thinks that they are just playing, so she joins them without knowing that they are training. Nami is still too young for that. She can't even walk properly yet, so there's no way she can join. Mantis is taking care of her, saying that it's training for when she has a kid in the future. Cricket pretends he doesn't hear it because he doesn't have a plan to have kids soon. Konami Islands have become more lively than ever. It's just a small archipelago with small islands and villages on it. It's not even a tourist spot, so the days here were peaceful and quiet most of the time. The clown pirates' arrival has made these islands full of life. There are only around 100 people on the crew, but that's almost half the number of villagers here. Furthermore, they are not people who can stay silent, they are a rowdy bunch. They get closer to the villagers here in a short time. Their behavior even makes the villagers wonder if they are real pirates. They are, it's just that they are different from typical pirates, they are more like explorers without any affiliation. The Marine and world government don't care about that though. They never killed civilians, but they have a pirate flag, and declared themselves as pirates, after all. It's enough for Marine and WG to make the clown pirates criminals. Furthermore, the crew has become this big in a short time, making Marine and WG very wary of them. That's why their sudden disappearance from their territory has made big chaos in the Marine. One of the biggest crews under their surveillance could disappear without their knowledge. The Marine realized it a week after the clown pirates left. So the clowns have arrived on East Blue when the Marine has just realized it. That doesn't mean Marine's surveillance is bad because other crews never escape unnoticed, it just shows just how good the clown pirates' escape plan is. Marine and world government worked very hard to find the clown pirates. They used all their intelligence and even sent Cypher Paul to find the clown pirates. Only after 10 days of searching that they find the clown pirates' location. So now, the Marine is putting tight surveillance on East Blue. They don't put any men near Konami Islands because they know the clowns won't accept it and their men will get destroyed. So they are just increasing the surveillance on East Blue. Buggy gets the news about that from Dion and says, "What a pain in the ass. Sigh, keep watching their movements, and tell me if they do something strange. I won't let them do as they wish." Chapter 299, 3 months. It's been 3 months since the clown pirates arrived on Konami Islands. The Marines' surveillance on them has reduced since they don't do many activities. They all just stay on Konami Islands, which eases the Marine a bit. Belmir's house has been renovated and it looks good now. It's not that fancy though, just looks like other normal 2-story houses. But it's sturdier than any other house here because Paulu and his team have learned a lot about woodworking on Wano. Currently, Paulu's team is hired by people to fix their houses. They take the job to fill their time and train their skills. The others also train themselves to prevent their skills from getting rusty. Buggy also trains Belle every day and she improves at a fast rate. His training method is very efficient and Belle herself is a fast learner. If she was trained well in the series, then she would be very strong. With her current strength, she will dominate East Blue and will survive the early paradise. She will be able to defeat Arlong with her current strength. But it's not enough, she needs to get stronger to make sure she'll be able to handle most problems after I leave to Grand Line again, thinks Buggy. What she needs the most to increase her strength isn't training anymore, it's battle experience. So Buggy sets some sparring between Belmir and his crewmates. Her sparring opponents will be the normal members first because the executives are still too strong for her. She will fight against Jack as her first opponent. He has improved a lot too and his violent nature has reduced a lot since he joined the clown pirates. Enel has disciplined him well and now he becomes more like a normal kid. The fight starts and Belle is hesitating because her opponent is a kid. It allows Jack to push forward and suppress her. Buggy doesn't say anything because Belle needs to go through this herself. She shouldn't hold back even though her opponent is a kid. Jack isn't a normal kid, after all, he is a very strong and talented guy. If he isn't that talented then he won't be able to be one of Beast's Pirates All-Star at the age of 28. Jack keeps attacking Belmir using his mammoth form that has grown bigger than when he fought against Alan. His technique also gets better and he doesn't just rely on brute strength now. He even uses feints and tricks, which overwhelm Belle. She uses her transformation into a full archdemon form. But her dark red flame isn't as hot as usual and she is being defensive against Jack. So her flame can't hurt Jack and she hasn't landed any hit on him. After being pushed for a long time, Belle finally decides to not hold back anymore. Nojiko and Nami are watching her, and she can see their worried eyes. Nami, who has just learned to talk, even almost cries seeing her getting hurt. Belmir unleashes her full power and her flame becomes much hotter. Jack is rushing toward her and she also rushes toward him. She jumps to his big head and Jack swings his trunk from the left. They almost hit each other but Belmir makes a maneuver in the air and avoids Jack's trunk attack. Ho, she is quite agile, says Cricket. Well, those wings aren't just decoration, says Buggy. Belmere then gets closer to Jack and sends an uppercut punch at his forehead. Her punch is actually strong enough to flip Jack in his mammoth form, and she hit his forehead, not his jaw. Most of the crew members are surprised. This is a shocking result for someone who has just trained seriously for 3 months. She then stands on top of Jack's mammoth body and places her flaming hand on his throat. He gets defeated just in one move, which is quite surprising because Jack is by no means weak. He is strong enough to defeat most pirates on East Blue at his age. After Jack gets defeated, Yamato raises her hand and says she wants to spar with Belmere. They start their sparring and Yamato gets defeated with one punch too. Belmere has become more serious now, so the kids won't be enough as her opponents. Buggy will send the normal crew members to spar with her. Now the sparring will get more interesting as the adult members have more experience than the kids. They will also fight more like pirates with trickery, so it will be more difficult for Belmere. The first member that she'll fight is the only mermaid in the clown pirates. Her name is Dory. She is a clownfish mermaid, a perfect mermaid member for clown pirates. She is actually Dion's girlfriend and he was the reason why she joined, because he saved her from slavery on Sabayati. Lucia wasn't a fighter, but she trained to fight since she joined the crew, even though she is a part of Manba's medical team. As a nurse, Dory doesn't like to fight and hurt people. But she needs to be able to fight if she wants to survive, after all. That's why Dion and her brother, A.K.A, a stingray fishman, who also joined the crew, persuaded her until she agreed. Then Simon, the orca fishman, who is the strongest fishman in the crew, taught fishman karate to both A.K.A and Dory. A.K.A improved fast while Dory's pace is far slower than her brother's. But it's good enough to make sure she survived in New World. So she is still a strong opponent for Belmere, even though she is one of the weakest adult members of the crew. Both girls get ready and then Belmere rushes to Dory while Dory just sits on the ground because she can't stand. Belmere sends a flaming punch and Dory does the same. Their punches almost get into contact, but then Belmere's flame on her fist disappears into steam. Belmere gets surprised and she jumps back because she doesn't know what had just happened. She only looks at Dory, who seems relieved that nothing bad happened. It just makes Belle more confused and curious. So she attacks Dory again with different techniques, but the result is the same. All of Belle's attacks are useless and her flame always disappears into steam. Even when she doesn't use her flame, her hot skin suddenly becomes cold, and steams come out of her skin. Is it water? You use water? Asks Belmere in realization after some minutes. Yes, that's right. Fishman karate uses water, but because we aren't near any water sources, I used the water vapor in the air. My attacks aren't that strong, but they counter your power perfectly because I use water while you use fire, explains Dory happily. A.K.A and Dion slap their forehead because Dory has just explained how her power works to her opponent. It's always better to keep your cards hidden even if the enemies realize it. But Dory explains it happily instead. Well, at least this is just a sparring, says Dion to comfort himself. Yeah, and it's not like the madam can do anything to it for now, says A.K.A. Feu novo. The crew members are calling Belmere as madam now because she is their captain's lover. They also call Nojiko and Nami as young misses because they are Buggy's and Belle's daughters. Both Nojiko and Nami have accepted Buggy as their foster father too, so it's not wrong. Buggy has taught Nojiko and Nami to call him and Belmere dad and mom. Nojiko was shy at first, but she finally called them like that last month. While Nami's first word just 2 weeks ago was mom, which made Belmere cry. The way Nojiko and Nami called Belmere with her name in the series isn't a problem for Buggy. But he prefers them to call her mom even though they are adopted. He also wants to be called dad, so he worked hard to make it happen, and it has happened. Dad, will mom be okay? Asks Nojiko worriedly. She will, but she won't be able to win, says Buggy. Just like what Buggy just said, Belmere can't win, but she also doesn't lose. The sparring with Dory ends as a draw as both of them can't land any hit on their opponents at all. Their powers are just countering and cancelling each other. Buggy thinks for a while before saying, "Let's keep having a sparring session for a week. Then we will go around East Blue with Belle and our kids. She will need real battles, and I think you all want to sail again after 3 months, right, lads?" "Yeah!" cheers the clowns because they're happy to sail again. Their next plan has been set. A big storm will hit the peaceful East Blue. Chapter 300, Action on East Blue. Belmere's sparring session has finished and she did well. She is still weaker than most members of Clown Pirates, but she could defeat quite a number of them who have gone through many kinds of battles. Her progress is very fast and what she needs is just experience now. So Buggy decides to roam around the East Blue to give her that experience. Also, his crewmates are itching to sail again after staying on Konami Islands for 3 months. They are pirates, so the sea is their true home, not land. After preparing everything, they leave Konami Islands. Nojiko and Nami also join them because there's no way they can be left in the village. Buggy also wants them to experience sailing on a big ship. Of course, their movements alert the Marine that put high surveillance on them. But the Marine doesn't do anything drastic yet because they can't just send their men to die by confronting one of the best crews in the world. East Blue Marine can't handle a crew of that level. So they just keep watching from afar and will only make a move if the clown pirates do something. Besides, they all know that the clowns never attack civilians, so they can just watch for now. Fighting the clown pirates without reasons won't do any good to them. The clowns know this but they don't care even a single bit. Being under Marine's surveillance is a usual thing for them. As long as the Marine doesn't attack them, they won't attack the Marine, normally. Anyway, their targets are other pirate crews or criminal organizations. Belmere doesn't want to attack the Marine even though they can find the Marine easier. She is a former Marine soldier, after all, and still believes that Marine is the embodiment of justice. So the crew sails around the sea to find any pirate ship. Jude is navigating the ship. Her mood has gotten better in these 3 months. She still can't open up her heart for another man, but at least she has moved on from Buggy. Belmere actually talked to her 2 months ago after finding out that Jude loves Buggy. They have a secret girls' talk and surprisingly, Jude becomes fond of Belmere. At first, everyone thought they would fight, but it didn't happen, which made them all stunned. Both of them also keep getting closer in the last 2 months. Buggy has asked Belle how she did it, but she just said that it's the girl's secret. So she never told it to him although she told Mantis, Della, Dory, and other girls in the crew. The men just can't understand it but they don't really care to. As long as the problem is solved, they won't say anything. They are curious, but they don't care if they don't get the answer, that's just how these boys are. Still, the boys feel a little sorry for Paulu who still can't get closer to Jude. But he and the other boys also understand that she still needs time. Rushing it will just make her hate Paulu, which will be very bad for their crew. So now, Paulu just takes things slowly and keeps showing his sincerity to her. He doesn't do anything excessive just like what the others told him. If he keeps this up, Jude will eventually fall for him, hopefully. Well, that can be put aside for now. The clown pirates need to focus on their current task to hunt pirate crews. They can use these crews to train Belle, the kids, and the less experienced members at the same time. Furthermore, if they find some talented young pirates, they will recruit those guys. Their crew will eventually need to get more young members. Some members might retire in a decade or so. That's why young members are important in their crew. "Captain, there's a pirate ship ahead. They are attacking another ship," reports the scout after they sail for half a day. "All right, let's get them," says Buggy while grinning. EAV.C. The Black Pearl gets faster as they spread more of its sails. They arrive at the site in a short time and Belle doesn't even need a command to jump onto the passenger ship. She just wants to help the civilians immediately. Sigh, kids, help her, the others go to the pirate ship to get the rest of them. Leave the captain for Belle, orders Buggy. Aye aye. Shouts everyone before some of them get onto the passenger and pirate ships. Only the weaker members leave while the stronger ones stay on Black Pearl. Buggy has given an order that only the weaker ones will fight on East Blue since they were on Konami Islands, after all. The stronger ones will only help if the situations call for it. Belmere moves fast and attack the opposing pirates on the passenger ship. She doesn't transform and only uses her rifle to attack them. She uses it to shoot and hit them with its handle as if it is a bat. The result of her training can be seen clearly here as she beats the shit out of the pirates easily. She has sparred against the clowns who have fought on New World. So these East Blue pirates are nothing for her. At least that's what happens at first, because as time passes, she realizes that she gets tired faster than when she was sparring. The real battle is draining more energy than training or sparring because the pressure is different. She starts to get injured more and more, although they're just superficial injuries. But it will be bad if this goes on and Nojiko and Nami are getting worried. Buggy calms them down and tells them that she will be fine because she is strong. Sometime later, she finally starts to use her devil fruit power. She doesn't fully transform though, only her arms are transforming. This is one of the skills that she made, partial transforming, which is quite cool, and it can save her energy. She transforms because she runs out of bullets actually. It might be a strange reason for others, but it's actually logical in her case. It's because when she transforms, she can use her devil fruit power on her rifle. Buggy has taught her that some devil fruit abilities can be used through weapons, like Enel's lightning power that can be used through their railgun. So he asked her to try it, and she can use it too because she can generate and control the flame. The cool thing is, her rifle also transforms when she flows her ability on it. Her rifle looks like it wears a skin when her power flows through it. It has a magma pattern all over its surface and a dark red flame appears on its handle and tip. Damn, just as I thought, it reminds me of Ghost Rider's ability to transform his stuff, says Buggy. What's Ghost Rider? Asks Nojiko. It's a character from a story that I read a long time ago. I will tell you about it later, says Buggy. Nojiko nods happily and they all then watch Belmere again. She starts to use her rifle and shoots the enemies. Instead of normal bullets, the rifle releases dark red flame bullets that have similar power as normal bullets. These flame bullets will be stronger as Belle gets stronger. But this is enough for now because they are still lethal. Also, she can keep shooting them until she runs out of energy, so she doesn't really need to stock up on bullets. Sometime later, all the opposing pirates get defeated, except their captain. The clowns leave him so Belmere can fight him. This pirate captain has a bounty, 12 million belly, still below average bounty in East Blue, but it's not bad either in this sea. Belle flips her rifle so she can use it as a bat, a flaming bat. She attacks the pirate captain using the rifle's butt and the captain uses a mace to fight. They are quite equal and exchange blows after blows. But then, Belle's rifle starts to crack because it's not tough enough. It finally breaks and the pirate captain grins as he charges forward. That is a mistake though because Belle still hasn't used her full power. She fully transforms into an archdemon and flies up. Then she gets above the pirate captain and kicks his face with a flaming kick. He falls on his back and she sends a barrage of attacks on him, defeating him after a minute. Buggy grins and says, "All right, good job. Now loot them, then we will search for bigger fish."